I think my YouTube stream should be turning on now. Alright, perfect. Hold on. Ow. Ow. The problem with having long for me anyways. Ow. My hair is getting harder to comb. Too thick. Ooh, I'm a monster. What, this hairbrushing stream? It is a hairbrushing stream. You wouldn't believe it. The things I gotta go through. Look at this hair, man. I want to shave it all off. If it was like summertime or springtime and it wasn't freezing my ass off cold right now, it I'd probably cut my hair. I'll be honest with you. Right now, it's actually I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but right now I believe it's -35 right now degrees Celsius. Mac, What is that in American terms? What's -35 degrees Celsius? But yeah, either way, um, today's gonna be a chill stream. I'm just gonna catch up with some of the Asia games. I'm not gonna watch them all. Like honestly, I'm so backed up when it comes to the games that I missed out on that I'm probably just gonna watch the most recent VOD, and then I'm just gonna call it from there. First, yo, what up, X Factor on YouTube? First, -35 degrees Celsius is -31 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy! I don't know why. I for some reason it seems uh United Tility. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but my desk is so messy. I gotta clean this up, man. I need I don't know why, but like I need one of those like Swiffer, like a portable like hand Swiffer. I feel like my desk gets so dusty. Anyways, I'll worry about that later. But yeah, today's gonna be a chill stream, guys. I basically just want to kill like 4 days so I can just wait until draft mode comes back on the 27th. So it is confirmed. The Japanese and English Twitter account on Pokemon Unite confirmed that draft will come back on the 27th. So whenever that is, 4 days from now, I guess. 3 if you're not including today, because today's almost over. But yeah, basically 3 days until draft comes back, and yeah, I'm kind of just waiting for that so I can just permaban Meowth, and then the game should be okay. Honestly, the only thing I have a problem with is Meowth. Everything else is manageable. So I'm thinking today I do the VOD watching of the Asia games that I've been slacking on. Primarily, we're gonna look at Slash's team and Overlord's team, but it's not really Slash's team. He's the new kid on the block for this squad. Um, we're also gonna see SKT as well. SKT, the Korean powerhouse team. So last time I saw them, they were doing pretty well for a team that just entered competitive Pokemon Unite. What, am I not loud enough? Wait, there's no way. No. My mic is loud enough, all right? So yeah, we'll watch Slash's team. We'll catch up with some of these games. Fortunately for us, this is in English, but if anything, I could just commentate on my own. Um, yeah. So we got Slash's team. We're gonna see SKT, and coincidentally, SKT is also gonna play against Slash's team later in the VOD. So I'm curious to see how those team those two teams performed against each other. Last time I saw the standings for this region, Slash's team was in dead last. Now, that was like the first week of their Asia like league. So I like a lot has probably happened. No, I don't know any of the results. I've watched nothing. I've only ever watched the first week of the Asia Champions League. Yeah, I've only watched the first week of the Asia Champions League, and after the first week, they were dead last, or they were tied for last. So I don't know how much has changed since then. And Benny, don't spoil it for me. I didn't watch any of this stuff. But but yeah. And then once we get through so fortunately for us, this is in English. They had English casters for this, which is something I feel like is missing from the Japanese side. Like they have like there's separate Asia leagues. I think it's like Southeast Asia and then like Japan. And it's unfortunate that Japan doesn't have like English casters, but it is what it is. It would be more. I feel like it would be more compelling for the West or like people that you know are people that care about Pokemon Unite competitively. They'd be more interested if they could understand what's going on. Obviously, if you can appreciate the games for what they are, then of course you can just whatever. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I got the VOD here, so let's just get started. The VOD isn't actually so this like let me show you guys something. I don't know what happened to this broadcast, but like let me open up in a different tab and show you because this was like so messed up when I was watching it, or like when I was trying to find the VOD. So when I was looking through the VOD section, like of their channel, I don't know what happened to this broadcast. Shut up! Like I don't know what happened to this broadcast, but like if you look at it, it got broken up into like five different videos. Like either I don't know if they did this on purpose or if it was just like a really bad connection. Because this is the VOD that I have right here, the day 5 VOD, and then like it got broken up here. Like this continues on to here, then here, then here, then here. I'm just like, what is even happening here? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just like very bad connection. We'll see. But either way, going to be difficult for NA and E teams to win worlds with all these Asian orgs. Esports and not limited to. All right, but either way, we got some games to watch, guys. Fortunately, they're in English, so we can go from there. Real question: Pogo or Unite more esport ready? Oh, only real ones will know where this is from. Hold on. So you don't need to know who these people are. This is just from like several years ago. But like this is basically where the Korean like in the West anyways, in the West. It's like this is when the SKT started making their mark in history. SK Telecom T1 for the championship. That's right. SK Telecom T1. But they changed their name. Now it's I think it's just T1 now, but either way, once upon a time that was way back in the day, early days of League. Now we're just old and brittle. Someone on Reddit said Overlord is the faker of Unite. Hmm. I think he's the I think he's the faker for NA. I'm gonna be honest. I've said this before, but when it came to Luminosity, I think Overlord just hard carried the team majority of the time, majority. And okay, if I were to put like if I were to rank the LG members, okay, if I were to rank the LG members from before they disbanded, I would put Overlord at the top. Um, who was on? There was okay. Wait, there was Trainer. There was LGC. There was Slash and Kyrios. Um, I'd probably put Kyrios at number two, Trainer at number three, Otter at number four. The thing is, okay, the thing about Otter is that back when they were still on LG together, Otter had a very limited like pool of Pokemon that he played. Like he played the same things, but like he played a few things, but he played them well. But yeah, like I think because he played so few things at the time, that's why I rate him a bit lower. I think Slash is probably at the bottom of the five. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Slash is a little overrated. Is Zug best NA defender? I don't even know who's I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know who plays defender in NA anymore. Like I don't even remember people at the top of my head. I'm like that's not even to be rude. I just genuinely don't remember. All right. Either way, Evos FXL versus Team Myth. We have Southeast Asia 2026 League, and we're gonna start off from here. So this is Slash's team, and this is Team Myth. So we'll see how it goes.
Ruin the defend duer.
Yeah, I think that's the same case as well. But mind to tell you that they also have this Blissey on their lineup. So I'm not quite sure if it's going to be really safeguard, but it has to be because the
Oh wow, they already started.
Control from Evil's FXL is so good. So would they sacrifice the healings?
Okay, I didn't even get to see the draft, but that was quick.
Or cleansing out those crowd controls. By the way, congratulations to
Wait, what? What the hell is this? Nah, bro. What is this, man? I didn't even get to see the first match. This VOD is so chopped. This is the first. How is it 1-1 if this is the first part of the VOD? It says day 4 here. Yo, what is this Asian production? Okay, let me see this one. Okay, maybe this is it. And, okay, you know what? Maybe they just messed up the title. Maybe that's why. Okay, so if you don't change your title before your stream starts, it will use the same title as the one from last time. So I think that's what happened. Oh, is there a YouTube one? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. What the heck just happened? Okay, let me see the YouTube VOD. Give me a second. Uh, Oh yeah, there is one. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There is one. So I can close all this. Close this. Close this. Close this. And keep that open. Yeah. Okay. So this one's full. Easy. Apparently YouTube is better, guys. YouTube is better. Am I okay? Wait. Like guys, before we get into the games, let's rate the jerseys. All right. Let me rate the jerseys because you know what? The first step to being a pro player is the drip. All right. If you're not wearing a okay, this one is pretty simple, but it's clean overall. You know, it's just pretty standard. I don't like the Axis logo. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, the first thing I think of when I see that Axis logo is I think of like the thinking bubble. Like, you know, when someone's deep in thought or when they're like asleep and then you see the little puffy cloud thing or like a speech bubble, one of those two. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I see this logo. So, you know what? I think if they took off the logo and just had the jersey, I would give it more points. But I give it like a if we're rating it out of 5, I give the jersey maybe like a 2.5. All right, get rid of the logo and I'll bump you up to like a 3. Um, full sense. We got the white and black. I'm gonna be honest. I think it would have looked. I think it would have been better. And this is just me and my personal bias. I think black is just cleaner than white. I think if it was the base was black and then like the secondary colors was white, it would be a little bit better. I think this one looks even more plain than the first one. Okay, so you know what? I'll give the fir- I'll give oh wait, I didn't even see these guys. What the hell? Okay. So apparently I missed these guys. So I'll give these guys I mean, none of these jerseys blow me away. No pun intended. No, that's not a reference to the song, but like there's nothing like there's no pizzazz when it comes to these jerseys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like this is a me thing. All right, this is a me thing. I think these jerseys are the ugliest. I actually think these jerseys are the ugliest. I don't know who made these jerseys, but that ass whoever designed these, fire that person. This ain't drip. You made them look like tree bark. All right. I could probably go out into my backyard, look in the forest, and I like you will blend in with the trees in the autumn. This is the ugliest jersey I've seen out of the bunch. The other ones are plain. This one's just hideous, bro. Yo, are you guys cosplaying bananas? Oh my god, what is this jersey, bro? This is plain, but this also looks ugly. I'm sorry, man. I think it looks better than the tree bark jerseys, if I'm being honest. I think it looks slightly better, but not by much. So if the tree bark is 1, then we got Team Banana over here, and they're like it gets like a 1.5, maybe a 2 if I'm being generous. All right, that's just a me thing. Hmm. You know, I don't necessarily like the design on the front, but I like the color. Like red and like I'm always like soft for red and black. But I don't like the design on the front. I think it could have been something clean, like something better. So I'm a little conflicted here. I like the color scheme, I don't like the design. I'll come back to this one. I won't rate it just yet. Let me see the other ones. Okay. I know it's T1, and I want to be biased, but this looks very plain. Like, it looks like they're wearing a set of pajamas right now. Like, I'll be honest with you. It looks like they're wearing pajamas, but like, sometimes simplicity is good, but I like, there's really not much to go off of. It just looks like a long sleeve sweater. Like, honestly, if I didn't know it was Pokemon Unite, and if I didn't know it was T1, I wouldn't even think that this was a jersey. Team Nemesis? I don't know. Alright, we can fast forward, guys. We can fast forward a bit.
Orgs participating and the team's actually getting a lot of support now. And so now that we have the structure here, the players can focus on playing the game. They don't have to worry about anything outside of their control. And we get top tier matches as well, guys. So to anyone tuning into the broadcast, okay, I hope you have your drinks and snacks ready because it's going to be a long day.
Absolutely. And speaking of long day, it is actually a long road as well for you to qualify for ACL finals in Japan. So
before we continue, you know what's crazy to me, guys? How is it that... So, I don't know how many teams are playing today, but how is this entire VOD for a day's worth of games 6.5 hours? And that includes any, like, breaks they have in between. How is it that these guys go 6.5 hours, but NA and, like, EU take a bajillion years? Nah, bro, like, there's something suspicious going on here. Like... What? This like, by Pokemon Unite standards, and when it comes to a day's worth of competitive matches, this is a relatively short VOD. 6.5 hours? Obviously, it's not 6.5 hours worth of games, but like...
We are currently at day number 4 of our PUACL Southeast Asia, and then right after that we still have day number 5 tomorrow, and day number 6 at the end of January. Not just that, we also have our winter tournament open qualifiers for Southeast Asia team for APAC East and APAC West.
Yes, so there is still a lot to come here, folks, so make sure you save the dates because there is so much Pokemon Unite happening for the remainder of this month and obviously the finals as well. But talk about 2 but take up the leaderboard. But before that, though, we have our giveaway happening as well, right, Pika?
Southeast Asia viewers only? Whoa! How come they get cool stuff for rewards? I want a jersey. Or a hat. Yo, NA sucks, bro. Look at this. Watch live and complete the mission. Southeast Asia League Day 4, 5, and playoffs. They get shirts, a hat. I don't know what that is, but it looks like something. It's Pokemon Unite, really. It's something.
Absolutely. So we do have a lot of giveaways later on because we do have giveaways.
Yo, hook me up with a T1 jersey.
That we have our
hook me up.
So for today, we also have one tomorrow, and of course for our playoffs, which will happen in January 31. You can see those t-shirts, the jerseys, towel, and cap. So make sure to tune in. This is only available, by the way, for Southeast Asia viewers on YouTube. So make sure to grab those snacks and watch the live stream because we will be giving away a lot of stuff. And who knows, if we hit a milestone for today, we might be giving away more.
Yes, exactly. So if you are
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so it really pays to place as high as you can in the tournament leading up to the finals. But here's a quick update on our point lead.
Okay, so this is the standings after all the time that's passed. Onyx Rise number 1 at 39 points, Rivals at 36 in second, Full Sense at 35, T1 at 34, Evos, which is Slash's team, 29, Myth 26, Team Nemesis 23, FN Esports at 12. How the hell do you get 12 points? Jeez, man, are you losing like every single match? That's crazy, brother. That's crazy. Well, on the left side, it is very competitive, more or less. There's only 2 points separating fourth and second, and 5 points separating first and fourth. So realistically, it's anybody's.
For the teams, we are on day 4, so we are essentially past that halfway mark, but we still have one more play day after this, which will be tomorrow. Now, leading the Chargers, Onyx Rise at 39 points, but following behind them pretty closely, it's rival Esports with 36 points. For full sense, 1 point behind them, not very far at all. T1 is sitting comfortably in 4th with 34 points, followed by EVOS with 29, Myth with 26, 23 points here for Team Nemesis, and finally FN Esports for 12 points for the team. So at the moment, you have a rough idea on who is doing well and who isn't, but Pika, I think we could still see some pretty big changes on this leaderboard, especially with today's matchups.
Yeah. Wait, okay, hold on, let me see this, wait. Alright, I'm gonna have to doodle right here, bear with me. So it's... Wait, it's 6, 7. Wait, Evos and Onyx. Evos is facing Onyx? Wait, how did the... Hold on. So wait, 1 and 5. One and 5. T1 is what, 4? Four, 3. What? 2 and 8. And we got 2 and 8. So we have 6th seed versus 7th seed. We got the 5th seed versus the 1st seed. 8th seed versus 2nd seed. And 3rd seed and the 4th seed? How did these teams even get paired up? Number 2's facing number 8. So I'm just gonna assume that Rivals Esports just makes it to the round 2, I would assume. That's my guess, but I'm not exactly sure how that... You know, I haven't been keeping up with this league, so I don't know what's going on here.
Everything would shake up the leaderboards because for our day number 4, we had action-packed matchups. For first round, we have Made in Thailand versus Team Nemesis. Round 2, we have EVOS FXL versus Onyx Rise.
Wait, Southeast Asia has Team Nemesis too? There's 2 Team Nemesis?
Our last matchup, at least for round number 1, or our first set of matches, would be Full Sense and T1. So whoever wins and advances deeper into the tournament would definitely shake up the leaderboards later on.
Yeah, so essentially at this point, some teams can't afford to lose these first round of points because, as we just saw previously, some teams are kind of missing out on points. So you really got to work hard for those. Speaking of working hard, we do have our caster predictions. Pika, I think we kind of have to explain ourselves who we think is going to be taking today's matches.
Well, it's really hard to decide actually, Natalie, but I think Nemesis really has a great shot simply because they have been showing off a strong chemistry, even though their day number 3 wasn't that really great, but they were up
Hey, okay, just a random question, and I figured I'd just point... Why does why does everyone, for the most part, like here, and here, why do you have all these people dressed in like professional attire, and then you have this person right here? Like, I'm not to throw shade or anything, but like this one person in the bunch just has like like streetwear on. I don't know why does that look so funny to me? Like, everyone else is just like, you know what? It's take your kids to work day, or, you know, it's parent teacher day. Let's go put on some, you know, some professional clothes. There's person over here. Nah, I'm gonna go in my streetwear.
Strong team, which is Evo's FXL, and for sure, they've learned a lot of lessons after day number 3 because they might be going up against Evos once again if they
Typical Southeast Asia casters.
In Thailand. But Daddily, what do you think for Full Sense?
Okay, I'm just looking at Reynolds' prediction. I'm the
How's it
only
going,
person
Roger?
going for Full Sense, but I do have a method to the madness. I do think some people might be on the same boat here, but my prediction was based off of how some of the brackets ended up being, and there were a couple of stipulations that kind of have to happen to have Full Sense win the entire.
Okay, one question that I always had is like, are they both at like, okay, the way this is set up, are they both at home and they're just using a green screen and then they have this like overlay right here? Like, is that how it's like, or are they just like in a very... Yeah, because like obviously you can tell like from their persons, like they look very shiny, they look very bright. But like it also looks like they don't belong with the same like layout, I guess, because it looks very different in a way. I don't know how to explain that properly, but I think you guys know what I'm getting at.
Tournament. So match number 2 made it very difficult, and I think you guys, if you don't remember, that was Evos and Onic. That's a monster matchup already. So my method to the madness is if Onic makes it through to the final, I actually think Full Sense can beat Onic. And based off of the matchup alone, I actually think Onic should be able to beat Evos. But again, there's so many things to really think about, but in my mind, I do think Onic is the better team for that matchup. If Evos win that matchup, then Evos is going to sweep FS. So there's a lot going on. I'd love to talk more.
We still have our first game in front of us. Rulage and Mega Charizard X.
Yes.
Alright,
so
first
we have
draft
the
of the
phase we're going to
Southeast
see who
Asia
is
League,
going to
ladies
be
and
taking
gents.
the ball. Just a quick reminder as well. So, Made in Thailand will be getting first pick for today's game. Okay, keep that in mind. That could.
Oh,
play a
Myth
very
is
important
made in
role
Thailand?
what ends up being snapped up first.
I did
But
not know that. I
so
thought it was
far,
Team
I
Myth.
don't think we're really seeing anything out of the ordinary for our bands. Mimikyu makes absolute sense, especially up against Sync 1. He plays a nasty Mimikyu. Vaporeon, I think it's just better to get rid of the Vaporeon, honestly. It's probably one of the most annoying Pokemon to deal with in the game. But I love the focus here for Team Nemesis. Like, they're getting rid of a lot of heavy hitters here in the Mega Gyarados and the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, I think I will not be surprised if we see Mega Charizard X as the next Pokemon being banned by Team Nemesis. So they're
just
trying
get rid of all the Megas.
Yeah, just get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? So as much as possible, they don't want those heavy hitters to be present at the hands of Made in Thailand, which is very much understandable. And Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo X, has been really
Pick the Charizard! Pick the Charizard! I want to see some Charizard gameplay. No one in NA plays it.
Yeah.
Charizard, I choose you!
Mega's banned here for Team Nemesis, but
Boo.
this does let the Gyarados through here for Myth, which we've actually seen a lot of teams still utilize the
Pick the
Gyarados.
Charizard and slow,
In
bro!
the lane phase, teams have just figured out how to stabilize and get that Gyarados at a reasonable level.
Or the Umbreon!
Late game Pokemon as well, especially with that.
Or the Snorlax!
But now that the Gyarados are snapped up, we got some pretty big picks here for Nemesis. Hooper has been a really big ban for a lot of teams as well in previous weeks, and to have this let through, I hope Myth we're intending to see that Hooper get picked. And I will have to say, Gyarados is actually really great against the Hooper because it makes it a little bit more difficult.
I saw that. Look what this person is playing in solo queue. Rapid Fire Scarf, Eos Cookie, and Big Root. Don't think I don't see that. This makes me mad. How dare you, sir? How dare you play that in solo queue? You're lucky you're not on my server. Or else.
The Hooper portals, if that ends up being the choice here for KY.
Yeah, and I think the reason why they let that Hoopa open is because they anticipated that they would have Blissey open for them. Because Blissey is probably one of the Pokemons who can do pretty well in a match.
Oh, I should probably remind you guys that this draft, or like these games are played before the update that took place. So this is before like all the nerfs and whatever, because that balance update only took place like what, yesterday? But yeah, this is before the update that happened most recently, so keep that in mind.
Up against a Hoopa with those egg bombs to cancel out the hyperspace hole. So Kai is really known for, really good at piloting this Pokemon. But with very sad, locking in the Blissey for your team, can they do the job done? Because if they don't, then Kai would be providing a lot of problems for them, knowing that these refreshes from the hyperspace hole would definitely be, let's say, a little bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, I think KYY, I mean, just seeing the first 3 picks, he already knows he's got a lot going up against him. So we'll have to see how this Hooper plays out. But to round out the team here for Myth, we have
Mega Charizard! Mega Charizard! Oh, wait. Ew, Talonflame.
I'm not mad about at all, but I'm just a little bit concerned that there's enough damage to play up against a Hooper, because Hooper's really great against long sustained damage Pokemon. I don't really see enough damage from Myth unless maybe they try and use Very Sad's Bliss Assist to maybe power up either Rainy or Zeke or even Moodog. So I do think there might be a little bit of a damage deficit for the team, especially because RBX has picked up that Crustle. If there's a Pokemon where you need the word tank for, it's that Crustle.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons, one of the loopholes out here that Media Thailand is actually looking forward to is Rainy to lock in Kai, which is the Icicle Spears. I think that's enough to do the job done. But again, with this Crustle available for Team Nemesis blocking those damages, it could be a problem for them. I mean, Crustle wasn't that efficient for day number 3, at least for in general in PUACL, but we're not sure how Team Nemesis pilots Crustle as a team. So,
alright. I'm pausing it here because I know an ad is about to play, but I'm not going to unpause it until the ad finishes. Just because we haven't started yet, so I don't see a reason as to play the ad during something we can literally just hold off of for like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to play the ad really quickly. Obviously, I'm multi-streaming to YouTube, so, if you're not subbed, you can always just watch on there. But yeah, I figured I'd just wait, hang out for like 2 minutes, and then once it's over, we start and we get going. And then obviously I could just manage them during the breaks or the intermissions, whatever. So either way, guys, we haven't started. Team Myth made in Thailand versus Team Nemesis, but this is the Southeast version. Who do I go with? You know what? Just because they have slightly better jerseys, I'm gonna go with Team Nemesis, alright? Team Nemesis is my pick based on jerseys. And no other reasons whatsoever. Alright, so we got about a minute and a half for the a minute and a half for the AdSense. Bro, I'm telling you, these jerseys are ugly. They're oogly. Everyone always drawn to pinstripes. You know what? We're gonna rename their name. Tree. Alright, this is now officially known as Team Tree Bark. And, we're just gonna call you guys, Alright, this is my new team name for both these teams. They're now referred to as Team Tree Bark and Team Kool-Aid, alright? Only the cool teams win. But, yeah, I also just realized, it's funny that you mention that, because, a lot of these jerseys are, striped. Not all of them. Some of them are a little bit more simplistic. They're just kind of plain, but... Let's go Team Tuberculosis. Alright, the ads are about to finish, so I can keep it playing.
This is something that we really have to look forward to.
We'll just play from here.
Thailand, it's no joke when they use Glaceon as well, so this is something that has to be a threat to Team Nemesis.
Wait, should I, instead of making my camera really...
Yeah, and I think it's also a case
Alright, it's not very often. Why don't I just pull out my green screen? Usually I'm just lazy to move it, because it's right here, but... What if I just pull up my green screen and then, I don't have to, move my camera? Ooh. Wow, guys, now I can be a caster too. Bra- Okay, I always forgot how, okay, I honestly kind of forgot how to set this up though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know, guys, hold on. Ooh, oh god, guys, help! I'm disappearing, help! Oh! Guys, I'm fading away, save me! It's the lighting. Ah! Ooh, guys. It's been so long since I used this, I actually forgot my settings. Hmm. That's the green. What does this do? Hey, Sly. How's it going? Okay, you know what? For now, we'll figure it out later. We can just leave it as is for now. At least,
We've been looking at today, right? Is it even icicle spears or is it icy wind? Because if you want burst damage, icy wind is really where it's at.
what if we just swap the scenes, makes your camera full screen and the game in the camera spot?
To really be
Yeah, get your magnifying glass.
Maybe Rainy can prove us wrong here. Maybe it really is going to be a case of that Blissey and Glaceon combo to power up that Glaceon and, really rely.
Let's see if I can work on it as well. In the meantime, like I can watch the game and multitask.
We're gonna have to see. Laning stage though, really aggressive pushes coming out from Nemesis already.
Yeah, and you have to put those pressure immediately, especially when you have a Gyarados on the opposite side. So you want to make sure that this Gyarados would be delayed as much as possible, which is Team Nemesis, the job that they're doing right now.
Ooh, very close there. And Rainy's there with the Icy Wind. It doesn't connect on any enemy Pokemon, but it does manage to connect on the wild Pokemon instead. And it's going to be a bit of a battle here, but Ryuzok, unfortunately, just not enough health to survive. And Sync 1, very successful there with the team's initial knockout. So you can see already Nemesis really applying pressure in those lanes, which I think in this stage of the game, this early in the match.
I mean, I always had one. I just don't use it often. I don't feel compelled to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why they've been going in aggressive plays, making sure that this Gyarados won't take into effect at the first 2 minutes of the game. But Nidok has been giving them a lot of problems as well, especially that the tackle has been quite efficient for those plays.
Dylan is getting very close. He does have the shield though, so very, very close strain.
Let me see if I can turn up the brightness.
Do get knocked out for now. So very, very hard-hitting battle so far in those bottom lane for both players. KYY though being chased by Zeke. We do have support coming in there from Nemesis, and I think Zeke, he will slip away. Even the eject was committed there by Sync 1. The connection doesn't land, unfortunately, so slightly missed opportunity, but Zeke has to use that berry, so that's going to go on cooldown for a little bit. Hyperspace Hole is now active here for KYY, so Nemesis, they have their sustain available, and it's going to be quite difficult for Myth to win these fights unless they can maybe try and snap up those knockouts with just quick damage.
Yeah, but you have to admit that Made in Thailand has been doing really well in top lane for them to be able to catch up against Team Nemesis. And that's Shedin Shadal, quite efficient to be a showstopper at least on the top path, because Team Nemesis, they know that if this is not a Blaziken yet, they have to be very careful, knowing that this Lucario could just push them back.
Oh, we do see a bit of a push coming out from the Talonflame. It's going to be Fly for Sync 1 as well, so burst damage and survivability.
Bro, what is Lucario doing? Nah, bro, you can't start the Southeast Asia League like that, brother. Nah, you're trolling.
Well, Glaceon having to focus on self-preservation.
Brother just dove in at like 1 HP thinking, oh, don't worry guys, I got this.
Now protected by his teammates as Dylan body blocks with the new 2 shields.
You have to be very careful to Zeke as Zeke commences the push, but there goes the fly. It will drop down.
Brother, dead again? Yo, check this guy's PayPal account now.
To the hyperspace hole, that is 1-in-1 in exchange, but
Dream is online.
Ready to take down. Very sad. Shield connects, but not quite enough. Mudok is gonna be running away for his life, but still not enough. Team Nemesis is trying to commit to the push in top lane.
And Dream is going to make this defense so difficult because now as a fully involved Blaziken, he does so much damage.
Wait a minute.
He's
to the push into connect, but not quite enough. Mudok is gonna be running away for his life, but still not enough. Team Nemesis is trying to commit to the push in top lane.
And Dream
Bro, he's dead 3 times! 3 times!
Because now as a fully
in like
involved
2 minutes!
Blaziken, he does so
He's
much
averaging a life
so
expectancy of like
much.
30
If
seconds!
you pay attention to
Yo,
the
who is this
players,
Lucario
they
player?
don't really have the best
Nah,
ways to
bro,
use Blaziken, so
nah.
these fights, if Dream just fights with his team, Myth now have to make very critical decisions on who.
Where's
to use
Joeverlord?
their
We haven't got there
They
yet.
focus it on the
We're gonna
Blaziken,
see
they
Slash
use it on
first,
anyone else
before
that's starting to
Joeverlord.
in their back line. So decisions need to be made here for Myth, and they have to make correct ones, which unfortunately they will lose that top objective. And there's just not enough players to defend that bottom goal zone. The Gyarados
Like, you're supposed to play Lucario for early game, but like when you lose the early game as Extreme Speed Lucario, like there's a problem. Like you're gonna go from you're supposed to be relevant to useless to irrelevant.
The formation of Made in Thailand, and not just that, they were able to get the Regieleki to put some pressure up against Made in Thailand, knowing that they have scoring prowess because a while ago they got the Regidrago, but right now it's looking tougher and tougher for them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty difficult here for Myth because if you compare the 2 lineups, when it comes to that late game scaling, I think a lot of people are looking at Nemesis here. They have a lot of Pokemon that can really scale into the late game in terms of damage and survivability. Whereas for Myth, I feel like their prowess is that mid-game. They really want to try and take down Nemesis during this period of the game to prepare themselves and give themselves an advantage during the final stretch. So at this point, Myth is hoping Nemesis maybe make a mistake, they overstep their bounds, but they maybe fight as a fragmented team, get a couple of knockouts that way, and then maybe the game could equalize. They're trying to shoot their shot down bottom, but you know, Mudok, as big as you are as that Snorlax against 3 Pokemon, he just gets shredded.
And I love how aggressive Team Nemesis as well, because Rubix has been going too deep a while ago and using that X-Scissor perfectly for them to get a little bit of a knockout, I would say, since they want to make sure that maybe Thailand or Myth would be delayed as much as possible. Even though the flips are very difficult right now, they know that Myth is really a threat once Kyogre or the final boss appears.
Okay, this top lane could be very dangerous because
Oh my god, Lucario, what are you doing, buddy? Lucario! Oh my god, bro.
With Zeke so already just showing up the prowess of that Blaziken. KYY, he's making his way up there as well, and now I think Myth, they've lost this positioning to compete for that Rage Steal. They do have the Gyarados here, so Gladiator could try to go for the steal for the team, but look at Dylan, so smart, scouts out the bush, but all of a sudden, now Gladiator's job is difficult, he can't even get it, it's a Blaziken, the king of steals.
You gotta give credit to Dylan as well for checking the tall grass and making sure information is present for Team Nemesis. 50 points being shoot in the bank, but quite cancelled by Made in Thailand. But on the other side of the map, there goes the Rings and Bound, ready for the response, and Myth is actually pushing Team Nemesis back.
That was an insane play as well coming from KYY because I actually saw Sinquan almost getting duo knocked out by Myth in that top lane, but he put it out just in time. So the timing for this is insane. The team fighting is fight in the bottom lane, but they're still synchronizing with Sinquan in that top
Bro, this
lane.
guy, every time I see the camera pan to this guy's either dying or dead.
Perfect. They are playing so well together as a team that I struggle to see Made in Thailand being able to find a way to really come back into the game because they can't rely on mistakes. Nemesis are not making mistakes today.
Yeah, and I think RBX as well has been really creating a tough time or making challenges very difficult for Made in Thailand, especially with those rock tomb being set up on the play. If not for defensive purposes, they set it up for aggressive plays, which is probably have a high chance of Team Nemesis getting a knockout up against them. So they have to be very careful, especially on the final stretch, because these rock tombs could give them a huge problem later on.
Yeah, all it takes is just that perfectly landed rock tomb. And we're about to hit the final stretch as well here, Pika Yules. So for Made in Thailand, they have to make the correct decision here. If they can pick apart Nemesis around the Kyogre pit, this could be where they can make that comeback happen.
Oh, Mildock a little bit too early by hopping into the jump pad. Again, it's not enough for you to get the Kyogre. You have to make sure you wipe out the opposing team for you to freely score down the goals.
Oh, fight's happening in the bottom lane as well. Sinquan scoring 100 points, so he's gone for the back cap. We do see the Bliss Assist used onto Rainy. This Glacier doing damage now, otherwise it's going to be the end.
The Crustal Rock Tomb sandbagged the Talonflame Unite move, but it's still got the Jigman from Glaceon.
Having to use Icy Wind to escape. RBX can't quite find the connection. Here comes that Blaziken, though the team is grouped up. Blaziken is down. Maybe this is where Myth can make it happen. Gyarados and Lucas.
Oh, Talonflame came out huge. And it's over. And good night, sweet prince. And it's over.
Now falling. Team Nemesis are going to secure game number 1.
Sync one with the perfect dive with the fly is enough to knock them out. And we have a minute left, but Kyogre would land in the hands of Team Nemesis, and Made in Thailand have to defend. And if they can defend, they need to score.
If they can defend, you know what I always find funny about,
especially up against
like Pokemon Unite casters and like.
If I do say so myself, but man, I have to say.
Okay, I'm not saying it's impossible, but like one thing I always find kind of comical about Pokemon Unite casters is when they try to keep the game like entertaining. Like even when they know the game is over, like let's say for example the score is like 1,000-0, they will still try to play it off like, oh don't worry guys, it's still gonna be a close game. There's still a chance they can get back into the game. Like even if they didn't score, they'd still be winning by over 200.
Your draft, because I did see some issues with Myth's draft. Although to be fair, I did not expect Nemesis to play as aggressively as they did during the laning stage. That was also another big factor as to why they were able to take over that mid to late game.
Absolutely, and not just.
Well, the benefit is
can be a fantastic
we can fast forward, guys. Fast forward.
But especially in this matchup, I think we did see the weakness of this Pokemon, where if it's the only one really dishing out the damage, that it can struggle to get those eliminations. Especially with the fact that body blocking is very possible. Like we saw Dylan body blocking for his teammate on that Mewtwo. So it's a very great Pokemon, but it also requires a lot of skill and setup from your team, which they really didn't have. So I think we saw 2 failed attempts in that bottom lane for Rainy, and I think that actually set the Glaceon back so much, because you really need to secure those knockouts to kind of ensure that Rainy gets the extra levels and that Pokemon can, I'm not trying to joke here, but really snowball. That's what Glaceon wants to do. You want to become that massive snowball that a team is going to struggle to deal with. So let's see what adjustments we see, because at the moment we're not seeing much change aside from the same bans as last game.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons, or one of the factors that could actually help Made in Thailand is having a speedster on their team who could actually dish out damages at the early stages of the game. Maybe a Leafeon or a Scyther would actually be great for their lineup, especially for that stabilized lineup that Team Nemesis showed during game number 1. I mean, yeah, they do have
the skill dip is real. Hell, that's another team.
Right after the X-Scissor, you don't have quite enough kit already for Team Nemesis to push you back. So I think that is one of the things that Made in Thailand should actually look at. Maybe a
give me 30 seconds. I'm still here. Just give me 30 seconds.
Okay, so we do have one adjustment here.
I just want to move something, but I need my full attention.
Have decided to ban the Gyarados. So absolutely no Gyarados action at all for today's games. And Blissey has gone as well. Okay, so both teams getting rid of a new Pokemon, but this does mean we have Mewtwo X available in the pool, because that was the final ban for Nemesis in game 1. Do you remember what was the final ban for Myth in game 1?
Wait, I'm trying to refresh as well. I think it was Blastoise, the last Pokemon that they banned. Yeah, I believe it was Blastoise. So I think they would be locking in that right for now. And this would be the Rapid Spin Water Spout combo because that has been really quite used and it has been receiving a lot of power-ups lately. So having a secondary attacker in the defender form would actually be great for the team. But Team Nemesis, on the other hand, is quite making their lineup consistent. And if Blaziken does get away from them,
Sorry about
they
that.
still have Mewtwo X to be replaced in the pool.
And you can really see they are considering it, and they will be going with the double birds. So we do have our very sad Psyduck and the Blaziken.
Wait a minute.
So no Blaziken for Team Nemesis, but as you said, right, they have alternatives that they can decide to go for that they can go for themselves. I do like the changes so far from Myth. They do have a lot of sustain to work with. They also have big damage in the Blaziken, who's also great for objectives. But we also need to see what's going to be their range damage dealer that also is going to provide that support fire alongside Zeke. And is it going to be the Glaceon again, or maybe do we see something a bit different? I do want to point out, though, this Mamoswine pick for RBX is very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, Mamoswine has been doing phenomenal as a whole in PUACL, providing the setups, those beautiful Ice Fangs, so I don't see any problem with Rubix using this Pokemon. But Clefable, on the other hand, for Made in Thailand with this Snorlax, they have been providing a lot of sustain. They want to make sure that they prolong the team fight because Team Nemesis has a lot of refreshes, so it is a battle of sustain on what I'm seeing right now, Danily.
And we're going to finalize our draft for Nemesis with the
Empoleon?
So,
Mamoswine?
who is set? Are we going to be
Wait, double support comp and a Snorlax?
Going to pilot the Blaziken, which means it should be going
I don't like that, man.
Area for the team. So
If you got your ass kicked last game in the early game, the thought of you making it to late game after getting your ass kicked potentially a second time is not that appealing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's quite possible.
It does not seem that appealing.
I am very much thinking here.
I think
Don't worry, they're gonna go Flail Snorlax, I believe. They Flail Snorlax incoming, and it's gonna carry the team. Watch.
With the roles, it's just quite confusing, you know what I'm saying? Because it has a lot of combinations. It has a lot of possible combinations showing off their Pokemon pool, at least for game 2.
But then this also feels a little bit like game number 1, where you're focusing all of your energy into ensuring that Rainy and Zeke are your major damage dealers. And, okay, no hate to my Blastoise fans out there, but this is not a Pokemon that you look at and say, like, okay, this guy, yeah, ouch. You don't really say ouch with the Blastoise. Sure, Blaziken can do the job, but here's my concern now. You're going up against a Mamoswine, which you don't want to be anywhere near a Mamoswine. I don't care who you are. If you're a Blaziken or a Blastoise, you get picked up by the Ice Fangs. That's a setup for Simplot and Dream to just jump the gun on whoever gets picked up. So I have a lot of concerns.
Alright, if Team Made in Thailand win this game with this team comp, I'm gonna get 4 other people and play this in a 5-stack. I'm gonna use them as inspiration.
This is their solution to all their troubles from that first match.
We'll just have to wait and see, but of course, make sure to register for Winter Tournament, which is at the top right of the screen. There's the QR code for the registration, but let's hop back into the game.
Damn!
Not quite yet.
The Clutch Berry from Hoopa.
Survives another team fight in this setup.
Yeah, and I do like seeing Myth be a little bit more aggressive in that top lane as well, especially with how aggressive Nemesis is playing in that bottom lane, practically on top of the goal zone. So Made in Thailand, they're doing their best to defend. So hopefully the trade-off is that Zeke can get those levels and he can start being impactful for the team on that Blastoise.
Yeah, and we also got the first knockout at the bottom path, which is quite early, and I think Team Nemesis wants to get ahead of this lane, but there goes Clefable available already, and Gladi has been doing phenomenally well.
This camera's bugging me.
In order to counter up against
It is
Nemesis,
bugging me.
but Dylan
I need to get these settings right.
As he gets the second knockout, possibly
On the swine up!
Quite missed the opportunity. Good eject button for Rainy. And there we have it. A one-team fight for Team Nemesis, but they weren't able to convert some scores.
Oh man, I mean, they didn't get to convert the scores, but they managed to get a couple of knockouts there, whereas Myth just narrowly missing out on a knockout for RBX, which would have been a really great trade. The up top, though, not going to be looking too great. Zeke managing to retreat, as well as very sad, but this does push them out of lane, meaning that we're going to be seeing a very fed Empoleon very soon, unless something changes on the side of Myth. They're still sitting on that Combustion for Rainy, so if he can get to Blaziken anytime soon, which is right now, they need to start making moves happen. As they've hit that Blaziken, if they don't start to win these fights, I fear Nemesis are going to run away with this game again. And look at this big fight happening, or at least looming, in that bottom lane.
Uh-oh, Rubik's a bit too aggressive, but the Ice Fang actually does connect up against that Pokemon from Myth. But right now, they have to fall back, knowing that the reinforcements were not enough. So Kai decides to rotate to the bottom path, and they might take another fight and get the objective eventually.
They're going to keep fighting in that bottom lane, but big knockout there. Blaziken getting picked off by the Mewtwo. Why? A second knockout, as well as Dylan going absolutely crazy on that Mega Mewtwo. Why? This bottom lane is out.
You know what's the worst thing about all this is that compared to first game, they're feeding just as hard, but their late game comp is even worse than it was last game. So even if by some miracle they managed, like, Clefable's level 5, brother. This poor thing is just dying on recall. Nah, bro. Yo, get these guys out of here, man.
And that is such a phenomenal, well done job for Team Nemesis.
That was such a bait as well, because they used the bottom.
What's even crazier is that Myth is not even the 8th place team in the league, but they're playing really bad. So I can't tell if Team Nemesis are just that good in comparison, like in terms of a skill diff, or if Myth are just that bad, and then FN.
This team is falling further and
I think it's
further
FN Esports, I think, is just that worse.
Remaining in this match.
Because I haven't watched any games since the very first week, so I don't know how long, like, I don't know what's going on with these teams.
Maybe a couple of 8, a couple of 6 is not quite enough for them to do the sustain, especially those supporters would be very much of a squishy Pokemon at the hands of Team Nemesis, and just like that, they got another knockout. What can Very Sad and Rainy do for the team? There goes Rubix initiating the fight for the team. A little bit too deep, but Dylan is snowballing a lot of damage with those basic attacks. The fly would drop down, but not be hitting Myth eventually. But there goes Follow Me, a rapid spin as well to provide some space, but this is not yet quite enough for Myth, but they do get the knockout out of it. But what's going to be next? They got another one. Fly back immediately, Team Nemesis, because Myth is pushing too much, and they might be even getting the objective. But Rings Unbound is actually out as well, pushing the reinforcements. Too much to handle for Myth, but there goes Regieleki as the reinforcement. Power Nap has been ticked as well, but not quite enough to survive the fight. And here goes the Fly. It won't drop down in the hands of Myth, because they know that reinforcement keeps coming at the hands of Myth.
So unfortunate for Made in Thailand. They wanted to push with that Regieleki, but it is so difficult to fight into that Hooper, especially with the Rings Unbound. They're still going, but I fear this team might have overstepped their bounds with the Blastoise going down.
As quick as possible, Zeke doing its job, but not quite enough yet. Dylan would have to go for the reset, but eventually avoids it because he knows that he would get in trouble. But Freed is quite confident that he has to sustain to block out the push of Myth. And I think Myth...
Why do people play, like... okay, it's not that I don't understand why. I know people play Flail Snorlax when they have a low damage team composition, but like, oh my god. Every time I see Flail Snorlax, you know, in recent memory in competitive gameplay, I don't think I've seen a Flail Snorlax win a game. Like, I'm being dead-ass serious. Across, like, any region I've seen it. I've seen it in North America, I've seen it over here, pretty sure I saw it in Europe as well. And I don't think Flail Snorlax has seen a single win on live broadcast, at least when I was watching. Yeah, I know this is a VOD, but still. Same shit.
Those levels. They've got to create space for the Blaziken, or they have to find an opening for the Blastoise, because we're starting to reach the point of no return. The level difference between these two teams is insane.
Oh, they're messaging the admins. They're like, can we forfeit now?
The second objective in the bottom path would be a Regirock, and this would be very tough for Made in Thailand if Team Nemesis has a shot to get the Regirock once again. Basically, there would be more defense for their team, more refreshes, and as well as just getting a hard time to feel the damages of Made in Thailand. Knowing that it's only the Blaziken, probably just the heavy hitter of the team. I mean, yes, they do have the Snorlax with the flail, but that's just a backup. They have to rely on the Blaziken as much as possible. So it would be tough if they get another source of defense for Team Nemesis for mid. So they have to push back this Regirock as much as possible, or either get it for their own team.
Or I think you just sort of dive deep and maybe take some of Nemesis's central area. They really need those levels. Like, I think the level gap, it is too big for Myth to comfortably fight around that Kyogre pit. Especially with the fact that everything is on Rainy's shoulders, especially in that damage department. Whereas you can see for Nemesis, they have multiple Pokemon that can dish out high bursts of damage and even complete those knockouts. Look at RBX, right? He's buying time for that Mewtwo one.
Bro.
He's stalling so hard. He will eventually go down, but the team are here thanks to KYY, and now all of a sudden, Made in Thailand are about to make a very crucial decision if they can maybe win that fight down here, or they're just going to be giving Pokemon away, which that Clefable had no chance.
I love how Dream actually go
Like,
for the
the fact that it's a Blastoise is up top lane. They killed the Mamoswine. Wait, what happened? Game? Wait.
Soon here, Pika. Final 2 minutes. Myth are unfortunately.
I thought my stream died, and then I looked and the VOD is still going.
Kyogre might really be their only chance to win the game, but to team fight into Nemesis, that itself is already a very daunting task. So you're asking the team to basically commit to the most perfect fight possible.
Bro, what do you even do here with this team comp?
Scoring 100 points, and you can see right now, Made in Thailand, they feel pressured to fight. They're going into
Like, it's 379 to 87. They're force flipping Kyogre because they have no choice. This is like sheer desperation, and they have no damage either. Yeah, okay, honestly, I'm glad it's over. Don't be happy. Don't be sad that it's over, be happy.
Look,
oh my god, bro.
Had to make a call there. They saw Sync 1 in the bottom lane on that Talonflame. They also knew that there's a Hooper. So if a fight was going to happen, there was always going to be the rings unbound. They thought they...
Oh, we're seeing Slash's team versus team number 1.
It's a pretty tough...
Alright.
I really think he brings a next...
Alright, so this is one of the matchups that I want to watch. Team Slash... or Slash relegated to Southeast Asia versus the number 1 team in the league.
Behind the team, and I feel like Slash fills that role so well because he is such a technical player. He looks at the...
Alright guys, Onyx Rise is the first place league in this... First place team in this league so far. And then Evos FXL is Slash's new team in the Southeast Asia. But they're ranked number 5 as of right now.
So I know I'm not choosing Evos here, but I am very scared as somebody that is looking at Onyx at the moment.
Yeah, and not denying Onyx as well, but they are a team who has been really solid in terms of performance and their roster as well by keeping it intact, and they have been together for a long time, which makes them so strong in Pokemon Unite. But we'll just have to wait and see the draft itself because that might
guys, I'm a floating head.
60% comes to draft, 40% comes to execution, and if whoever has the same draft has the highest chance of winning the game, especially knowing that this team has a huge amount of chemistry.
Yeah, and already right off the back, so Onyx has first pick, and they're already highlighting that Vaporeon for Illuna. It might end up being Zoe, because I think Zoe has also played that Vaporeon in previous weeks, but quite surprising how Onyx has just really loved this Vaporeon. I'm quite surprised that they haven't decided to pick something else. I know we saw for Nemesis, they actually decided to go for the Hooper themselves, so, I mean, Pika, could you maybe shed some light here? Like, why is this Vaporeon such an Onyx pick?
I think it's one of the reasons why they always pick it. It's because of the zoning capabilities of this Vaporeon with its proper toolkit, proper moves, and especially the muddy water. It provides a lot of space into team fights, especially on the Kyogre pit. So I think I mean, before I move
Are we really asking why people pick Vaporeon? It's overpowered, man. This is before the nerf. It's overpowered. Best defender in the game. You don't even need another reason. It can do everything. It can do damage. It can crowd control. It can heal. It can be annoying. It's an Eevee. It gets its power spike faster. Come on.
Whether they want to play against it or at least be prepared for it. And EVOS are going to bring it to us in game number 2.
The question is, who wouldn't pick Vaporeon if it was available?
Going to suddenly change things because Darkrai's
Unless there's a better pickup, which is not many.
I mean, if I'm EVOS, right, like, are we looking to just go absolutely ham during that mid to early to mid game? Because looking at their lineup,
Oh, Darkrai!
you've got big damage. You've got
We did not see Darkrai in NA, and keep in mind, this is before the buff as well. So this is the quote-unquote nerf
so
Darkrai.
This is not a defender Blaziken, but who's filling the Shindy? Alright, this makes me a little bit confused. I know for sure Shindy would fill in the core, but with the Rocky helmet, I'm not quite sure. Maybe 94 would do the supporter role. I think so, but there's a lot of possibilities. But what do you think for Evo's FXL? Because in Onyx Rise, I can see the crystal clear of the picture on what they're trying to do. But for Evo's FXL, it's a little bit of a mix-up.
Why did they pick Mimikyu though? Ruined all water team?
Those Pokemons to sleep. But what's your take here, Daniel?
Well, actually, when Mimikyu Mega Evolves and turns into a water type.
Darkrai, actually, because there's the only alternative for a support Pokemon, quote unquote, is Mew, right? We've seen in the past teams running that new support, but it's Z-Ray. Z-Ray doesn't really play support for the team, so I think I have to agree with you. This does seem to be some kind of support Darkrai, like come in and provide that setup for.
There's no such thing as a support Darkrai.
To come in and dish out the damage. The only issue I kind of see is that we have a lot of very tanky or very elusive Pokemon on the side of Onyx, right? So it's not a case of just focus this very squishy and then you get the guaranteed knockout. No, it's a lot of coordination for these team fights. But if we come to objectives, it's going to be in EVOS's court, right? You've got that Blaziken, probably one of the best, if not the best, secure Pokemon in this game already. So for Onyx, I think they now have to sort of look at their roster and think, okay, do we compete with EVOS for objectives, or do we maybe go for these small skirmishes? Because I don't really see this team being able to out-secure Shindy
I'm
unless they
disappearing.
secure Shindy for the objective.
Absolutely true, but for
Bro, what is up with my
game
mouse? My mouse is like going
number
haywire.
two,
It's like moving by itself.
To be Evo's FXL or Onyx Rise, make sure to type in your prediction and answer to our first giveaway in this live stream. So you have to type it completely, Evo's FXL and Onyx Rise. So only one.
Guys, my mouse is possessed.
Participant, and if you do have multiple votes, your entry for the giveaway would be disqualified. So make sure to predict ahead of time. You have the trap already. Make sure to shoot your shot and win for our giveaway, because the prize would be a t-shirt. So make sure to cast your predictions and answer the giveaway in comment section in YouTube live stream.
All right, so we do see Slash.
Bro, what is Slash doing?
Slash shenanigans actually
Like, look, no. Like, pause. Like, this, like, honestly, what is Slash doing? Bro, did, like, moving to Southeast Asia fry his brain cells? Why are we just giving... Why are we just giving the Magikarp, like, a free level up? Like, stealing that berry? Yeah, like, cool. But, like... It's at the expense of the fucking Magikarp. It's not worth. This guy just ran past 3 people just to, what, steal a berry and then dies for literally nothing?
A t-shirt, so make sure to cast your predictions and answer the
okay, tell me this, like, what impossible reason do you have to make this play? It makes no sense. You didn't get anything out of it.
Going very, very deep. Meaning that EVOS, they do have a relatively easy top lane as our Combustion heads back into that central area. So Shindy just doing his absolute best to get and hit that Blaziken level before he provides support for the team. We haven't really seen much action down bottom, but so far it seems to be an equal trade. We're not really seeing anybody dominate down here because most of the team fights have been happening in that top lane, but I do suspect in a minute or two, things to change, where we see which team is going to be in the driver's seat and who is in the passenger seat trying to take that control back. And you can see right now, teams getting ready for that Regidrago, and at the moment we have both teams with an equal number of Pokemon. Now with Xingdi here, it's going to be really hard to compete, and yeah, Regidrago going in the way of EVOS FXL. But
Oh my god.
coming in from Onyx, that Mimikyu doing Mimikyu things, Z-Ray, that poor Mew just gets absolutely shredded.
And that is going to give them a huge problem with the Trick Room. Gives a huge ton of mobility for Cell to move around and get those damages done up against EVOS FXL.
Seeing Mimikyu move around like that is honestly so funny.
Asleep later on, it could be a factor as well for EVOS FXL to counter that kind of offense. So this would be a huge role for Darkrai, and at the same time for the Snorlax, a team of EVOS FXL.
Yeah, we do see another little fight here. Eeyore just choosing to scare off Slash, who is going for a couple of scores himself, just being a nuisance. But I feel like Slash is so smart here because he's giving so much space for Lucario to get those levels that Eeyore is not really there to provide any kind of pressure onto that Lucario. Down bottom though, beautiful secure there coming out from Z-Ray. They lose the Blaziken though, so Xingdi giving away some experience, but at least they get the objective. So it's a slight trade, obviously not favorable, but it could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have some.
Yo, I can't see it. Who's the camera person? I can't see the top lane. Move the camera! Oh my god. You know what all these production teams have in common? The camera person doesn't know what they're doing. Like, god damn, bro. Like, why do I care about Empoleon if he's doing a blue buff or a Baltoy or whatever?
Once again, Regieleki is pushing the top lane, pretty quite successful, and they're going to be scoring those goals. And I love how Slash utilized that block in order to push back the offense and defense of Onyx Rise.
And not just that, big props to Z-Ray because he surfed everyone from Onyx.
I also just want to point out right now, in case there's any confusion, the thing at the bottom is in the wrong place. Like, Onyx Rise is on the right and EVOS is on the left, but if you're actually paying attention, like, EVOS is the right side and Onyx is the left side. Just FYI. They're also different colors at the bottom, so it might be a little confusing for some people.
So next level plays coming out from EVOS, just preventing Onyx from being able to play their game. And now the points are in favor of EVOS. It was originally leading with Onyx Rise. So all of a sudden, this game, I think we're back to not really square one. We're actually back in the position for EVOS because look at their levels. Xingdi's level 10. He's the highest level Pokemon in the game, so he does have a pretty big advantage. Unless maybe we start to see a solo knockout here from Cell. This is the Pokemon to get the
Okay,
picked up, and all of a sudden, Cell he is on the he's on the flux, and with the support of Slash, he does.
It was kind of bad. Not gonna lie to you.
His heart was in his throat.
Kind of bad.
Thanks to his captain. Well, actually, I don't even know if Slash is the captain, but they saved the day. They saved the game. It could have gone terribly.
Oh, the damage.
From Axie, being able to secure the
Napoleon just said surf's up, dude.
And they have to set up a distance here at the bottom lane, being able to make sure that they do get some spacing and some scores get ongoing. Registeel is up already for them, and I think they would be taking this one for free. And they have more attacking.
It's kind of interesting to see that Empoleon is considered meta over here. This is like, what? I think the second game where when Empoleon's been played.
Instead, I actually like this play a little bit more because EVOS knew that there could have been a fight on that goal zone. So they were there ready to defend, and Blaziken, probably one of the best Pokemon to defend a goal zone, especially with the overheat. Constantly threatening a fully charged overheat, that's always going to be very scary, even if you have damage. So Onyx, I think they just did the right play. Focus on trying to catch up and get those levels and get ready for that final stretch. Because I think they also understand that a lot of these objectives are not going to go in their favor. Regieleki so far, I think, has always gone in favor of EVOS. So they're trying to play it slow and methodical. They could try to fight head on with EVOS, but they also know if they let EVOS run away with the game, I think that is basically it. It's game over.
Oh, Z-Ray barely missed the serve in order to knock back the
Cell.
members of Onyx Rise. Shane D has to back away here, avoiding all the attacks possible. Not quite enough. Illunia and Cell did
Damn.
quite a job there to put up some pressure. But here comes AxeQ trying to back away. He does know that there's a huge threat for Evo's FXL. Yep, goes.
Oh!
Not quite sure what's gonna happen next.
The Shed Ninja doll, but Mimikyu's here.
Trying to back away. Cell is looking for the opportunity for them, but that was actually quite enough to buy some time.
Oh!
Create some reinforcements for
Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Mimikyu lived!
But what came
Yo, that was actually pretty insane. Yo, 1 HP in a dream.
phenomenal teamwork and shot call from them.
Yo, Mimi is cruising. Yo, they broke their ankles, man.
He's at the skin of his teeth, and he knows he's that primary target. Evil's worked that Mimikyu so bad, and he gets the knockout before he escapes too.
I think that one single moment was more exciting than all of EU.
Into game number 2,
Than all of
this
EU.
guy has gotten away with some criminal knockouts so far. But we're almost at that 2-minute stretch here, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds to go. We do see Reggie Rock being secured by Onyx Rise, so they will have a defense boost coming into this final stretch. And we know Onyx, they want to get that, they want to get the Kyogre, they want the buff, they want to score those points, but we know Evos are expecting this as well. They know they're currently...
Everyone is really
charging
underleveled right
against
now.
points. If they can maybe get a sneaky knock, a sneaky elimination, that is where this team will be able to thrive. But look at the zoning from Onyx. They're trying to keep Evos at bay. Oh, but Zoe getting very close on the Vaporeon, but this is a very tanky Pokemon. Eeyore getting very close in that top lane. But again, the zoning, oh, the Trick Room usage as well, just poking and prodding.
Oh,
finding an
nice.
Opening. Big Solar being used as well. We do have a push coming in from Slash. He's at half health though, so he is dangerously low. We do get a bit of a pushback. Vaporeon getting caught, but he's still so healthy.
Man, this is too difficult for Evil's FXL to charge in. They have the Vaporeon and
Trigger.
the Lapras to do the zoning capabilities, and Illuna is quite low here, but still Slash is trying to put a huge...
Flash is almost dead.
Just want to bait out the
This guy's
Kyogre.
playing so confident. I'm surprised that Snorlax didn't die right there.
There goes the first knockout, landing in the hands of Evil's FXL. Dragon's Current was pop up as well. A 1-for-1 exchange, but not quite enough to dictate the state of the game.
Oh, AxeQ gonna be fighting into that Darkrai, but this Empoleon looking a little bit too tanky at the moment. The rest of the team, though, 77 shit, trying to go for that fight.
Oh!
Shingy trying to escape very
Lucario
well.
just melted. I honestly didn't even realize.
Slash, though.
Bro, I swear I didn't even realize they had a Lucario. I'm gonna be honest with
He
you.
can get this steal. He can slow down.
Get the Snorlax!
Onyx Rise, using the block, trying to push them away. But
Oh,
this
no.
secures it for the team.
They still gotta score though,
Now
but
rushing
it's
to get
Jover.
those points in. They
Mimikyu
should
can't
be
hold
able to
this.
get it unless some miracle
They gotta score
happens
one
at
more.
Evos.
Oh wait, no, actually, it's over.
Uh-oh, Onyx pushing too much here.
Z-Ray.
That's the lead. There's another 100. Shin wasn't there on time to get the defense going, but they only have 15 seconds to flip the game, and
It's
I don't
too
see
late.
any opportunity for Evil's FXL to turn the tides.
Well, guys, if there's a competitive Unite next season, you know, if Pokemon Unite makes it for another full year, 2027, we'll probably see Slash come back to North America.
Forcing Evos to try to fight into them at those choke points was beautiful. I think they did so well with basically forcing Evos to run into Onyx Rise when it should have been vice versa. Evos should have been.
Alright, we
the ones to be in
gotta
position.
get to game
So
2.
Onyx Rise away from the Kyogre pit. Swapped out as well. But knowing Blastoise is in the pool, all of a sudden, I think that does influence how you decide to ban, because you have to always be aware of, like, okay, Blastoise is there, we have to worry about a Hydro Typhoon potential making an appearance in this draft as well. So, I think Mewtwo X, I think this is something where it's like, this is, I don't think you can remove that from the ban. I feel like that's something that you have to keep unless you let it through and you want to pick it yourself.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, to be fair, I think Mewtwo X does play a lot of role right now. Especially, it could be a primary attacker and secondary supporter on the team with those pulls that it could do. It's like much more of an alternative Slowbro. That's how I see it. It's like more of a telekinesis type archetype Pokemon. So if you do have Mewtwo X, you can do both. You can do the setup, you can do the damages as well. So I think that's one of the Pokemon that has to really be a high priority ban for the teams competing here. But we just have to wait and see. So Evil's FXL decided
What up?
to go
Slash
for
move
purple
slash move to
side
Asia?
of the
Yes,
team.
sir.
This could be good for them. They
At the
could
end of
really
last
take
year.
away the Vaporeon at
After
the
LG
end of
disbanded, he moved to
August.
Southeast Asia to join
Oh, I also want to mention
Evos
are we gonna see
FXL.
Darkrai again? I kind of feel like
I'm part of the
the
crew.
idea behind it
Me?
was great.
Little old
I
me.
think 94, he definitely had an idea for game number 1. I just don't think it panned out the way he wanted to for that late game.
I'm still thinking, what are the possibilities? So, okay, I see the ban of Vaporeon here. So, if you're not going to use it, just take it away. I think that's the mindset here for Onyx because
Because they don't get first pick.
Yeah, they don't get first pick, and defenders are well known for being the first pick or all rounders. So I kind of understand why this is taken away. So defenders speaking, Blastoise is still banned. Umbreon is automatically banned, so you're not allowed to use it. So what defender could be an alternative? Maybe a Crossover would do.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx, they do play Frostal, but in... Hello? Really?
Do we get
Really?
another
Okay, so the
first
Snorlax, we've seen Snorlax. There's no way you open up with a Darkrai. There is no way. XQ, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, XQ? Oh my gosh. Well, I thought I knew. I thought I knew what we were doing in this broadcast. Now I feel a little bit lost.
A little bit lost. Would this give a nightmare? I don't know if this would give a nightmare to Evos.
I'm just thinking, is it really Axq playing the Darkrai? Because this could be a bit of a shift. Maybe it's Eeyore that maybe plays it if they want to play Central Lane Darkrai. But if it's Axq, I mean, this man must have a plan. Okay, anyways, we'll see what happens with the Darkrai in just a second. Opening drafts for EVOS XL, what are we thinking here? They picked a lot of cool Pokemon for their opening lineup. They actually left their supporters for last.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So this is a damaged Darkrai. That's what I'm seeing. If they won't be switching the Pokemons.
Okay, I promise you it's probably this. I think Cell and Axq, if this is a core Darkrai, they're swapping. I think it's a swap. Unless maybe they give Cell the Mimikyu, Eeyore picks up the Leafeon and goes center with it, and then Axq stays on the Darkrai. That is a possibility.
And with the
We theory craft later. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I knew, but I feel like I don't even know my job anymore. Oh, man. Okay, there's the last Psyduck. Who's got what? Where are the swaps? Okay, we've got to see some swaps here.
No swaps?
No?
No?
No
oh,
swap. There's the swap.
Central,
I was going to say. Okay, so I think Cell taking this Darkrai makes much more sense, especially with his general playstyle. He's so good at getting those pickoffs. And Axq, historically speaking, plays a nasty lane Leafeon as well. So I think if I'm Evos have great Pokemon in their lineup, by the way. They have Empoleon, Blaziken, and a Mega Lucario. So big damage on the team. You've also got the healing from 77's Alcremie. So great support, great damage. The only thing I think you now have to worry a little bit about is the sustain for Evos, because they've gone for all attack, I feel. They've gone for all attack. They want to overwhelm Onyx Rise. They want to say, bulk doesn't really matter. We're going straight for the knockouts. But the same thing can be said for Onyx Rise, because if you look at their lineup, they're not really tanky themselves, but they have damage for days. So I think this next game is going to get real scrappy. We're going to see a lot of knockouts, a lot of pressure during the laning stage, and a big fight to see who takes tempo for mid-game.
Yeah, and I do agree on those points as well, but I'm quite concerned here for Evil's FXL. What if they lose the Alcremie, they lose the access to an Alcremie at the early part of the fights? What's actually next? Yes, they do have the damage. Those are all rounders. They could probably self-sustain, but the amount of damage that Onyx Rise could do is pretty much commendable, I would say. So they need to take care of that Alcremie as much as possible, because if not, that would be pretty tough for them. Because I am seeing this as maybe to prioritize the healing for Evo's FXL, but what if they don't have access to it already? What if the Leafeon advances immediately and goes for the knockout against 77 Shin? That would be
When is Kimmy cutting your hair on stream? Never.
You
Kimmy doesn't want me to cut my hair.
Saying, I'm just gonna give this Al Creamy a
She said that numerous times.
Slash is there. He does
If
get
it
the
was
final
up to
secures there
getting a
onto
haircut
Pokemon,
or keeping
so
my hair long,
experience
she wants me to
definitely
keep it
taken.
long.
You can see right now, right off the bat, Evos. Oh, that was beautiful from Zoe. Slowing Xingdi down, preventing any kind of.
Also, I wouldn't cut my hair during the winter because it's too cold right now.
Big respects to Evos. I think they also realize
She likes long hair. She does because she likes putting it in a ponytail or she likes braiding it if she can. It gives her something to do when I go over. So the short answer is yes.
And Iluna is creating some space for the team, which is quite phenomenal. Making FXL suffer despite being on their base. That was actually a job done for Onyx Rise to be on this early stages and push back the offense, or rather the defense of Evo's FXL.
Oh, Slash was very close to getting the knockback onto Cell, just not quite enough. That top lane, Onyx Rise, they really want to win that top lane and just basically take over the game. And here comes Eeyore, they get the secure onto Slash as well on that Lucario. Oh boy, top lane, an absolute disaster for EVOS. Thankfully down bottom they are looking a little bit more secure as it's only a 1 versus 2 matchup down there with AxeQ on that Leafeon. But you can see already right off the bat, Onyx, they are in the driver's seat. They want to start fighting and already Iluna zoning away that Mega Lucario.
That was actually a job done. That is what you expect as much as possible. Zone out.
Okay. I'm gonna watch this match and then I gotta reply to someone. Like someone sent me the biggest essay ever and I have to read it and then like I have to also respond to it, but I gotta make sure I respond appropriately. But let me watch this game first and then I'll go from there. Oh my god! Is that a flail Snorlax chasing down a Lucario? That's crazy.
So again, just zooming further and further ahead in this early game, EVOS,
you know, maybe Slash couldn't make it work, but this guy over here, Giga Chad Snorlax over here.
Still looking for their levels. They do get the evolutions up, so we have hit max evolution for everybody for EVOS. Hopefully things can start turning because if Onyx keep winning these fights from here on out, this might just be the toughest game for EVOS to come back from. We have Reggie Lucky down here and already Onyx looking to zoom away.
Oh my god!
The damage from AxeQ, it's just too much from that Leafeon. We still have 74 trying though.
Yo, these guys are... Yo! Look at this Snorlax! Oh my god! Yo, where was this Snorlax for EVO's last game? Yo, this guy is literally boosting this team. Oh my god, bro. He's killing Lucario, killing Empoleon. What's next? Like, this is like that one rare game, like, you see like 10 Flail Snorlax players, and then one out of those 10 players actually does something relevant. The other 9 just speed up. Oh! Oh! Oh no! Mimikyu! Mimikyu, no! Oh my god! Yo, did you guys see that? Okay, I'll rewind it just in case you missed it. Hold on.
Is a job of a defender in order to let your teammates score and get the objectives as much as
oh, that poor Mimikyu, bro. Look, this guy got so excited. He's just like, yes! I got the Blaziken! Used the Shadow Sneak right before they recalled, and then, oh my god, that poor guy.
In order to advance into the offensive side.
Yeah, it's not over for EVOS. You can tell this team is really investing for that.
Yeah, that is so depressing.
From Eeyore, though, on the Mimikyu to play so deep, but it's not over for EVOS. They have fully invested in a very late game lineup with very great scaling Pokemon. They just got to make sure that they get their level somehow. So if they can survive this onslaught coming up from Onyx Rise and get their levels, if things are more equalized around the time Kyogre spawns in, we can see EVOS win these next upcoming team fights. They just have to try and fight their way through, not only to survive, but just keep getting that experience. The game is not over yet. We still have 5 more minutes to go, and if the Kyogre is still available, the game's not over.
Oh, look at that play. Playing with me for Eeyore and the block.
Ooh! 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 Baby!
Phenomenal teamwork for Onyx Rise, but would that be worth it?
Yo, Onyx Rise is kind of schooling these guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're just clowning on them.
Gets a complete wipe in this
Okay, I say that and then Psyduck got caught out, but the point still stands.
Objectives, and I feel like they will. Reggie still is waving at them.
Reggie Steele's there. This is a
Wait a minute.
Boost, and there's
Wait,
only
is Slash playing Lucario?
does not get the last hit.
When does Slash play Lucario? And what reality is this?
Final hit for the team.
Isn't he the...
Enough to break this goal zone. It's gonna be a nice
Oh, no wonder they're losing. Slash doesn't play top lane or Lucario.
They had Z-Rays here at the side duck. I mean, they thought they can get that damage onto Z.
Oh no, that's why. Bro, put him back on a defender.
This team has got some more levels to work with. They also have a pretty substantial buff to work with as well. So Onyx, I think they've got to start to show them a little bit more respect. They can't afford to give away too many more knockouts from this point on, because if they do, suddenly the game equalizes, and you don't want to level equalize with a team that has so many late game Pokemon.
Absolutely, Evo's FXL does have that potential to be on the late game, but here comes Shindy and 94 trying to push back the Pokemons of Onyx because they want the resources as much as possible for them to go back ahead of time. But the spacing is too good as well for Onyx. They are anticipating that Evo's FXL might get deep because they need the experience.
Oh! Oh my lord! Oh! Yo! Look at the damage from Darkrai! Oh my god! Yo, and this is before the buff! Yo, wait, where's the playback? Hold on. Hang on.
Because they need the experience.
Yo! Look at their HP bars!
That Evo's FXL might...
Yo, some people would think Darkrai's a magic type because he just made their HP bars disappear. Look at that! Oh my lord! And that's just Darkrai by himself with Shadow Claw and Dark Pulse. Jesus! And what's even worse is Leafeon just cut them off from the back and literally just melted them with Unite move. Damn.
Huge amount of HP, but there goes Onyx Rise advancing even further, almost a wipeout. That is what they have been.
Bro, I gotta start practicing Darkrai, man. I gotta play Shadow Claw and Dark Pulse.
Able to make sure to put a huge amount of scores, and Onyx Rise is sitting comfortably on the lead. They could just defend the Kyogre later on.
I wish we had a replay function, because that setup by Cell, that hit the panic button there for Evos, and the setup for Axew to come in with the Unite as well. Oh, that was brilliant. That is what you want to see when you see that coordinated team play. Stacking that damage together, just deleting Evos from the game. That was beautiful. They can't afford to give away that lead though, so Eeyore, he does successfully get away. Shindy is trying to slow them down.
Oh wait, that's a Psyduck Unite move.
And
But
they also lose the Blaziken, so this Regirock is free pickings for Onyx. This is what Evos needed coming into that Kyogre, so all of a sudden...
wait, they might if they rotate right away, they might have time for bottom, but I don't think they do it.
Evo's FXL, but at the same time,
The level
Onyx Rise
difference.
does have those,
You know, something I noticed about the Asian teams, they never really care that much for the third Regieleki.
There will be a Kyogre. So, I mean, yes, they could defend it, but at the same time, Evo's FXL has a lot of moves left, has these Unite moves in order to have the potential to knock them out.
Man, Cell's been insane with the setups constantly.
Oh, Darkrai! Oh, Mimikyu! Oh! What? How?
Move being used as well. Creamy almost getting picked off, but Big not get there onto Eeyore. But it's a two-person trade.
What? What are these animations?
Evos FXL.
Bro, I'm actually so confused. How did that even happen? Oh, yo, I gotta rewatch that. Hold on.
Up to Blaziken and the Empoleon. Can they maybe go for the steal? Can they win?
Get him! Get him! Get the chicken! Get the chicken!
Team going after him. Over here. They do some damage for Xingdi.
Get the cream puff! Kill it! Kill it! Burn it with fire!
Now the thing is, Onyx Rise, they are weak.
It's an ice type, melt it!
Classic supporter that can provide them health. So we are looking at a reset with one.
Man, bro, these guys got dismantled.
Shot at getting this Kyogre and tying this game 1-1.
Well, you can definitely see the difference between the first place team and the 5th place team. Like, it was very apparent. But yo, look at Darkrai, man.
And the Snorlax would advance deeper to set up the distance up against them.
Bro, that is a scary dark type, man. Scary, scary, scary.
And there goes the sleep because of the Darkrai being sent out into the island. And Onyx Rise, 30 seconds left. They have a huge amount of offense coming in.
Onyx did.
GG's.
I really think that
G
landslide
to
did
the
as
G.
soon as 77's Alcremie was taken out. He thought he was safe, able to hide into that bush, but Onyx knew. They knew that Alcremie was there, went for the delete button.
Okay, I gotta rewatch part of that fight again. Hold on. Okay, I know it's over. Okay, there's one part of the fight that I want to watch. It was like right here. Hold on.
Left has these unite moves in order to have the potential to knock them out.
Man,
okay, so there's the Shadow Sneak.
Insane, but the setup's constantly threatening. Axki though was about to get sandwiched, but Iluna's there.
Wait, Mimikyu. Sorry, Alcremie can unite move in the middle of a Mimikyu unite move? Since when? Always?
Man, Salah's been insane, but the setup's constantly threatening. Axki though was
Look. Mimikyu united. They're killing the Alcremie. I did not know Alcremie could do that. I thought they were dead right here, but then they got their unite move off.
We do see the unite move being used as well. Alcremie almost getting.
What is the unite move a cleanse? Because I've never played that. Also, how did Darkrai's unite move not activate here?
We do see the unite move being used.
No.
Insane, but the setup's constantly threatening.
The play rough is the play rough is right there on Napoleon. And then they just use their unite move on the Alcremie right here. That's the unite move for sure, 100%. So like I was curious as to how Alcremie managed to get their unite move off there.
Do you see the unite move being used as well? Alcremie almost getting picked off, but big not get there onto.
No, right here, guys. Look. Mimikyu is play roughing right here on the Napoleon, and then immediately they auto attacked, and then they united the Alcremie. But then Alcremie still managed to get their unite move off, so I was confused. Because I don't play Alcremie, so like I never played it before, so I don't know. I was thinking it might be a cleanse. And then like right here as well. So Darkrai eject buttons. How did this unite move not activate on the Darkrai? You can't tell me that he wasn't close enough. Like what?
Alcremie and Mew being picked up there from EVOS FXL. They got Eel though. It's a 2 versus 4 matchup though. It's gonna be up to our Blaziken and the Empoleon.
Damn, that Darkrai was goddamn, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, that Darkrai was kind of up and off.
They do some damage for Xingdi alone on that Blaziken, just not able to finish them off. Now the thing is, Onyx Rise, they are weakened. They are not running a classic supporter that can provide them health. So we are looking at a reset with 1 minute left on the clock. So EVOS, they have one more shot at getting this Kyogre and tying this game 1-1.
And the buff is still activated here for the Reggie. So we still have a little bit of a defense in their pocket, and Chin was taken down in the process. The pokes are coming in for Onyx Rise, and the Snorlax would advance deeper to set up the distance up against them. Xingdi trying to push his way up against the Snorlax that still cannot get the knockout. And there goes the sleep because of the Darkrai being sent out into the island. And Onyx Rise, 30 seconds left. They have a huge amount of offense coming in.
Onyx didn't even give them a chance. And I really think that landslide clicked in as soon as 77's Alcremie was taken out. He thought he was safe, able to hide into that bush, but Onyx knew. They knew that Alcremie was there, went for the delete button, managed to pick up the supporter, and all of a sudden EVOS, I think they were just, they were forced. into a fight, hoping that maybe Onyx just dove a little bit too deep, but man, Onyx Rise on point, on top of the world today, and they're going to move on to the next stage, meaning their next opponent is going to be Team Nemesis. And okay, as much as we both love Team Nemesis as a team, Onyx is going to be a tough opponent for round 2.
Absolutely, and we all know that Onyx gave Team Nemesis a hard time during the past days that they have been going up against each other. But still, props to Evo's FXL, at least for game number 2. They did the job well done, but I think it comes into the point that what if they don't have Chin? That is what I've been saying a while ago. What if they don't have Chin? In which he has been the priority target of Onyx Rise. They want to get rid of the sustain as much as possible, because if Chin is knocked down, it's just the Pokemons who can do the damage and the self-sustain. But after all, Onyx has the defense because of the Regirock, and they do have a huge amount of offense in their kit, so which is actually possible for them to win the team fights.
I think to add on top of that as well, I think one of the biggest downfalls for Alcremie we've seen historically is that this Pokemon is not really able to save itself. It's really kind of stuck in place, and it needs its team to protect it. And if you looked at what EVOS was actually running as a team, they didn't really have any way to really keep 77 safe. He either had to play really far back from the team, which is not ideal for Alcremie, or you play in the front and hope you have enough bulk to survive and provide that support for your team. And I don't blame 77 for trying to go into the bush to play that far forward, to, you know, be the catalyst to support the team. But it's Onyx. I think this team understands how important Alcremie was for this team to be able to sustain and maybe even outlast Onyx. So the fact that they focused on 77 the moment they saw the opportunity arise, it was the correct decision. I think almost felt like the only decision to ensure that they secured that game. So yeah, it's just a testament to Onyx and their knowledge on who they need to prioritize, because it is important in these fights to pick the best target to take down first, to give you the advantage for the remainder of that team fight. And we all know, right, this Alcremie, this was the only way that EVOS were going to be able to survive those long, prolonged team fights, especially with how much burst was coming out of Onyx's side.
Absolutely, I agree. And it's not that the plan of Evo Excel did not work. I can see the vision of their draft in game number 2, but it's just too many Pokemons for them to handle at the hands of Onyx Rise, knowing that they have Speedster who could definitely lock in towards that Alcremie in the fight. So without the Alcremie, definitely it will be a tough time for Evo's FXL. And Onyx Rise does know what to prioritize in the game.
Yeah, so it was inevitable, I think. It was just a tough matchup. We had two Titans going at it, and I know both of us were predicting it was going to be a 3-game matchup, but unfortunately we're cut short by 1 game. It's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Onyx, which means, as I said before, Onyx will continue on to the next stage, meaning their opponent will be Team Nemesis later today. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup. But as we get ready for game number 3, folks, we are going to go for a short break. PQs will be back in 5.
Alright, hold on. This will give me time to write my text. So I'm not going to fast forward just yet. I need like 2 minutes.
Back in 5 because our next matchup is going to be an exciting one as well. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Oh, this is the last place team versus what? I think that's the 3rd place team, I think? Okay, well, if I don't see a 2-0 against a team that is that's not even scraping by, I'm gonna be very disappointed. I better see like a one-sided Giga Stomp in this series. 2-0, and like, they better have like 100 kills between both games. If not more. Okay, sorry guys. I'm stalling right now because I'm sending a text message, so just bear with me, guys. Okay, I'll fast forward to when the casters are talking because I want to miss the match either. I'll here. There.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. We've just wrapped up our first two games, and we've already seen who's going to be our second round of matchups, but we're going to focus on our next round of games. It's match number 3, and it's a pretty interesting one as well. We have FN Esports going up against Rival Esports. And this is a tough one for FN. We had a bit of a discussion here, Peaky Rules, about the journey that these teams have made so far. FN, unfortunately, currently sitting last on our leaderboard, and Rival is second. So I think the question now is, can FN make it to the second round? Because this is something that they have struggled with leading up until today's game.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to get past round 1 for over the course of 3 days that POACL has commenced. So definitely this is a tough challenge for them if they do not get passed by their opponent for today, which is no joke. It's Rival Esports.
What?
It's the second seeded team by far in the tournament. And going by, you know, Rival Esports, which is formerly known as Paper X last year because of their roster, has been really phenomenal, I would say, in play all throughout the course of the tournament. They have been a consistent contender from the Worlds as well, so this is really a tough call for FN Esports, but we never know what's coming up next. They might be able to do the upset up against one of the kings here in Southeast Asia.
Anything can happen, right? It really comes down to the game itself, your draft, how do you set up your game, and how do you play leading up to the final objective, which Pika, I think that this is something that we kind of have to talk about, right? Because I kind of asked you for your opinion on Kyogre, right? Like, what map meta, has made it, I guess, the most fair for all the teams? And you said Kyogre has been the most fair so far. Do you kind of want to break it down, like why Kyogre has been such a factor in, you know, ensuring that we don't have any steals, as we used to say.
Yeah, I mean, before I go into that, we would like to remind everyone again that we do have a giveaway, and we do have our first winner a while ago, so congratulations. But of course, I think we do have more giveaways coming up. But yeah, answering the question of Danily, I feel like Kyogre has been one of the maps that we should actually do give credit. It gives much more tough time for the players, enable for them to adapt into the game itself, because way back then when Rayquaza and Groudon was actually available, same thing with Zapdos. Whenever you get the final boss, the chances of winning the game from 50%, it goes way above 90 or maybe at 90%. But with Kyogre, yes, you do get the props that might actually help you, but at the same time, you are not unstoppable. It's not game-winning factor. It could help, but not quite. And we saw the reason behind it yesterday. JJ and I were discussing that flips are still possible, but not quite effective already. And we saw during our previous game between Onyx and EvoSF XL that you don't really need to get Kyogre. You just need to defend it, especially if you are the leading team.
Yeah. So we have FN Esports on the screen right now. And we just said, previously, this team needs to beat Rival, because at this point of time, they're currently stuck as bottom seed. They're going to get the least favorable matchup unless they can somehow score points and get out of 8th spot. And to do that, they've got to beat Rival Esports. And I think for anyone that has followed the esports scene for Pokemon Unite, you know who Rival Esports are. We don't need to introduce these guys at all. They're very, very experienced veteran roster, which formerly known as Paper Rex last year, as they were with Paper Rex. I don't really know if there's a solution for FN to be able to beat Rival, right? There's no one trick to being Rival. It really is going to come down to skill. It's going to come down to draft. What Pokemon can you get? Can they maybe trick Rival into picking an unfavorable draft? But I feel like this team is also experienced enough to not really fall into those kind of tricks. So FN, if you have a cheese play, if you have a Pokemon you've been hiding up your sleeve this whole time, I think it's time to bring it out. You need to beat Rival here.
Absolutely, you need to stack up those points, knowing that tomorrow would be the last day of the group stage, and definitely would determine the outcome of the King of the Hill, which be at the end of January. So FN Esports, they would get probably around less than 40 points. That is far by what I know. So definitely is not a good sign, because if you're going to be looking at the pointing system, at least on what happened for the past 3 days, everyone is almost at 40 points. Yes, maybe they can catch up against maybe Fireland and EvoSF XL, but it won't be quite enough. You need that breathing room as much as possible. You want to be at the top 4 spot in order for your team to play lesser games at the King of the Hill.
Yeah, so FN, they're going to set themselves up for our first game with Vaporeon. Has been a very safe pick for a lot of teams that do.
Sorry, I'm done. That took a lot longer than I thought. Bro, long story short, basically what happens,
they can go in any direction with it.
so someone made a comment on my YouTube video. They typed out like the biggest, longest fucking essay I've ever seen, and I had to respond to them, because honestly I feel like I'm dealing with a child that doesn't know any better. So I had to use just straight up logic and facts to respond to them, but I had to also make it easy for them to understand, because I feel like I'm talking to a wall. And I guarantee you within the next hour or so, they're gonna write me another 20-page essay that I have to read. And then I'm gonna be like, okay, like, enough is enough. Like, you're just stupid. Like, I'm trying to be polite, but then, like, when people don't take the hint, it's like, okay, at some point I have to tell you you're stupid.
They also have that Mimikyu could do the damage as well for their team. So it's just an attacker that they need here for Rival Esports, very reliable. So I think
this is Scizor, isn't it? Because it's got Rocky. There's no way this is Scyther.
Oh yeah, it's got to be Scizor because of the Rocky helmet.
Unless they swap, because we do still have the preparation phase.
Yeah.
Last pick, Miraidon. for Rival Esports. So very well-rounded draft here for Rival Esports. They've got their support, they've got their defender, they have their ranged attacker, they have the Pokemon that are going to be in your face, and HT on his signature Mimikyu as well. I hope FN is ready for this because HT's Mimikyu, this is something else.
No, probably no joke for HT if he gets hand of this Pokemon. But with the Miraidon as well, this is quite interesting. Miraidon has been one of the most consistent attackers in the game. Whatever the moveset you use, it could be the Charge Beam, it could be the Electro Drift. But I am currently seeing, in terms of consistency, this might be a Charge Beam setup unless you want to be over aggressive. We've seen Electro Drift quite some time, but in terms of consistency, in terms of reliability, I think Charge Beam is the go-to as always. But we never know. They have a huge amount of setup. They have crowd control as well. And
to really get in there in FN Esports as well, but we'll leave it up to
Wait, were they talking this
He can
entire
play
time?
Right on however he wants, but I feel like just having somebody really be that ranged attacker for the team.
To me, it looks like Honkai Starbucks dailies.
Like
When I do those, I just do it automatically.
for FN,
I literally just let the game do
I
it
have
for me.
questions on how this team is going to be fighting into Rival Esports because they do have some
I still have to do my
great
dailies though,
right?
I'll be
You have
honest.
a
At some point I gotta do it before
Vaporeon,
reset time.
lines, you have that Gyarados as well, who's going to be there ready to create openings for Mincho and Subak to come in for the cleanup. I'm curious to see what Subak is going to provide for the team, right? Because when you're playing that Sizzle, you want to get in the enemy's face, you want to be sustainable and tanky as well. Do Rival Esports have what it takes to keep Subak at bay as well? Because the one issue I always see with Sizzle is that if you are going up against a team that has a solution for a Sizzle's sustain, this Pokemon really struggles to function. And I kind of feel like that's where Rhyme's going to come in as that Miraidon. Because if you shred the Sizzle and prevent him from being able to function the way a Sizzle normally does, the Pokemon can become useless.
So we'll see what could take into effect onto the Scissor, because I'm quite concerned here as well, Danielle, since I mean, I do understand if it is it is a Scyther, but I think FN Esports has different plans at least for this game. But look at the skirmish here, Subak trying to back away. Look at the refresh from the hyperspace hole, and they might go for the chase in the top lane as we are seeing the aggressive plays from Rival Esports at the first minute of the game.
Yamu is also mega evolved as well, so he's just gonna start
Damn.
whacking these Pokemon down, and FN, no chance with the Magikarp and the Vaporeon, so free scores for Rival Esports.
Oh, it's a
this might be
Scizor?
where things just get really difficult in that
When
top
was the
lane,
last time I seen a
especially
Scizor in
with the
competitive
Mewtwo
gameplay? That's
Y. So
crazy.
Mewtwo X,
Honestly, like
Y
I've like
available,
every time I see Scyther, I just kind of assume it's Scyther
Magikarp.
because
You need that
who plays
Magikarp
Scizor in
as much as
competitive?
possible the
Wow.
first 2 minutes of the game. We haven't been seeing it quite yet, and I think this is a great opportunity for Rival Esports to go aggressive and make sure that the access to Gyarados would be not taken into effect by FN Esports as much as possible. But the Electro Drift has been commenced here, doing a lot of damage up against Haljun and Mincho. This is actually Rhyme going in for the aggressive plays, which is pretty much understandable because they do have reliable supporters for the refresh and at the same time push back the offense of FN Esports. But here comes Electro Trip once again. Mimikyu gets the last hit on the Raging Drago, but here comes the waterfall. Pushing
Oh!
so much
Oh!
FN Esports, but not
Oh,
enough
this-
to get
wait.
multiple knockouts.
Oh my god, the flail axe, bro.
Of FN Esports, which makes it a less casualty. So Rival
Bro, I
Esports
thought
has
Flail
been
Axe was gonna. I genuinely thought Flail Axe was gonna pick up a double on the Scizor and the
knockouts as much as possible,
and the Vaporeon.
push down the limits and make sure FN Esports shakes a bit.
So we do have a couple trades that happened in that fight. It was a very deadly trade there for very deadly trade for HT, right? Because he went down, but he guaranteed the secure under the Raging Drago. So Rival, I know they're very happy with that exchange to begin with. They would have loved to have capitalized on it a little bit more, but I think FN, they did a really great job at stalling Rival from being able to push the issue on top of getting that Raging Drago. We do see a buff though being picked up for Rival Esports. So FN do need to be a little bit careful with their positioning, especially with the, I think it was the Reggie steal that was taken. So that attack buff could prove fatal for FN if they decide to fight into Rival, but no. It's going to be the Reggie Alecki taken by FN. And now pushing into that objective Rival, they're ready to defend this and they have the damage to do so as the Electro Dip comes in handy, snapping up the lap burst. And all of a sudden, one of the frontliners are taken down. We do have Subak diving deep to get that.
That was not. Oh my lord.
The Snorlax, but coming at the cost of losing his own life. And all of a sudden, now it's Rival pushing.
Rival pushing immediately takes out.
Bro, Scizor into bro. And what's up with the Snorlax players in the tournament? Bro, they want that damage, man. Flail Snorlax on top. New meta 2026.
Electro Drift to send himself away, and that has been the command of Rival Esports. They need a refresh. Don't overstep the boundaries because this Gyarados could actually be able to knock you out.
And this game is still pretty close too. Both teams rocking 2 level 10 core Pokemon. So FN.
Snorlax is still a top tier defender, but the thing is
they're still hanging in there. They're still.
I feel like the amount of flail the amount of flail Snorlaxes I've seen this past weekend, like the weekend that just passed, and even now that I'm watching this VOD, is like alarmingly high.
We saw the Electro Drift being committed there by Rhyme, not able to get always though. The fight's still happening, and Ice, he is there just to ensure that Rhyme doesn't go too deep. So you can see Rival, they play hard and fast, but they're not able to get the secures.
Yeah, and they need those secures as much as possible because they have been spending a lot of utilities and moves in those team fights, so they need the finishing move, and there we have it. They have actually done it with the Regice, and actually does get a huge amount of ample knockouts as well, but always might be the key here, but he has been slowed down to play with me in order to shut him down. The block from Ice is actually taking it into effect. He does get a refresh because of the hyperspace hold, and Shobo has to do it all, has to tank it all. Hojun as a backup will be there, but the Bright Future Meteor Storm has been doing a lot of space contribution for Rival Esports. Always back in action here, but it was actually enough time for them to score a couple of goals at the bottom lane. Dragon Skirt was pop up as well, and always doesn't have enough room to breathe in to do the damages.
And we do have Rhyme using the hyperspace hold back to full health. They're still trying to fight this through. Oh, big power nap used by the Snorlax as well, helping to zone FN away. And that's a bit of a reset. We do have a huge block coming in from Ice, pushing them into Rhyme. Electro Drift still coming in and out, but no, the Mimikyu gets taken out. Has Rival gone far too deep now, Pika yours?
Far too deep, but the block is actually there.
Oh, Scizor? Scizor popping off? Oh my. Never mind. Here comes the Miraidon. Wait, that's a 305 Mewtwo Unite move? I don't know about that. That's a really late Mewtwo Unite move. Not only that, but keep in mind the goals on both sides haven't been broken. So there's significantly less farm on both sides. That Mewtwo needs some last hits, and it needs it now.
Able to trade and redeem themselves on the previous one.
It's going to be Reggie Alecki going to Rival Esports as well. This is a 3 points left on the goal zone in that bottom lane. So FN have to make the decision. Do they let that
They should literally, honestly, just let that walk.
Or do they leave that goal open?
They should let that Reggie Alecki walk into the goal.
You can see Rival, though, prioritizing that Reggie rock up top because the defense buff this late in
oh, they
the
did.
game,
Okay, nice.
It's going to give them a huge advantage, especially with Kyogre. We get the Mimikyu to get that secure. So now it's Rival Esports in the driver's seat, but I have to say that level snap coming in from FN, this has brought them back into the game. They are not out. They have level 13 on Gyarados and that Scizor, so they're ready to fight. If anything, they're going to fight before Kyogre even is going to be on the field. You can see deep in enemy territory, Subak caught by HT with that play with me. We have lost one apiece. It's going to be the Scizor as well as the Hooper off the field for both of these teams, always trying to catch out HT with that Gyarados. If you can get rid of Mimikyu, that will be huge. But the Mewtwo Y is also going
Snorlax?
to
Snorlax? Oh my Giga Chad.
Rival Esports, they're back up to 4.
Back Up to 4 can always do the job here. It's just spacing that they need.
Scizor's coming back. Wait, Mewtwo? What is that Mewtwo Unite move? Oh my lord, oh my days, bro. Nah, not like that. See, I told you guys, Mewtwo was not getting their Unite move back when they united at 305. That is such a late Unite. Even if you Unite move at 330 as a Mewtwo, depending on how much farm there is on the map, there's still a chance you don't get it back. The moment I saw 305 Unite move, I knew it was cooked.
And now Rival, they have to make a decision here. Do they want to go for a
Not only that, like,
up top? They've got 10 seconds left to go.
This is the last place team, I'm pretty sure, FN Esports.
But so far, they can't make that push happen. Chobo creating a big opening, but now there's going to be no Vaporeon. Lapras is still gone for 15 seconds. Is this what Rival needs? They're now leading with a big Hundo Burger being deployed by Yever.
But like, someone needs to explain to me why FN Esports dove into the enemy team jungle to take a fight that wasn't even favorable to begin with. Like what even happened here? Like, we'll rewind it to... How did we even end up here to begin with? Like, Scizor just went balls deep, chasing the Mewtwo down, then got ulted by Mimikyu, then just baited the rest of the team to just follow in after this guy. Bro, Scizor player just went like Unga Bunga and just dove in head first. And then the rest of the team had no choice but to follow up, because if you let your teammate die there, it's like, okay, it's a 4v5 and we're probably gonna lose. But then we also have to take the fight, which is not great, but we still lose anyways. And then, like, I was kind of hoping Mewtwo would spawn in time just to try to go for a Kyogre attempt, but they had too much damage. And then you literally see the Mewtwo Unite move right now, but it's like, okay, they got it, so it doesn't matter.
That is it. But the score, the lead is in the hands of FN Esports. It's not quite over. Rival Esports has to push down the defense of FN Esports. The block is doing the job. The overcap will not happen quite yet. They need more pushbacks. They need a Hundo to take the lead.
They're trying to get more points. They don't actually have enough to make this comeback happen yet. So FN so far winning this game of defense. And now Rival, they have to make a decision here. Do they want to go for a big 5-man push up top? They've got 10 seconds left to go for the Kyogre buff before it disappears. But so far, they can't make that push happen. Chobo creating a big opening, but now there's going to be no Vaporeon. Lapras is still gone for 15 seconds. Is this what Rival needs? They're now leading with a big Hundo Burger being deployed by Yever. And FN thinking that they were going to be able to win the Defenders game.
I am gonna skip this series just because it's the last place team, and I seriously doubt the last place team is gonna make some heavy comeback. I don't care about last place. No one cares about last place. Oh shit! Let's go! SK Telecom T1 versus Full Sense. Yo, this is the first time I'm gonna see T1 play in my entirety of Pokemon Unite. I want to see how these guys are doing. They are currently 4th place, but they are representing the most successful org in esports history right now. #1 org, esports. Ew, what is this ugly skin? Is this Robot Chicken Ho-Oh? Ew, 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 boo! Boo! Crap skin, F tier, Elbozo! T1 gonna get clapped, USA? Bro, tell me that after USA picks up a game at Worlds this year. Assuming that even happens. I think 1 out of 4 teams got like... What was it? I think it was LG. LG made it to day 2. I think they made it to semis, I think? Oh, no, they came in 3rd. They came in 3rd. And everyone else just got giga clapped. Giga clapped. Hold on. I gotta hear it one time.
My pick. All aboard the Korean hype train.
All aboard the Korean hype train.
T1 for the championship, hands down. I've got my tickets here. I got tickets to the Korean hype train, and I will be giving them out. It's your last chance. First class still available.
I want a train whistle. I need to start the Korean hype train for Pokemon Unite. I need a conductor's hat and I need a train whistle. How much is that? How much do I need to spend to be a train conductor? I could just borrow the Polar Express, you know? No. I'm gonna borrow the Polar Express from the North Pole, and then like just paint it in the T1 colors. One of us? What do you mean one of us? No. $20? $20 for a train whistle? Nah, bro. What? You know what I can get with $20? I can get 2 combos. I can pay for gas. Oh shit, I should have screen grabbed. What team is this? Like, what place are they in? Full Sense?
Which is far by the last and definitely predicted for Full Sense, so the prediction is still alive if Full Sense does win this matchup, but up against C1, this could be a tough road for them.
No, it could be a very tough road.
Yo, where's the excitement, man? Where's the hype?
My prediction, but how
I better see some goddamn personal caster bias for T1.
Because there are certain matchups that can really throw us off for a bit of a loop. So the reason why I am placing Full Sense over T1 in this particular
what?
is I just think between the two.
What? Full Sense over T1? These nobodies? Yo, you just lost all credibility to the caster. Get out of here. Get off my screen. You T1 hater. T1 hater?
Team, the entire
I haven't even seen them play, but I still believe in them.
So
oh my god.
And they have a very unique style of play that sometimes throws their opponents off. Like sometimes they play ultra fast and other times they play a little bit slow, but they have so that's
okay, now I really gotta see who wins.
Do not mean that in a bad way, but it is actually a good sign simply because you do have a variety of options.
Damn, everyone over here plays Mimikyu.
Well,
all the Asian players play Mimikyu.
So We'll just wait and see if this would be the momentum that Frozen has been looking forward to, because they might have a slow start, but definitely looking great right now as they are one of the top 4 teams in the tournament in the pointing system.
Yeah, and if things go well today, let's say they actually manage to take first place today, is that going to be enough points for them to push them into first place? I don't know if it'll be enough, but it'll push them pretty high up there, if I recall the points.
Gengar ban. Interesting. I mean, Gengar...
Why did this guy didn't even react? This guy didn't even respond to her. He just ignored her and said, Gengar ban.
Enough, but it'll push them pretty high up there, if I recall the points.
Gengar ban. Interesting. I mean, Gengar is a good Pokemon in terms
what
of
does
getting
that Mr. Mime as well? Excuse me. Why are we not playing
right,
Mr. Mime?
Right. I mean, yeah, I get it if Mr. Mime is banned, but there has to be other Pokemons that you have to ban, and...
Oh my god! Yo, like crazy!
Okay, do not panic. The Gengar ban is 100% a selection.
They let Mega Gary through?
Yeah.
Do I gotta play the Gary song again? Oh
Quite-
my god, that's
I wouldn't say
crazy.
popular, but heard
Yo, I better
most
see
people
T1
talking about
clap
those
them
when they were
cheeks.
doing their Scream
Clap them
videos,
cheeks
is
into
that
the
they
ground.
love
Come on,
conventional
team.
Pokemon, and they love speedsters. This was last year, so maybe their playstyle has changed since then. But they love speedsters because not only do speedsters have a lot of ability, they're very high damage, which complements the general playstyle for Full Sense. At the moment, they haven't opened with their speedsters, but typically speaking, you're going to be seeing these speedsters pop up in 3rd, 4th, or 5th picks. So we'll see what ends up being the last 3 picks here for Full Sense. They pick up their support first, which is that's not a support. That's not a support. That is not a support.
Oh, they should.
It's not a support. Oh, come on, Full Sense. I mean, this
Okay,
is
so they
insane.
need their jungler and they need a support. Or potentially another
They're
defender.
not trolling me again. Really?
Okay, so
They're
they're.
this team. They're so unpredictable. Like you think you know them, and then it's like, oh, I'm going to Sableye.
This is somewhat similar to the roster that they've used up against Evil's Excel in the finals last week. So far, they've got the Mewtwo X, Gyarados, and the Blastoise. So it's either, for sure, they won't have Mimikyu.
You know what they should have done? They should have took the instead of Crustle, take the Umbreon, and they could have gone Blissey, and they could have had the most toxic team comp you've ever seen.
Yeah, it's possible. Mimikyu is being
And then they
used
still
by
could have picked
Mark Goddess,
Mimikyu.
So I think that's a factor, but they need an attacker as well.
Talonflame? This is a Mark God Pokemon as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talonflame is one of the alternatives of Mark God S. Same thing with the Blaziken. So if he doesn't go Mimikyu, he goes Blaziken or Talonflame. That's the top 2.
And that is a
picks
disgusting
for
team,
Mark
though,
God S
man.
by far in the tournament, which is pretty much understandable. And,
Like, they got 2
and
late game
calls out
hyper
for
carries.
T1
Actually,
for
3.
getting the Mimikyu
Depending on how
because
good
they don't
Mimikyu
want
does.
to
But
give it
3
against Mark
late
God S.
game
That's
hyper carries, man.
pure respect,
That's
I must
scary,
say.
man.
But
Scary, scary.
going into the
Let's go,
draft,
SK Telecom T1.
We've seen the
Woo!
console once again.
Yo,
This
T1,
time,
T1 on top.
T1. So
Yo, T1, if you see this, send me a jersey. I'll represent you the entire year.
Knowing that there is a Gyarados, and Mega Gyarados does not have the bounce, but it does have the waterfall on the kit.
That's
So
not even a question. It's
there
rhetorical.
also might be
I picked
instances,
T1.
at least, for the aggressiveness of a
I've
Mega
never even seen them
Gyarados,
play
but
before.
I'm not quite sure if this would take effect into T1, but hey, don't
T1, let's go!
don't forget the greatest teams.
Okay, let's get to the game.
Definitely, like,
Less yapping, more clapping.
Even double up and have double, even triple speedsters. So it's pretty interesting to see that they have evolved to go for more all-rounders.
Yo, oh my
What's
god, yo,
surprising is
guys, it's like that Magikarp game mode, except in competitive play. We got Mega Gyarados versus regular plain Jane Gyarados.
because all-rounders are kind of too good in this game.
Yeah.
Would you, if you see it, yo, I would say yes, man.
Like Sun's
Hell
Arch,
yes.
Because they're playing Pokemon that really work well with their general play.
If T1 sponsors me, yo, I don't say no to that. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll be pro player for the entire year.
Pressure on Saram and Epe to really control the area that Mark Gods and Sanzage fight in. because their melee Pokemon.
But I can't
can
speak
catch them
Korean,
out.
so I
There's a
would
bit
have
of
to use
pressure
like
on
sign
Korea
language.
as well to provide that follow up on that
Or
Mewtwo
use stick
vibe.
figures to
They just
communicate.
gotta make sure that they don't get caught out by this very in-your-face Pokemon, because Mewtwo X and Blaziken are monsters if you let them sit on top of you. They dish out so much damage. They also have a reasonable bulk, so it's not that easy to just get an instant knockout. So T1, I think they already know how Full Sense generally play, so I hope they're ready for this assault when it doesn't.
Wait, I want to see if the Magikarp revolves. Pan the camera top lane.
For both teams that they didn't
Oh my
prioritize
god,
top
bro.
lane ambush here, simply because there is actually Gyarados on both
Gary,
sides.
come
and
home.
By having that Gyarados at the early stage of the game would be very beneficial for the team. So I think they had to play it very safe. Simply
Yo,
because
we need it. We need a
using the
T1
fight,
American
they
sister
definitely
team.
have a slight disadvantage already because the Gyarados would be available in no time. So I think they are trying to be on the same footing.
Would you change
But
Nash
that's
and that? Well, I
actually a
can't change.
great call as well for both teams. But right now,
If it's all play, if they pay for everything, yes, hell yeah. I'd go to Korea. Let's go T1! T1! Woo! Look at these nerds. Look at the full sense noobs.
Yeah, and T1 getting a slightly better trade as well, I feel, as they actually had both of their core players contribute, being in range to get that experience. So for T1,
If you guys ask me when my, you know what? I didn't have an answer before.
Mule
You know,
to
my
level
favorite team now is
I
T1.
think Mule will play
T1
pretty
represent.
pivotal role for this team
I
going
need
into
a
that
T1
mid-game,
jersey,
because
though.
you want that Mimikyu to be that threat, and Mimikyu can actually 1v1 up against a Blaziken. So Mark Gods needs to be very careful with where he is in these fights, because he can absolutely get punished.
And the Trick Room being utilized really well. Shadow Claw taking into effect as well. SGC looking to set up a distance, actually to set up the play here for the team. But
No!
up against the Mimikyu, and here
No!
putting up the pressure.
Oh!
They want to make sure
Huge! Got the Blaziken.
Into proper distancing, and that was actually a good call for Full Sense.
It was a good call for Full Sense. They did lose Mark God in the process, but they managed to get some scores in. They got some good experience too. So Full Sense going to be happy with their haul there, as long as they don't lose Pokemon on the goal zone here, because they are pretty low. And this is the disadvantage of not running a classic healing Pokemon on your team. You are, if you're injured, you're kind of permanently injured. You have to stay on the goal zone to get that free healing, but it's slow progressive healing. So Regieleki going to go for free for T1 thanks to the zoning, and Full Sense now going to play defense.
Loving the defense from Maltesa here, continuously blocking the side strike to get that Psyduck still online at the hands of Full Sense. So good defense so far. By
that fake arrow's got nothing on you. It can't Mega Evolve.
Possible. And that Regieleki hasn't even touched the goal zone, but yet it's losing a lot of HP. So this is such a job well done for Full Sense, being able to make sure if they don't win the team fight, the defense would actually take into effect.
What's their name?
Pister. I think T1 also played it pretty safe.
Wait, what's their name? E-I-S-T... Is it? Oh, E-N-O? Pisteño? You know, I'm just gonna call you T1 Piss. Come on, Piss!
With the Regieleki too, but I think they also realize if you overstep your bounds with Markon so close by on that Blaziken, that you're asking for trouble. So lots of respect being shown by both sides. I have to say both teams really understanding that they're up against very, very dangerous opponents, that you make one wrong move and they're going to come after you and your whole family. So reaching the halfway mark here of the game, ladies and gentlemen, almost at that 5-minute mark. And so far, just looking at a quick status update for the levels, Full Sense is currently leading with their 2 core Pokemon at level 10. So right now, they're in the driver's seat, especially with when a lot of these fights are currently happening. Whereas for T1, they are playing quite reactively, and you can't blame them for playing reactively because they're really afraid of losing that one fight and just having everything that they've fought for so far just get thrown away.
And I do love the 1v1s as well in Top Path, making sure that they have consistency in the rewards of XP, but at the same time not getting knocked out. So this is a very safe game for both.
Yo, you guys gotta chill, bro.
They don't take
chill.
Fights the way they used to.
I'm trying to watch T1, not check them out. Relax.
But somewhat right now they're trying to play it very safe, knowing that Full Sense might take over them immediately, knowing that the Pokemons are kind of an advantageous position, but the Rock Tomb actually did the job.
Where's Piss? Oh, there he is.
Well.
Yo, where's the Mega Ball? Come on, Mega Ball, let's go!
That's defense for them, but can they convert it into an offense and push down the bottom lane? Dragon's Current being able to pop up as well. Mega Evolution comes in, but another Dragon
You're too early! You're too early, no!
T1
to create a knockup, but T1 is still alive as if nothing happened. The sustain from EP was too good.
Look at Mega Gary! Look at Mega Gary! Shit! Let's go, Piss! Let's go! Oh my god, look at our boy go! He's stomping on everyone!
So T1, they do eventually pull through with this push, but dang, that was a
It
really
is.
tough
The
one
beginning
for
of his
them as
name
well.
is
They really had
PIS.
to press the issue to get Full Sense off that goal zone. But I have to say, whilst that was all happening, Full Sense.
So he's
they
now
knew that T1 was
officially
down the
Team
bottom
Piss for
lane,
short,
so
or
Marco didn't even bother going down there. He was
T1
actually
Piss.
in the enemy area, farming the wild Pokemon, scoring points in that top lane, pushing himself to level 20.
Let's go, Piss! Let's go!
It looks like Full Sense is funneling all of
See?
the
PIS.
to pump up Mark God to be the guy that leads them in that area.
And then with the T, it's Piss.
Got a minute to
But you
go
know, we
for
just
that final
abbreviated a little
stretch,
bit
but
more.
This Blaziken, with how much they are investing in Mark God, I hope T1 is ready for this, because we have seen what can happen with a over-leveled Blaziken.
Yeah, and this Blaziken could actually do the job done, especially once it hits level 13, maxing out every single move that it
Wait,
does have.
Popeye's famous bull or
as well.
Benny?
Since
I'll
they
get
have
you
the
one if you ban
overlay
Benny.
inside, because Team 1 has
Send it
to
over.
deal with all-rounders.
Send me a fresh
I
bowl
saw
right
that
now.
they were trying to prioritize
To my
top
P.O. box.
the Eldegoss, but in exchange they suffered a lot of knockouts. So they have to be very careful. As much as possible, there has to be someone who could go 1v1 in the all-rounders of Team 1. Not just
Yo, where's
target
Piss? You gotta
blocking
keep
the
an eye on our boy
Eldegoss.
Piss.
Well, look at the positioning of Full Sense on the map. They're actually trying to position this.
Why are you guys so
Gyarados
underleveled? You guys
in
are
that
not.
central
Look how
area,
much
so
farm there
Red
is on that
Bull's
side of the
giving
map.
away
You guys are not
experience
farming,
and
man.
HP regen, but Full
Oh
Sense,
my,
they
level
wanna fight
11
now.
for
They're in
Kyogre is
only 2 wipe
insane,
off of the
dude.
Team. They do reveal the positioning of both of their teammates, so that's going to be the Blastoise and the Gyarados revealing their position. And now the poking begins. If it's
Ooh,
a
nice
game
rock
of
tomb.
poke, T1 will win because
Oh!
they have sustained. But if Full Sense go for an immediate burst team fight, which is what they're looking for with Mark God, but the play with me connects on the Blaziken.
Oh, come on, Piss! Get him! Get him! Oh, look at our boy go! He's still going! He's still chomping! He's still weaving! Woo! Don't sleep on Piss! Get the other fish! Fish superiority! Natural selection! Why? Why? What just happened? You're not trolling!
He managed
Piss!
to get Kyogre, so now this game is in the air because, yes, I believe there is one buff, but T1, they've got to somehow get the scores.
Oh,
here.
they got him, they got him.
GSC on the
Oh,
air
free
as
buff,
well.
all playing, boys, all playing!
Full Sense have to focus on defending. If they can defend, they might still be able to win this. Oh, but here come the scores. Here comes the scores. 170.
Oh, beautiful overcap, beautiful overcap. They scored twice on one goal. I still believe in Piss! Piss, don't fail me! Piss! Defend! Defend, team!
Despite getting the buff,
Go, Mule, go! Go score some more! Everyone else, defend!
does need to score 25 seconds.
Don't make me travel back in time and yell at you guys. I'll do it.
That might be the key here. He has to serve and push the opponents away. Rock Tube in order to seal that deal. Hydro Typhoon would be there. There goes another 100 in the hands of T1. But it's not quite enough for Full Sense to catch up.
Are they scoring top lane? I can't see.
All the way to the bottom path. And there goes
They score! Let's go! I told you, Danelli doesn't know shit. This is what happens when you lose faith. You don't believe in T1, you know what you are? A loser. You don't know shit.
It could be a T1 victory and a very
I believed in
because
Piss.
I do believe whilst that fight was happening down bottom, we saw Mule going in for a very big dunk in that top lane. I'm Hong was the one that was defending that on that side duck, and I mean, a Psyduck versus Mimikyu mashup, it's not really ideal,
The
unfortunately. For
the
Hog,
bigger
so
fish wins today.
one step closer to going to round number 2. They just got to secure one more game. But they played that end game so beautifully, especially with Mule getting that play with me onto Mark Gons.
Yeah, that was actually a great call in order to buy some time for their team, create some spacing, and able for them to convert more knockouts. And it was actually a jump scare as well, because there was this Mewtwo, there was Sunzage who actually got the last hit into Kyogre. Fortunately, it wasn't Rayquaza or Groudon, because if that was the case, definitely the outcome...
Alright, we gotta go with game 2, guys. Piss is about to come out on top once again.
Absolutely.
Do you see that? Here. You don't believe me? That's T1 Piss right here. Hold on, wait. That doesn't matter. T1 Piss, alright? Get it right. And T1 Mule. Yeah, bozo.
Mimikyu could be a choice as well for Mark Goddess, especially they're going...
Yo, I believe in Piss, alright? Piss on top, boys! Piss on top!
To prioritize some Pokemon as well, so...
Don't listen to the casters. You gotta listen to me, man. I know what's up. You always believe in T1. Always.
Would be a great choice since...
Except when they lose. Then you don't believe in them.
And I think T1 could actually ban it once...
Yeah! Piss and Unite!
Yes,
It's gone.
They do. It's gone. But Blastoise is still open.
Blastoise is still open. Full Sense going for a repeat of their bans.
Bro, you guys were here when Piss came out on top, alright? Greatest day of your life. Piss on top.
But they have gone for a change here, and there's the final ban. So there's no Blastoise, there's no Mega Gyarados, but that does leave what's in the pool for Full Sense. What do they want to first pick? Do they want to grab that Mimikyu so that they don't have to worry about dealing with play with...
Bro, double Mewtwo! Double Mewtwo! Oh! Yo, they heard me. They heard me. Oh. Oh, okay. That's not bad. I like that.
Using this Megalicario phenomenally.
Yo, we go Blissey? Oh, no, they're taking it.
Still a scary Pokemon pick here.
Okay, we can still make this work.
Slowbro for T1. This is interesting.
You take Mewtwo X and go Mega Charizard.
Actually, I see this one.
Mewtwo X top lane Mega Charizard X. Do it! Lock it in!
At least for now, but if they do have Mewtwo X, maybe it would be...
Oh, let's go! Okay, well, the Blaziken's not bad. Okay, I'll accept the Blaziken. Wait. Wait. Oh, it's Blaziken Jungle? Ew. I hate Blaziken Jungle,
We
man.
got X and Y and Blaziken on the side of T1. So we have a lot of mega action on this team, but they give away
Chan can't stop pissing?
Mewtwo to Full Sense. And Sunzage is even highlighting the Sylveon.
Ew!
And we do
Bro, who plays Sylveon in 2026? Ew, cringe, bro, cringe! Oh my god, bro. Yo, who's their drafting coach? Get him out of here. Eject them.
We almost never see this.
Okay, I think I kind of get it. Why they...
Sylveon in 2026 comp. What is this, man? This ain't 2022.
Yes.
What are you gonna do? Jungle Sylveon? Nah, bro. Those days are gone, man.
By himself, target locking someone, and that's
Oh, Machamp? What is this? What is this team? You know what? I still believe. All right. I don't know what's going on with this team comp, but I believe. Who needs a support when you got triple all-rounders? Piss on top. Piss is still on top. I believe.
Respect to T1. That's a good call as well. But would this be enough? That's making me wonder. Would this be enough? Especially right now. Another concern of mine is for Full Sense using the Crustle, because by far in day number 3, that Crustle wasn't really a thing for Full Sense. Yes, they use it, but we haven't seen the full potential of the Crustle. So we do hope that they have been able to analyze the full contribution of Hong using that Crustle. I'm excited to see if there was any changes, because if there wasn't any, this might be one of the factors wherein Full Sense would be dragged down, because it did not play that it did not play the role of a puzzle way back then last week. So we're hoping for a change here for Full Sense. At the same time for T1, this is a good call for the Machamp pick.
Yeah. I kind of hope we maybe took notes from our Crustal in our earlier matches today, right? Because I think that was a great example of how we're supposed to be looking at Crustal. But we are in our lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. Full Sense versus T1. T1 leading with 1 win in this best of 3. So all T1 needs is to win this next matchup to go
Mewtwo and
into round.
Blaziken lane? Damn, that is a spicy lane.
Back-to-back wins.
Spicy lane.
Difficult task, especially with how well T1 played in our previous game. But you can already see both teams again showing a lot of respect to one another. Both teams going to be going for a 3 versus 3 in that top lane at a very low.
Machamp jungle. So oh no, bro, no, don't do it, no.
Absolutely well done here. That's a great start, but not quite enough to dictate what would be the tone for the.
There's no such thing as a support Mewtwo.
Has been commenced, and
there's no more XP share. We have damage Mewtwo. Damage only.
Once again, and Full Sense just pushing them back. Look at that submission, being able to take a knockout conversion for Full Sense. That's almost a gold zone taken out at the first minute and a half of the game.
This to me looks like a big respect play from Full Sense because they're trying to prevent that Blaziken from coming online at all, and the Mewtwo as well, right? You're getting rid of 2 birds with 1 stone.
Big, huge Jaimungo.
Coming in with the AoE.
Oh, huge! Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Oh my god. Jebaited. 500 IQ plays.
That assault coming from Full Sense is going to come to an end. But they're already making a pretty big statement, the T1, that they're ready to fight into them face to face with what they currently have.
Uh-oh, we do have a question here for the giveaway. So, Game 1 MVP, was it Pisteria or Mew? Uh-oh, make sure to get those replay backs on the live stream and have a chance to win one of those giveaways.
Don't let people cheat. Come on, don't let people cheat. They gotta...
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh. But moving on though, we do see the skirmish happening.
Oh!
It's a 1-to-1 trade so far, but now
get him! Get him!
One trade with T1 turning onto Full Sense and all of this.
Yo, look at T1 clapping these guys. Like, this doesn't even look like a game. It looks like a slaughter. Oh my god. I wish I watched this live. I could have had so much more fun. But that's okay. I will have a good time regardless. Seeing T1 piss on these guys.
He has been doing a lot of submissions lately, forcing the position of Full Sense to be on a tight spot. And Hog might be knockout at this point, but that Hyper Voice providing a lot of area. Infinite Cyborg was used as well to buy.
Yo, look at this Mewtwo, man. They are popping off.
Once again, fast cooldown, heavy damage, T scary for T1, and they do not have.
Bro, I need the train whistle, man.
They do have self-sustain.
Yo, I gotta make that a blurb. I gotta make the T1 thing a blurb. I gotta.
Although Sanzage on the Sylveon is doing pretty heavy damage, I kind of feel like he's
all aboard the Korean hype train. SK Telecom T1.
Damage, but I kind of feel like at the moment, Full Sense is really.
But they also changed their name. It's not the same.
Pokemon, but
now they're just T1.
Because Sylveon excels in matches where you have this progressive damage, right? Like you're progressively dealing damage, but against a lineup that is so mobile,
what is their name?
Escape the range of Hyper Voice. You know,
is it EP or Epe?
By himself is going to be very unreliable as that asset to get you those knockouts. Like he's step 1 to the recipe. You need.
Bro, look, you know what's crazy? I'm just gonna point out right now. I want you guys to remember that. Piss on top. See that? It's true. He fulfilled the prophecy. Piss on top. Anyways.
Step 3 to really guarantee those elays.
Speaking of step 2, there goes the step 2. Unite move from the champ comes in, and it is quite enough.
Oh, I think he.
I'm Hog, but there has been an exchange here for Full Sense. Quite phenomenal
job. Ooh, that was close.
Zage survives another day after getting hit by the side strike. So
Yo, we're seeing the greatest esports org in Pokemon Unite try to take out Full Sense.
That we are seeing compared to a safe play during game 1.
You can't really afford to play safe in this particular best of 3, especially for Full Sense, who is unfortunately behind in that score line. Still 1 game down. You really
Full
wanna take
Sense
things
Mark
up,
God,
so I'd like to see
please.
the Full Sense. They haven't lost their morale in this
In the
game.
words of
They're
Kratos,
still looking pretty strong, pretty
gods will
comfortable.
bleed.
They just have to find that perfect team fight.
Oh, you're no
Take out
god,
that
you're a
target
wimp.
that is causing them the most grief, and then hopefully things are going to be able to turn from there. But so far, we're just seeing some poke coming out from Komi onto Hong. It's going to be quite difficult to really poke him down.
Ha!
Oh, speaking
Piss
of
on top once again! Let's go, Piss!
but in
Oh,
exchange,
no.
he loses his own life as well. Oh, and he loses the Blazer Kundu. So Full Sense winning a pretty big fight here, but because Sanzage caught out by Mule gets pulled, but the Sylveon's pretty tanky. Blister Sisters, but the healing as well as the damage output is going to be boosted, so need to be very careful.
Yo,
about that
X,
Sylveon
you and
doing
Zendo get a
boost
room,
period.
man. What are you
Full
turning my
Sense,
chat
pretty
into?
big win here.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
the
bro.
healing. Oh, barely survives.
Keep that talk for the
beauty of
bedside,
this.
all right? Not even Kimmy and I do that in the chat.
Soft Boil to provide the healing from the team. Quite phenomenal job.
When is the next generation of Midnight Malders? Yo, I'm gonna poach Piss for our team, all right? I'm gonna steal Piss, and we're forming Midnight Malders 3.0. It's gonna be so advanced, so big brain IQ that we're skipping 2.0.
And T1 is getting the resources of Full Sense.
Yep, just take the entire central area, deny them that experience, because that's how they're going to bring them back into the game. But hang on a minute, though, Garthon.
Oh, look at that Slowbro Unite move! That poor Lucario.
Instead, that Lucario didn't even have a chance, followed by the Crustal. Sanzaga comes in with the hyper.
Look at that, guys. Look at
Really
that.
menacing.
Korean
And so
overlords
himself,
using Slowbro. They know what's up.
T1 break another goal,
Slowbro,
pushing
pick
them
rate in
to
NA
the
0%.
lead.
Korea?
Take that Reggie Alecki for free, and there's not even experience for Full Sense to
The
capitalize
Korean
on that
overlords.
central area, so really,
They already win
they're
number
just
1
really
in my
waiting,
heart for
twiddling
picking
their thumbs,
Slowbro.
waiting for this
I'm gonna be
one
honest with you guys.
to
They
bounce
picked
on
Slowbro, they already
and
won.
take it out. But man, T1 is making this game number 2 an
Yo, get that furry rabbit out the screen! Get him out of here! You Sylveon furry lovers, get off my screen! Who picked Sylveon in 2026? You deserve to lose. Get out of here!
With a solution, and that is by funneling down those XPs on the Sylveon and the Mimikyu. So I think that is far by enough.
Okay, you know what, Mule? You get one pass for picking Machamp Jungle. I don't want to see it again, though. I will say that. Mule never picked Machamp Jungle in my presence, ever. Only I can do that. That's the secret tech, but you haven't learned the tech yet. You're getting ahead of yourself.
To sustain them, which is far by not enough because you need someone to block those damages being thrown by T1.
Yeah, it's
Alright, boys, let's go! Piss on top!
but
Piss on
it's
top!
possible. There is a light at the end of the
Where's
tunnel
Piss?
here
Oh,
for
he's
Full
at the
Sense,
bottom,
and it's
never mind.
going to come
Piss on
down to
bottom!
how
Piss on
T1
bottom!
engages into Full Sense in this upcoming team fight, because we remember in that previous set, Mimikyu was the key to victory for T1, so maybe this same Pokemon could be the same thing here for Full Sense.
Oh.
Crustal's been caught, let's go for the
They're
eye,
flipping!
the extra
They're
shield,
flipping! Get 'em!
Are being deployed. Oh, they get the X-scissor as
Woo!
well. Oh, Lucario's down. Full
Let's
Sense
go!
is falling.
Oh my god, beautiful! That's why you picked Slowbro! Beautiful! You ain't flipping in front of T1! Get out of here!
Full Sense here, PK Yules. The score is going to be massively in favor of T1. And yes,
Let's
T1
go,
has
Piss!
to go before the
Piss!
but I think this point gap is just
Yo,
going to
greatest
be
game ever, man.
Yeah, it is going to be big. I see the vision.
And I'm definitely not saying that just 'cause it's
attempting to
T1.
do the flip in the game. Yes, the damages were thrown out into the Kyogre.
Yo, you made the Blissey rage quit. Look! Good job, guys! Good job! Demoralize them! Yo, made the support rage quit. Good shit, good shit. Live on broadcast, too. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Demoralize them. Shatter their hopes and dreams.
Now, Full Sense is forced to defend. They don't want that lead to widen up, but they need to score as well. So
Look at you quitters. Not even trying. You have a minute left. Quitters. You believe in Full Sense? I sense that they're shitters. That's what I believe. I sense that they're shitters.
To go and score up against Full Sense while defending it.
And we only have 30 seconds to go.
Brother just turned off his Switch mid-game and just said, nope, I'm not playing anymore.
You don't even need to score points. Just keep them busy and...
Oh, look, Blissy's back. Too late. You let your team die.
Breakthrough. They score the 100-burger.
Disgusting. Absolutely. You support players should be ashamed of yourself.
They're going to go to that next round, and they will be pitted up against rival esports in their round 2 matchup. But full sense, the idea was there. Just the execution, T1 had them.
Woo! T1 on top, boys! T1!
Done for full sense. They did give T1 a jump scare a while.
That's why I like to see beautiful guys. Chef's kiss. Now we gotta see them do that one more time, and then do it another time until they win.
At the end of the day, I think T1 has a well-rounded draft. They can last hit, they can self-sustain, they can do damages as well. Compared to the lineup of Full Sense, wherein they would have to rely on someone.
I can't believe Denelli believed in Full Sense. Look at that Mega Lucario, 27k damage? Bro, they did less damage than the Crustle, man. They didn't do shit. Look at that Mewtwo Y, 104k, Shisharu. Oh my god. That's what happens when you fanboy. You fanboy over the wrong team. Pick the right side next time. Oh, number 1 versus... Okay. Yo, I just want to say this right now. I know I'm watching the VOD, but look how fluent their matches are. So they're taking like a what? Okay, so let me see. Okay, so they take a 5-minute break after the end of like one set. And then they go straight into it. How is that so hard for NA and EU? I don't understand. Like, these guys are already ready to go. They're loading into the lobby. Draft is going. No chit-chat, no nothing. Yo, take notes, guys. What's that quick chat message in Pokemon Unite now that everyone's memeing about? Like the notepad thing? That's what they gotta do.
If people are looking at you, then they're gonna be doing a bit more homework. They're gonna show a lot more respect. The games just get harder, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I just cannot wait what's about to happen, because this is top team versus the 7th seeded team, which is, I do agree, some teams or some fans might just ignore the concept, it's Team Nemesis, that's just a 7th seeded team, but for the record, they've reached the finals during day number 2, even though having a hard time for day number 1 and 3, but it is a very promising team. We saw the connection and the chemistry from their previous game up against me, Thailand, so they just need to be consistent. If they can
and they will clap T1, I think.
Kind of chemistry and gameplay for this round, I'm not surprised if they are going to take the victory.
Oh, they absolutely can. But having a look
Mac?
at the band so far, you can see there are some target
How dare you
players
say that
coming
to
up
me?
from Onyx
That is just straight
Rise. They are
disrespectful.
eliminating both Dylan and Sync1's Pokemon, the Talonflame and that Mewtwo Y, 2 Pokemon that I think Nemesis used in their best of 3, and they had a lot of success with these 2. So, Onyx, they've done their homework, but I mean, these guys are scrim partners too, so it's not really a lot of homework.
Exactly.
They know each other.
Exactly. Jebby knows what's up. Piss on NA.
Nemesis though, no Snorlax. I think this is to be expected. Onyx Rise did show off that Illuna can play a very nasty Snorlax himself. Blastoise is gone, and also the Mega Gyarados. And the Mega Lucario is the final band 2 for Onyx Rise. So, first pick is Vaporeon.
Are you calling it? We'll see. I mean, it's very much possible.
It was the first pick for Onyx in their first best of 3. So it's a logical decision, and yeah, there's the Vaporeon for Illuna, so it was a no-brainer. It's her, I was gonna say it's a Hoopa for Nemesis, because this is also a KYY character that he wants to get his hands on. So there's the normal Gyarados, Mewtwo X. Right. I like the pivot, but they're also giving Onyx an opportunity to draft Hoopa for Zone if they wanted to.
Yeah, but I saw the Lapras quite promising for the team as well, so maybe if they want to go much more consistent, I think they'd have to go for the Lapras, or it's really hard to pick Hoopa right off the bat, because if you pick Hoopa immediately, you might be just countered by the opposing team. So I kind of understand why they haven't picked Hoopa yet. They have a room for a defender or supporter still for Onyx, but for Team Nemesis, I think this should be a call for them if they would be using
No
that
way.
Hoopa.
No way. They're bringing back the Metagross. They're bringing back
Metagross?
It's actually a Nemesis Pokemon. They love Metagross.
Fun fact, did you guys know that out of all the Pokemon that ever existed, Metagross is the smartest Pokemon? Fun fact. It's true.
Believe it or not.
Look it up.
They just don't get to play it very much. Sorry to see it here.
The smartest Pokemon is Metagross.
Oh, but Cell. We saw Cell play this Darkrai in game number 1, and he's really Alcremie?
I think Alcremie could do the job.
Alcremie?
They have a Mamoswine and 2 all-rounders, actually 3 all-rounders to cover for the Alcremie, but having the Leafeon and Darkrai available in play together with the Mimikyu, this is quite...
I'm gonna be honest though.
At least for me, so just have to target...
An all-melee team against the Darkrai could be very scary if the Darkrai's good.
Essentially, was it 77?
Shadow Claw Dark Pulse
yeah.
into that team
So
can
we
dismantle
saw
them.
Alcremie earlier today, and the downfall for the Alcremie was there wasn't just enough backline protection to protect the Alcremie, and also the enemy team had a lot of Pokemon that could either dive it or snipe it. When looking at Onyx's lineup, they have so many divers. I think they have too many Pokemon that can potentially target down the Alcremie that I don't even know if what Nemesis have can really defend the Alcremie reliably, but I'm hoping someone proves me wrong, because I would
Alright,
like
Piss
to
is
see
not in this
Alcremie
game, but you
be
know what?
able
That's
to actually
fine.
play a game
I
today.
believe.
Wrong, because I would like to see Alcremie be able to actually play a game today.
Yo, it's Banny's favorite
I think
Pokemon,
what I'm trying
Alcremie.
to forecast
That
here is
stupid
Team
little cream
Nemesis
puff. I
is
hope it gets flushed down the
trying
toilet.
to imitate
Anyways.
the play style of Onyx way back day number 1, because the moment that they use Alcremie for Onyx, that Mimikyu did nothing despite using the play with me if get ahead of time. So this makes me wonder, can it be on the same result? Can they do the same job? I'm not questioning Kai, but this is just such a
Alcremie.
yeah, I'm questioning Alcremie as a whole. I'm not questioning Kai, but
Bro, how is a Magikarp bullying this lane?
I think if there's somebody that can figure out how to play
Oh,
Alcremie,
the
it's
Meteor
I
Mash
do
in the
believe his
face.
ability as a player, but I think also Nemesis, they have a good idea of how they want to incorporate the Pokemon into their lineup. So we'll have to see what happens. We do have to focus on the other lanes too, right? To see how Dylan is doing, how Simplon is doing, because at the moment they're doing a lot as they can to try and slow down Cell. Because respect to Nemesis, I think they have probably seen Cell play his Darkrai earlier today. You can't.
I don't
let
know
him
how I
have
feel
free
about
reign.
Metagross Jungle though,
You
I'm gonna be
cannot
honest with you.
give this man a free Darkrai.
Metagross Jungle is
Applying
like a hit or
pressure,
miss.
slowing him down, and I think most importantly for Sync 1, if he can get to Metagross early, that might be how they can potentially just brick wall that Darkrai, have a lineup that's just too tanky that Cell isn't able to go for his surprise knockouts like we saw earlier today.
this is actually a quiet start for both teams, but I see the potential in going in for team fights, but everyone is just too good at sustaining the fights and being able to create a room for them to fall back. That has been the name of the game for the first 2 minutes. So definitely a top.
Yo, someone's DDoSing them. Look at this. They're cheating. Remake the game. Oh my god, look at that. Disgusting. Look at these cheaters. Oh my god, they lag so much to the point they just got double kill.
The team, they did go for a successful fight in that central area. They got
They
2
cheated.
big knockouts as well. And the levels are not looking too bad. You know, both teams are looking okay.
Yeah, but they need that Metagross as much as possible and as quick as they can, because they have to complete the formula. Yes, our Rubik's might be able to do the setup together with Dylan, but they need that Metagross to be online.
What is happening? Okay, it's not me. It's just the VOD. Like we're watching some weird Nah, bro. You got, like, these guys are cheating. No wonder they got first place. They're cheating. Look at this.
Suddenly is going to determine how to go. We did see Onyx at Reggie's blue buff. They're going to be a little bit scary here, but the side duck, unfortunately, will be caught out thanks to Dylan and RBX. They're going to try and press the issue here, though, and Illuna doing the best that they can on that Vaporeon, but Ice Fang on the Mammoth Swine. We've seen this in the past, you know, you get caught by the Pilot Swine, excuse me, and that's an easy knockout, generally speaking, if you're caught in the Ice Fang. But there we go, Play With Me being used by that Mimikyu Sync one.
Damn, look at the Leafeon damage,
as
though.
well as the Mewtwo X, so two big core Pokemon eliminated from Team Nemesis.
In exchange for one, which is actually not worth it if you are in the side of Team Nemesis. But Onyx is still eyeing on the prize.
Oh, nice freeze leaf. Oh!
Does get it ahead of time.
Darkrai?
Tramp being able to run away, but the chase continues from the Darkrai, falling him asleep. And Rubix and Kai is just too deep on the fight. They have to defend the Regieleki to avoid the pressure taking down.
Regieleki is there. Sync one, though, going to try and jump onto Zoe. They should be able to take down the Psyduck. It's very slow knockout, unfortunately, but they do manage to grab it. So some experience exchanges hands. The game's not too bad for Nemesis. They're still on Onyx tail, but not quite where they want to be. As Eeyore going a bit too deep, does get caught out. Play With Me going to be used onto Sync 1.
How dare you say that to me?
Here. Gets the knockout onto Sync 1. If Eeyore gets out of here, this man
Damn, okay, Nemesis keeping up with the first place team.
Gonna be sent back to the Pokemon Center for his very dirty deeds.
Yeah, and we noticed as well that the Metagross is actually using the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Mash combo instead of the Gyro Ball and the Magnet Rise. So this is somewhat of a little bit of a range attacker and much more focuses on the damage in terms of self-sustain. So I love the idea of what Team Nemesis is trying to do, at least for this game, because they have a little bit of a mid-range and at the same time someone who can bruise his way, which is going to be Tramp.
I think also to talk about Sync 1, I think he also wants that guaranteed stun, right? Like you want the guaranteed stun from the Zen Headbutt, like the lock-on stun, especially for something as elusive as a Leafeon, a Mimikyu, Darkrai. So they're trying to use this as a form of CC. It's just, the unfortunate thing, right, is that Sync 1's not as tanky as he would like to be, especially in those fights. But RBX is going to be caught. He does jump forward. Ice Fang is there. Catch out one. Catches out a Psyduck and will just survive thanks to his Unite move, the Mammoth Mash. And all of a sudden, Eeyore and Luna looking to cause some issues. Maybe goes for a steal. Cell is nearby as well. They do go for a very deep dive. That's going to be the Alcremie gone. Play With Me used on the Regice as well onto Dream. Cell comes in for the finisher. And that's going to be, Sync 1 securing the Regice for the team.
And Regice came in clutch for the additional HP for the team, being able for Sync 1 to sustain himself. But the question is, can he make it out alive? Not quite. Damage is too good from Cell. But on the other side of the map, it is going to be Dylan securing 36 points for the team and making Team Nemesis still ahead by points.
Very nice dodge there from Dylan, avoiding the Shadow Sneak. Probably one of the scariest moves in the game, just to see a Shadow Sneak swipe on by as you try and make that getaway. Gotta respect that Mimikyu. One of the scariest Pokemon, probably the only jump scare Pokemon I feel in this game. Just like, oh no, it's a Mimikyu. Especially the Play With Me. Those surprise Play With Me's can really
It's a 4 versus 3
in those games. But Regieleki should be secured here by Onyx, Rise, and Nemesis playing a defense again, but even though they're playing on the defense, they are leading in terms of points. So, you know, this game, even though Onyx Rise is looking to be the better team, Nemesis, they are trying to pad their points to lessen any kind of damage when they do reach that end game.
Yeah, but this is looking scarier for Team Nemesis once Kyogre appears at the central lane, because knowing that the damage department Onyx Rice does have a huge shot, especially if Askew could lock in Kai
Ice
later
Pack
on.
miss.
But Rubix is a little bit too pinched into the center, but the mammoth match has been commenced. Same thing with the Yaiba of the Queen, which is quite efficient in order for them to survive another day. And Illuna,
my
gosh.
a lot of time, but will
Oh!
that time be
Wait.
enough? Look at the Dragon's Curve being commenced by Trem. It popped off immediately, takes out the Mimikyu.
Oh, Onyx Rise?
Members left from
Austrian?
Rise, but the full power Sai has been used as well. Askew takes down the Alcremie into the picture in exchange for his life, and he needs another 20 seconds to be online once again. Cell is going to be the ones buying time,
Nemesis,
but we don't
Lord.
have anything for a refresh from Nemesis, but still makes it out alive. And this is enough time for them to go for the reset, but Tremp, I'm not quite sure. He doesn't have enough time to go for
Bro, just let the Kyogre reset.
Wait for KO.
Take the fight, take the
Please,
fight,
they
take the
need
fight. You got this.
healing
Take the
because
fight.
They're gonna go for the reset. Kyogre's there. Oh, Pikachu's, I am so afraid. Dream is gonna be sitting on top of the Kyogre.
Why didn't we take the fight?
Gets the steal.
Y'all are
The
trolling.
Nemesis is over, yet they lose.
You were winning
Luna
too.
trying
Oh
to
my
fight some time.
God.
Anyone trying to juke the enemy team, but his entire
That was
team
sad,
has
bro.
been swept up under the rug, meaning that Onyx Rise are going
I can't
to be
believe
able
it.
to
I
dump
can't
points
believe I
for
just
free.
witnessed.
Oh,
I just
the
witnessed a
steal
murder in
coming
real
from
time.
that Mimic here.
Let me. I better call the
This is
cops,
the
man.
worst.
And 40 seconds left. I think this is not quite enough time for Team Nemesis to bounce back because they still have to do defense and wipe out Onyx Rise in order for them to safely score. Yes, they can score, but Onyx would just score back right at them. But there's just 4 members left. There's not enough time for Team Nemesis moving forward to this game. They will be taking the lose, but game number 2 will commence shortly.
Oh man, Nemesis, they almost had it. You know, they had the defense game.
They did have it, and then they sold it.
But I think
Disgusting.
the question people are going to be asking is why did they so difficult to pull off? Because we didn't really see Synquan do his usual Synquan things, right? We're used to seeing Synquan just ravage. the
Oh
game.
man,
But
Th-
in
like
this case, he
okay.
really played like a defender.
the Natch
because
blanks.
how
I'll
he
rewind it a
was
bit.
built.
I will rewind it. Hold
Yeah, I
on.
think it was on the other side
That's
for the additional HP for the
Nemesis,
they will
Sonic, Arise, and Nemesis playing it differently.
But okay, the one thing I will say is like when it comes to the end game in this region, I want to say that the games are relative. Like I like the fact that these teams actually team fight. I feel like a lot of time that doesn't happen as often in NA or E when I watch, but that might just be like a timing thing when I decide to tune in.
at the
At least I
center
actually get to
lane
see some
because
team fights.
knowing that the damage department, Onyx Rice does have a huge shot, especially if Askew could lock in Kai
Ice
later
Pack miss.
on. But Rubix is a little bit too pinched into the center, but the mammoth match has been commenced. Same thing with the Yaiba of the Queen, which is quite efficient in order for them to survive another day. And Illuna,
Bro, how like
Rubix is a
that
little
was
bit
like
too
the
pinched
weirdest
into the
animation
center,
ever.
but
How
the
did they
mammoth match
point
has
on
been
even end?
commenced. Same thing with the Yaiba of the Queen, which is quite efficient in order for them.
I don't know why Vaporeon is pathing in that direction. Like they went like they united right here, and they're just like, wee, let's go over there. They end up in the middle of 5 people, and then they try running backwards, which is like so counterproductive because they started here. If they were gonna end up doing that, they could have just went that way to begin with. But that's just a me thing.
Survive another day, and Illuna
Oh my
is
gosh,
just
Illuna.
buying a lot of time. But will that time be enough? Look at the Dragon's Curve being commenced by Trem. It popped off immediately, takes out the Mimikyu. That is just 3 members left from Onyx Rise, but the full power Sai has been used as well. Askew takes down the Alcremie into the picture in exchange for his life, and he needs another 20 seconds to be online once again. Cell is going to be the ones buying time,
Nemesis,
but we
that
don't
Lord.
have anything for a
That
refresh from
Lord.
Nemesis, but still makes it out alive. And
I will say right here,
Sai has been used as well. Askew takes down
some people, like, when I say some people, I'm referring to people that play UCS in general. Some people should really learn how to play Darkrai. Like, it is... And I'm talking about even before Darkrai got buffed in the most recent patch. So, Darkrai got buffed, like, what, yesterday or the day before, whatever. But the thing is, Darkrai fell out of favor because people mainly played the foul play, or sorry, I think it's nasty plot and Dark Void moveset. And then once it got nerfed, they're just like, oh, you know what, Darkrai's not that great. But the thing is, Darkrai was always still good. It's just that you had to adapt and learn how to play the other moveset. And like, although Darkrai dies right here, like shortly after, one of the things about if you are a proficient Darkrai player, when you're facing a team comp like this, especially like a team comp that's just like all melee and they're so dependent on auto attacks, like Mewtwo X dependent on auto attacks, especially when it comes to like if you're not getting your auto attacks off as a Mewtwo, you're not getting your Mega Gauge. So obviously there's one. Like Gyarados, obviously no Unite move. You have your Dragon Breath, but obviously if you're landing a Dragon Breath, you're getting the attack speed, so dependent on auto attacks. And then Metagross, it's more skill based, like you are depending on your skills for majority of your damage output, but you still need to be targetable. A Darkrai with Dark Pulse and Shadow Claw can cripple a team comp like this because it just wastes so much time. And then like you'll see that when Darkrai goes into their Dark Pulse, okay, so they pop their Unite move.
Another 20 seconds to be online once again. Cell is going to be the ones buying time, but we don't have anything for
Oh, you know what? So I didn't see that, but what I was gonna say is like a Darkrai can waste so much time in their Dark Pulse that it really just makes it difficult for a team comp like this to work. The problem is that I don't know why Nemesis played like this when they were ahead. Although it's a small point lead, you don't need to sell Kyogre here. They could have taken the fight. It's not like they have Unite moves either. You have a 5 versus 3. Like, Leafeon's not here. It's a 5 versus 3. I think they thought that they could secure it, but then they lose it to Mimikyu. Like, I can understand the mentality. Like, you know you have the numbers advantage, so you want to prioritize and try to just finish the game right then and there. But sometimes in it, like, it's kind of difficult because I understand what they're like. I understand that sentiment of you have a significant numbers advantage, just try to secure the Kyogre, like with your numbers advantage. I understand that. Like, it's not a bad play. However, at the same time, when you're already winning, and you would know that because the game tells you even before you reach this point, yes, it's a small lead, but it's still a lead regardless. I feel like they should just make the safe play and either just like stall for time or take the fight in a 5 versus 3. But of course, because they went for the high risk play, they end up selling the game in a way. Well, you also have to keep in mind as well, on the side of Team Nemesis, they don't have reliable secure. The only one on their team that has high initial burst is the Metagross with Meteor Mash. Everyone else, not reliable. Because Mewtwo's running, like, it doesn't matter what skill Mewtwo has. Like, at the end of the day, it's either auto attacks or Future Sight or Psyshock. And in this game, they have Psyshock. Gyarados, Dragon Breath. They don't have Unite move either. Mamoswine, I mean, with everyone clumped together the way they are, I'm pretty sure Mamoswine is Ice Fang this game, so it's really hard to get that very small hitbox skill onto the Kyogre, especially with multiple people just stacked on top of each other. So they don't even count as a potential someone that can secure.
Lion team has been swept up under the rug, meaning that Onigrais are going to be able to dunk their points for free. Oh, but the
okay, so let's fast forward to the next game. I want to keep the ball rolling.
Metagross is built.
Yeah, I think he was setting up more plays at the same time, doing some damage.
I will say one thing as well. So I watched some of EU from last week. I watched some of EU. I watched all of NA. I didn't watch any of Latam. I might get to it at some point. And now I'm watching the Southeast Asia games, which is a variation of like Thailand, Korea, all these other Asian regions, and of course I still have to watch Japan as well. I think so far, when it comes to drafting, EU has had the worst draft so far then NA. Like if we're talking about in order of which region so far I think has the best drafting, just based on what I've seen so far, EU's at the bottom. I think EU, based on the games I saw from regionals, were some of the worst drafts I've seen in a while. It made me just like scratch my head. NA, depending on which team we're talking about, was like in the middle, maybe like like higher. These guys have good drafts, kind of, but like, and it's like they have good drafts, but then like they always pick like one weird thing that makes the team comp kind of fall apart. Like initially, it's like you have 4 picks that make sense, and then their 5th pick is just like, yeah, let's play this. But then when I look at it as a whole, it's like that doesn't really fit your team comp. I think the worst team comp I saw today so far on this VOD was the what was it? It was the Machamp jungle game with the 3 all-rounders, I think. That one was probably the worst team comp out of all the teams. Oh, no. You know what? Sorry. That was the second worst. The worst team comp I saw today was the double defender with support. Or I don't know if it was double defender or double support. I think it was double defender. But it was double defender with a Blastoise DPS. And what was their other DPS? It was Flail-Lax, I think, Blastoise, Surf Hydro Pump, and then I forget what the third one is, but basically they just had no damage.
And the Meteor Mash. So it was a great draft, but something is lacking, just like what you've said. And I do feel like that will be the adjustment of Team Nemesis moving forward to game number 2, because they knew they had a shot up against Onyx. So definitely they do not want to drop that kind of opportunity.
No, they can't really afford to.
I'm waiting to see
lose the opportunity now too, because they're
after
so
the patch, like the next time I see these guys play, I want to see if they still prioritize Mewtwo X, because Mewtwo X got nerfed. But like the Asia regions love Mewtwo. Like it's like it's like their bread and butter. They always play Mewtwo whenever they get the chance.
As we saw in that previous game, they've got to figure out a way to get objectives.
And it's like really interesting to see that when it comes to like the teams in the West, they don't necessarily care for it all that much.
At least Vaporeon will be the first pick once again from Onyx. I'm not quite sure, but for the history, just like what you said, Annalie, it's always a priority pick for Onyx, which is...
I think one thing that I've noticed over the course of like the games that I've watched, NA have really put a lot of value on Scyther recently. You don't see that played over here. So no Scyther over here except for that one Scizor game, which failed miserably. NA players have been putting a lot of value on Scyther, at least in the last regionals that were like over the course of the weekend. Obviously, Blastoise and Vaporeon is universal. Like, quite frankly, I don't think there's any region that doesn't... I don't think there's any region so far that hasn't realized that Vaporeon and Blastoise before the balance update, like, those are top 2 defenders. Top 2. Like, you still have good defenders as alternatives. Like, you still have Snorlax, you still have Umbreon, you still have Crustle. Like, they're still solid. But Vaporeon and Blastoise are, like, a cut above the rest. And so that's universal. When it comes to jungles, the jungle meta for every region has been slightly different. These guys love Mimikyu. Mimikyu is, like, the most consistent pick I've seen so far. Unless it gets banned. What else? Leafeon as well. Leafeon has been something that's consistent. I'm trying to think what else that I've seen. Gyarados. These guys love Gyarados in the top lane as well. Regardless of, like, if they can get their hands on Mega, they always insta-lock it. Like, it's just, like, always a pick. But some of these guys have been playing regular Gyarados. I honestly don't know how I feel about regular Gyarados. Like, I think it's okay, but also, I feel like it's gone... It's a little underwhelming now. I think the problem with comp right now, or I think with competitive Unite in general, the top lane pool is very diluted. As in, like, the available top lane picks to choose from are kind of like whatever. Like, yeah, people play Blastoise, people play Vaporeon in the top lane, but when it comes to like an actual like all-rounder that they want to play if they choose to even go that route. I mean, before you used to see Zacian, Blaziken, Buzzwole. Over here you see Gyarados, but now it's just like nobody really plays them that much anymore. Mewtwo X, like, keep in mind this took place before the nerf, so Mewtwo X is a high priority as well. People have been playing that a lot, so that's still like a really solid attack, really solid all-rounder top lane. But I think in comp, they really need to. When I say they, I mean like the devs. They really need to apply a balance update that will kind of reinvigorate the top lane, but also, most importantly, attackers. I think attackers have been shafted for so long, and the role has become kind of obsolete, with the exception of with a handful of characters. Like a handful of characters, some people still play Inteleon, some people play Miraidon, Mewtwo Y, Espeon, and then maybe what was it again? Gosh, what was that one attacker? Miraidon, Mewtwo Y, Inteleon, Espeon. Oh, Glaceon in the jungle. That's what it was.
I think would be the case at least for game number 2.
But that got nerfed too, so you might not even see that potentially.
Into the Hoopa plays, or
oh, there it is. See,
I think they're
Mewtwo
sticking
X.
with their game plan.
It worked, right? Like it originally worked. I don't see
it got
a reason
nerfed
to change it
substantially in the last patch, so I don't know if we'll see it as much. But if you put a lot of priority on the global Unite move, then you can still play it. I still think it'll be okay.
Kind of got sniped, wasn't really in the best position, but that's just Alcremie, right? Pokemon in general was very positional based, and seeing that they're gonna have to deal with Leafeon and Mimikyu again, Sting one goes back to the Metagross. Okay, so Nemesis don't think Metagross is the problem. So do we still?
I will say this right now. I'm not a fan of the Metagross pick. I think so. This is like one of those teams that has that niche pick that they try to make work, but it doesn't work that well. I don't think it performed well last game, and quite frankly, I don't even think it fits this team comp either. Like, they have Gyarados, they have Mewtwo X. So,
the same draft?
I'm not exactly sure what they're going for here.
Is it the same? Okay, Mamoswine's coming back. Is it really Alcremie again?
I mean, if it's working, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's what they've said. So, same story is gonna happen for game number 2. So maybe
like, they have a brawl-heavy team comp,
up those points during the early up to mid game,
but it's a really
the later fights. That's the big question here. Can Team Nemesis finish the job, or
they're prioritizing like brawling and skirmishing?
They can.
Or
I think we saw
potentially going for a pick,
in game number
but
1. There were just a few areas, I think, where the team...
Obviously, the most notable thing is they don't have any range, but the same thing applies to the other team as well.
To handle. So I think if they could especially polish up the early game, ensure that Onyx Rise get nothing out of the early game, which they kind of did in game number 1.
Yeah, let me fast forward just a little.
Alright. That's the 2-0 sweep for Onyx Rise, or is Team Nemesis going to tie things up, and are we going to get a 1-1 scoreline? Because that's the dream now, okay? That's the dream at the moment. A 1-1 scoreline to have that game number 3. Because most of our games, if not all of our games, they peak yields. You pointed this out to us during the break. All of our games have been 2-0.
We'll just have to wait and see what would happen here, but a reminder to everyone that our milestone giveaway would be our live stream reaching at 500 viewers. So if you want to have that t-shirt, that cap, and that towel, then I'd suggest bring in your friends and join the live stream and join us with some Pokemon Unite actions. And at the top right, you also have the registration for Winter Tournament. But going back in the game, can we see a first game number 3 at least for today? Sync1 and Cell eye to eye, toe to toe, making sure that they get ahead of the XP. A little bit of a skirmish here. This is quite a safe gameplay for both of the teams compared to the aggressiveness of Team Nemesis a while ago. As Trem has actually been struggling here, knowing that Eeyore does provide a huge
Magikarp should
amount of
get
damage,
Gyarados
especially
after
on
that
the
Bell
mini
toy.
queue, having access to the play rough
I
already
think.
at the first minute and a half of the game.
No, they didn't get it. I think it just... Oh, no, they did get it. Yeah.
A little bit too slow here. I'm quite wondering what
EU,
would be
like...
the
I expect
call
Darkrai to be
for
banned. So the next time we see, like, the second week of the regionals for, well, all the regions, I expect Darkrai to either be banned
to make it out.
or to be played a lot more
They
frequently.
are on the lead on the points department, but still too early. First two
And people
minutes
should be
of the
practicing
game,
it.
Sync one a bit too pinched by
Like,
the Darkrai.
I don't know why people
They are eyeing on the Raged
didn't pick it up when it was still viable.
Of the game. RBX, not
Because it
really.
flew under the radar, but now... Also, this has been happening a lot during their broadcasts. I don't know why. But, I mean, it's kind of funny. But anyways, yeah. People should be practicing Darkrai for sure. Trying to remember what else got buffed. There were a couple teams that tried to make Cerulege work, but I thought Cerulege was underwhelming, if I'm being honest.
Run away, RBX
With the recent buffs, maybe you'll see it a bit more in the jungle.
HP. They're waiting. They are waiting for the major objectives to spawn immediately. So right now, Registeer would be the first prize for the bottom lane. RPX, on the other hand, keeping an eye on it. But I think Nemesis, on the other hand, together with the other team, Onyx Rise is eyeing on the Regieleki to get that objective. But Team Nemesis is quite successful in taking down that fight all the way into top path. Not quite enough for them to get the goal zone, but I think that will be the response for them. At least put some pressure all the way into top path and maybe eventually push down the limit. So they're creating a lot of pressure right now into top path, and this is actually a great sign for Team Nemesis because it's able for you to be on a safe spot, just like what we had a while ago. They need to rack up those points and eventually build up the lead, but that's not the case. Onyx Rise outscoring them on the bottom path, which is actually a phenomenal job here, since if they cannot trade or if they cannot afford to lose on a team fight, they just have to outscore at the other side of the map. So this is a great cross-map trade that we are seeing for Team Nemesis and Onyx Rise. So they have to make sure that both of them are in the same footing and eventually get those points and wild Pokemon at least. So it is an even game, but the Unite move for Sync 1 won't be that quite efficient. So
Oh, Darkrai's Unite move got cancelled. Who did he target?
Wild Pokemon at least. So
Oh, they tried to Unite move the Metagross, but Metagross got their Unite move beforehand.
it is an even game, but the Unite move for Sync 1 won't be that quite efficient. So it is a total reset here for Team Nemesis, but the Unite move from the Alchemy goes in, and they are just buying a lot of time here. Onyx Rise is doing a phenomenal job stalling the members of Team Nemesis. 2 Unite move has been expended, but they haven't converted any knockouts at least for this matchup, and Kai is going to collapse with Team Nemesis' Metagross as well. So this is not the ideal setup that we are currently seeing in the gameplay of Team Nemesis.
Very slow knockout here onto KYY. He's done a phenomenal job just wasting Cell and Zoe's time here, but should be going down any second there. There we go. So I think KYY, he's starting to reinvigorate my hope in Alchemy because it hasn't really worked out today yet, but I think I'm now starting to see the potential of this Pokemon if given the time to shine. But Pikachu's just based off of the positioning here for Onyx and Team Nemesis. We know that Onyx dominated with this lineup in our previous game. Do you think Nemesis is going to be able to make the comeback happen this time? Because levels are looking much better than game 1.
absolutely. I think, it's just a matter of stabilizing your XP. I think that's what Nemesis has to do in this point of the game. They have to stabilize their XP, make sure everything is consistent, avoid taking fights that are not very much winnable. And if you're going to take a fight, make sure that only your supporters would be affected into the casualty so that less XP would be rewarded. But here comes the fight breaking through. Drem is somewhat pinched into the middle after losing into that Regieleki, and that is just 3 members down for Team Nemesis, which is actually not the
Mewtwo,
ideal
why
setup
still
because
good?
that has
Mewtwo
granted
is
Onix
just
a huge chunk of
the
XP,
meta
but
for the Asian
naturally,
teams.
and gladly that the Metagross is still up by a level.
Like, they always play it. Always.
Still up a level
Same
for
with
now,
Mewtwo
but how
X.
much
Like,
longer is Sync1
They,
going to be able to
Mewtwo
keep
X
that
is banned
level
over here, and Mewtwo Y is pretty much always
Guys,
played.
They are the kings of comeback
So,
if you give them the opportunity. And
whether people want to
Sync1
argue
is
it's good or
so
bad,
low.
it's just
Barely
played a lot over
surviving
here.
Thanks to KYY, and we do have Illuna pulled back by the Ice Bank. So
It's not
the
played as
Baron not going to
much
be too happy, but
in
so
NA and EU.
much shielding, so much healing as well. They do finally get rid of that.
But they
pesky
do
Vaporeon,
play
but
it, to be fair.
dang, just goes to
But Asia
show
just plays
that
it the most.
there's a reason why Vaporeon has been a top pick in the tournament thus far. The disruptive ability, the sustain, the shielding, the healing. It's such an annoying Pokemon to deal with.
Uh-oh, Sync1 gets knocked out in exchange of the gold zone at the bottom path. So I think that was somewhat of an intentional play here for Team Nemesis because they want to create a spacing in the bottom path and create more pressure to Onyx Rise because that will somehow set the mindset that they have an advantage in terms of the scoring department because there will be a notification in the last 2 minutes the Team Nemesis is in the lead. So that would somewhat give Onyx Rise a huge chunk of pressure. But the question is, can Team Nemesis, can they sustain the team fight once again in the last 2-minute mark of the game?
Very possible, especially if KYY is allowed to play as that enabler for the team. I think that's been the real major change for Nemesis in this game because I think KYY, we saw him struggle to really provide the support for the team because of how forward Onyx Rise were playing, and unfortunately the defense from Nemesis wasn't really the best, so KYY didn't feel too safe. RBX though going very deep with that Mamoswine, trying to catch anybody out, but all of a sudden we do see the Alcremie popping the Unite to keep the team alive. RBX stumping forward, but will be losing his life in the process, but can they get Eeyore? They catch out the Mimikyu. That's amazing.
Jesus, look at Mewtwo just running at them.
They also managed to catch out the Leafeon, leaving Cell as the only core Pokemon left. Can they get rid of that Darkrai? They will be able to escape for now, will be able to eat a
Oh, this looks very reminiscent of last game, and Darkrai's still alive.
Less than half health. Cell has to make a decision. He has to make a move. Can he get the steal? No, not this time. Dylan secures the Kyogre for Team Nemesis, and Pika Yules, I think we might just have a game 3.
Damn, that's crazy. You know, if Nemesis didn't throw that last game, they would have won, like the series. That's back-to-back games that they won the in-game fight. But last game they threw because they tried doing Kyogre.
From Onyx Rise, a minute left into the game. Onyx has to rush things down. They need a back cap or they need to eliminate Team Nemesis as a whole, but this is just too much for them to handle at this point.
Oh, Nemesis just running it back. Both teams running their lineups back, and even though Nemesis lost that,
Yeah, you're gonna get
first
fined
game,
for doing that. You can't spit
they're
on
able
people.
to come through in this second game saying it's not the lineup, it was the execution. They changed things up for game number 2. They perfected the lineup, and all of a sudden, I think Onyx Rise are going to be thinking to themselves, okay, this lineup that we have, it's not bomb-proof. There is things that can be changed, there's things that can be fixed. Probably Pokemon that are going to be banned. I don't think it's going to be in the form of an Alcremie ban, but I kind of feel like we've got to get rid of the Mamoswine from Nemesis because RBX, simply having him exist in the middle of a team fight, I think causes panic in Onyx because several times I would think he's throwing himself into his potential fainting. But he somehow manages to escape. He always has enough shielding, he always has enough health, and he always pulls someone back with an Ice Fang. So this Mamoswine could be a Pokemon that we might not be seeing for game number 3, I feel.
but I'm quite questioning what would be the replacement in terms of the draft, because I think Mega Lucario might be considered as a replacement for the Mamoswine ban. I think that's a great possibility.
That's assuming Mega Lucario isn't banned, because Onyx banned it.
Yeah.
So to have Mamoswine banned, if it does not get picked, what is going to take its place? Because the bans for Onyx Rise are Mewtwo Y, which I think is a mandatory ban simply because of Dylan, Talonflame for Sync-1, and Mega Lucario. Is there a possibility any of these get swapped out for a Mamoswine ban? Because I also think these 3 bans are more important than a Mamoswine.
I think Mega Lucario could take the slot.
You think so?
Be removed on a slot, rather. I think Mega Lucario can be left open. I mean, I do not see it quite yet. Team Nemesis using Mega Lucario as of now. I think they have been working on with their current lineup pretty well, and they have other alternatives as well aside from the Mega Lucario. We still have the Mega Charizard available at least, so I do not see the vision yet. I mean, absolutely don't ban the Mega Gyarados, but in reality, it's Team Nemesis taking it away. So I think Mega Lucario might be the best option, because if Talonflame, it's just Sync-1 getting an access to it.
Yeah. I think after seeing what Sync-1 is capable of with the Talonflame, that's almost a mandatory ban.
Yeah.
So, unless, because we are going into a game number 3 for this best of 3, we could be seeing some wild card picks for both of these teams, something that they haven't revealed today, which I think we both would really look forward to. The thing is, though, what could they suddenly bring out that they haven't played today, but they have probably played in previous weeks?
I want to see Sableye.
That's not the answer I was expecting from you, but okay.
Yeah, you asked me, I want to see something unexpected. Sableye, there we have it.
Hey, we almost saw who was it that was hovering over it, and then they picked. Oh man, what they picked instead? They picked Psyduck, I think instead. They were trolling us.
Yeah.
But so I'm not sure. I don't know about Onyx playing it. Maybe some other team.
Yeah.
Not Onyx. I guess Dodrio, because Dodrio was banned in their matchup against Evos, and we do know that Eel also plays Dodrio.
Mm-hmm.
I know Urshifu, but Urshifu is not really the best pick nowadays, especially with what's currently being drafted. What else?
I mean, the Water Bear could actually be, but there's a huge ton of options if you're going into Water Bear, right?
I wouldn't Water Bear as well into the Mamoswine, I think.
Yeah.
Mamoswine is too big of a threat versus a lot of melee Pokemon nowadays, unless you have the tech to survive it.
Sorry,
Urshifu does not have
the message.
the same matchup. I want to see a Dark
Interesting.
Mamoswine. Oh. There's the Blastoise ban. Okay, first pick. What is it?
Are they taking it? That's the question.
Unless they take the Mewtwo X.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. Or they go for Mega Lucario. Mewtwo X.
And there's, Mewtwo X. I do think Dylan's Mewtwo X is a pretty big threat. So, very valid for first pick for Onyx Rise. Meaning that Dylan's going to have to swap things up a little bit, because he does not have access to Mewtwo Y. He does play a variety of attackers, but I'm curious to see what is going to be the backup. And Mega Lucario, it's going to be there for Dream Team, who's happy. Dylan's got the Gyarados. Does Dylan play Gyarados? I'm pretty sure this is not for him.
Well, we might see swaps later on, but...
That's what I'm thinking. It has to be a swap. So what's going to be the attacker role? Could be Miraidon.
Yeah, I think if Miraidon is available...
Yeah. We'll see in a bit, though. Okay, Sync-1. Are we going back for the Metagross?
Mamoswine, Metagross?
I'd still go for Mamoswine, because there's 3 Pokemon that kind of don't want to deal with the Mamoswine on the screen right now. Okay, there's the Metagross. Oh, but Hooper this time. Hooper. I'm down. But that means this is going to be a defender last pick, unless
they go for
we're going to be seeing it. Unless like RBX is Magic Cup this game, I doubt it.
They can
I'm
go
curious
for.
now.
They could go for Blaziken Defender. That's what I see so far. Knowing Team Nemesis.
This Miraidon steal from Onyx is beautiful. This is such a beautiful steal because, yeah, that would have been another ideal Dylan Pokemon if they're thinking of maybe running either Metagross or Gyarados as an RBX Pokemon. Okay, is this a Dylan Pokemon or is this an RBX Pokemon?
Inteleon?
Again?
Mammothswine. Okay. And we're riding back the Mammothswine.
Okay, well the difference is instead of
this is a
Mewtwo,
very
it's Mega
brave
Lucario,
card.
but
The
they've
Nemesis.
drafted
Yeah.
this. Oh, actually no,
Very
the
brave,
different
'cause
support as
I
well.
and you probably are in the same boat as well. I'm not used to seeing Dylan play anything that is not a ranged attacker. I'm not used to seeing him play melee Pokemon. I guess aside from Mewtwo X, but that's a different story. So, game is I also love Onyx lineup. I feel like they've just done the draft so well for this game. So if we're looking at this purely on draft, I'm digging Onyx Rise.
Just have to wait and find out. Last game for our first semifinals, Nemesis and Onyx. This would determine who is going to be the first team seeded into the grand finals of day number 4 and who would get that huge amount of points. That's at least 15 at minimum, 20 at max. Really excited, and I love the concept that Dylan is going in for aggressive plays, making sure he builds up the range and evolve into Gyarados at the early stage of the game.
Yeah, if there's one thing Dylan is really good at, it is always finding experience. He always evolves at the ideal timing for his Pokemon, so as much as I'm a little bit concerned about him being the one to play the Gyarados, I feel like he's going to open our eyes to the potential of Gyarados being that core bottom lane Pokemon. But we'll have to see for now, though, because it's still a little Magic Cup. Just needs a little bit more experience and a little bit more rage. But we do need to pay attention to that top lane too, though, because it's a Mega Lucario farming that top lane, and it's a pretty aggressive top lane as well, because you're dealing with both a Leafeon. Leafeon's very aggressive in itself, and you also have to deal with Iluna, who's playing that Mega Mewtwo X. Oh, sorry, it's Zoe. Zoe's playing the Mega Mewtwo X. So, like, there's a lot of aggressive potential if they pair themselves up. If Zoe gets taken out like this, though, that's not ideal, but it's just a support, okay? So, it's not too bad. You're not giving away too much experience. But paired up with a good partner, Mega Mewtwo X is really great at this very aggressive, in-your-face play.
And we might be seeing a little bit of a skirmish here in the bottom lane. Rubix is just waiting for a perfect opportunity to grab someone with the Ice Fang. Not really the Lapras, I'd say, but they got the Miraidon out of nowhere. They would just have to go for the reset and get the Ragey Draco. So scoring prowess would land into the hands of Team Nemesis, and they are just sunking in the face of Onyx at the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Sol just a little bit too late to defend the goal zone too, because we did see those scores happen. So Onyx Rise, I think they're a little bit surprised with how Nemesis is playing their lanes. as surprised as we probably were when we saw the original drafts. Obviously, the team is trying to calibrate their playstyle to figure out, like, okay, what do we do playing into this lineup for Nemesis? Because they're not playing any squishies. Basically, everybody except Hooper is sitting on a stack of health. So it's quite difficult to go for a snipe, especially if you're playing Darkrai, right? Because Darkrai thrives against teams that go for the very high damage squishies. But who's squishy on Nemesis? Not really anybody.
But Regirock buff. This is looking a little bit scary for Onyx Rise, because Team Nemesis has a huge amount of momentum, despite that Regieleki keep pushing towards top pad. It's pretty even in terms of numbers, but momentum-wise, I think Nemesis has a little bit of an edge here. So I think Onyx Rise, what they have to do is patiently get those XPs, and if it runs out immediately, they have to group up and go for a big fight in order to shut down the XPs of Team Nemesis.
Okay, I think Onyx Rise revealed their position in that top lane. I think they tried to go for a dive onto the Hooper because I see some missing health. So a failed attack from the bush, unfortunately, for Onyx. So you can see Onyx, I think they're getting a bit desperate with some of these very opportunistic plays. Like they're really trying to create some distance between them. But if you look at the experience, it's relatively even. If anything, it's in the advantage of Team Nemesis at the moment. So Onyx, they're not in an ideal position, especially with the kind of draft that they're running, because it's very mid-game oriented. Only Miraidon and that Mewtwo. Okay, I don't know if support Mewtwo X is really a late game Pokemon, because you're generally not going to be given priority in experience. But I feel like in this game, this might have to be a priority for Onyx if they're thinking that Nemesis is going to be the ones to grab that late game.
I think I do agree on that one as well, because they need those experience in order for them to successfully get those setups, especially with the Mewtwo X being behind. It might be just a Pokemon that has to be shredded down by Team Nemesis instead of contributing into the fight. So I think you're well on point on getting those XPs distributed well and not giving it away for the other members of Onyx. But at the same time, that would somehow narrow down the gap.
We saw a knockout there onto Piloswine in the top lane, thanks to Cell. So, surprise fight coming out in the bush, but we are going to be seeing a bit more here as Illuna going to be provided support there by that Miraidon. There's the Mega Mewtwo, Mega Lucario getting the snipe onto the Leafeon. So there's going to be the Speedster gone and taken out of the picture. Cell barely alive. They have to guess right here. Going to be in the bush. Oh, but Dream a bit, Dylan a bit slow there with the waterfall. So the follow-up is a little bit
That
late.
was cutting it a bit close. But the fact that Team Nemesis playing both objectives across the map is pretty huge.
And they're back into the central area, and I can see Dylan on the map on that Gyarados, either trying to go for a score or steal some of those central area Pokemon, which he is kind of okay. I'm not a big fan of that play.
I think it was just a matter of stalling time, knowing that the Regidrago will be appearing and give Team Nemesis, I guess, an ample time to clear up those central lane, but I think that was too much of an advance from Dylan as well. And look at this, Onyx still has the edge in terms of position in the Regidrago, which is not supposed to be the case.
RBX. Mammoth Mash doesn't really connect. Will keep him alive. Needs to grab some healing though. Looking for the Hooper just to try and go for the reset, but going to be quite far away. Sync 1 though, going to go for the dive onto the Miraidon. Oh, it's going to be a 1-for-1 Axe Q for Sync 1. Unfortunately, both go down, but mission accomplished there for Team Nemesis, and now it's going to be in that bottom goal zone, and there was no chance for Dream to survive this, with 4 Pokemon collapsing on top of him. Up top, though, we do have Dylan scoring on that Gyarados, getting some valuable experience and also scoring. KYY, not going to be too happy. Unfortunately, not going to juke this, so he's going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center in the Express train.
Yeah, not quite the way to use the elevator, that's how I call it. Not quite the ideal way, simply because there's just Rubik's defending the bottom lane. So I think they had to make a call that they should just give the goal zone in the bottom lane. So I think that was a little bit of miscommunication at the end of Team Nemesis. But on the other hand, Registeel going in the hands of Onyx. This is not looking good for Nemesis. Attacking prowess has landed in their hand, and the XPs are well distributed to both teams. So Onyx Rise is looking a little bit on the advantage spot here. Team Nemesis has to be very careful in the fight.
They do also scout.
I don't know about that Mewtwo Unite move. They used it for info, but
Zoe's Unite. So
they have a Hoopa, so they can just reset.
Two X's Unite, but they got the vision. They know where Nemesis is, and I think if you're Onyx, knowing that Nemesis is playing so far back, you're feeling pretty comfy. RBX though is going to be there, caught in the sleep. Still going to be there. Teammates are nearby. There's the Ice Bank to buy time, but RBX, I think he knows he's basically done Zoes here. Dylan is coming.
Mamoswine, why'd you go back in though?
Waterfall out. Illuna
That was just sus as hell.
I'm a bit worried here because without the Mamoswine, all of a sudden Onyx Rise, if they want to go for the dive, they absolutely can. And Nemesis back in a defensive position. Onyx, they are trying to taunt with the Kyogre, but unfortunately, Nemesis not taking the bait yet. KYY, gonna have to go for the reset. RBX is here. They've caught Zoe on that Mewtwo.
Oh! Lucario just got melted by the Leafeon.
Mega Lucario in this fight, and Illuna going for the chase as well. onto the Gyarados. Waterfalls into the portal, will come back out at full health. And
Oh
now
my god,
Nemesis
what
now
is happening to this
pieces
team?
because this game is
Both of them
falling
die without
apart.
uniting?
Can they get these knockouts? Everyone's looking far through health. Dylan all alone, and he's going to use the Unite move. He's looking for a target. He can't really find anybody. He does have some extra shielding. Is going to try.
They don't
and
necessarily
retreat
need
behind
Kyogre. They could go for a
the
back half, but they have to be like smart about it. And they just lost Hoopa. And Leafeon's back capping. It's over.
Just successfully zoned out Nemesis.
Unless...
30 seconds, Pika Yules.
Uh-oh, 25 seconds left. They are going in.
No, it's over.
But 3 members from the side of Team Nemesis has fallen down.
What did they do?
Gets the last laugh in the Kyogre's pit.
That was horrendous. It's crazy because like in the last 2 games, they had 2 clean fights. Kind of, but this was just like, what happened?
There was not enough time. And that would be the game. Onyx once again making it into the finals of the group stage.
Onyx Rise are on fire today, and I feel
E1 versus Rivals?
a prediction because both of our teams that we predicted to win the entire thing are out.
Yeah.
With who's remaining in our top 3, essentially, who do you think is going to take the entire tournament today?
That's a tough question because if I predict on this matchup, definitely they have to win the whole thing. But I'm quite thinking, I think the most comfortable that I'm going to say is going to be Rival Esports. I predicted to them last week believing that they would win the whole thing, but didn't really work on their favor. But I think they have a really good shot up against all the other teams here in Southeast Asia PUACL. So in general, looking at the better perspective, I think Rival Esports has a great shot in getting the championship for today.
Okay, because my choice for the entire thing, if it wasn't full sense, it's probably Onyx.
Right.
Yeah, I think my choice was going to be Onyx because I said this before, the team's consistent. T1 though, coming out with a Sableye. Oh, sorry, that's not picked, right? Not a bug. What's happening? That looks like a pig.
No, it's not a pick. It is a show
Is it a
pick.
highlight?
Yeah, show pick. There we go. I think that's how I put it. Show pick.
Okay. I was like, did they pick that already? Like, what's up with the game? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Pisterio. Oh, I swear, if they pick this though, I will probably laugh.
I want to see it in play. Come on. You know, you've been wanting an unexpected Pokemon out of the box. Why not? Let's just take the Sableye.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Come on.
Come on,
Sableye.
no, Pisterio, you don't do that. Come on, Pisterio, you don't do that. You don't flash Sableye and then just decide to pick Mewtwo-X. It's not the same thing. Just because they're the same color, it doesn't mean they're the same Pokemon. Oh my gosh.
There was actually a team way back last year who has been picking Sableye. Another Filipino team. They were... What was their team last year? Blacklist, I think? Yeah, it was former
Blacklist?
Yeah, Blacklist. They were picking a lot of Sableye before with Dodrio. We might see them in the winter tournament.
Yeah, we could. I think we could see them, right? Because they didn't get invited for ACL. Yeah, I'd love to see them again. I'd love to see them again. Drafts for both teams, though. So, standard opening for Rival, I'm not surprised that Hooper's being picked up by Rival because they have historically played a lot of Hooper in the past. HT Mimikyu is like a no-brainer. If it's available, you just take it. T1, though, the follow-up is Leafeon and Blaziken. I do like the secure ability there for Mule and the Blaziken, and I also like the roaming potential here for Epee. Epee needs to be aware that he is competing against HT's Mimikyu, and HT historically...
You know, the kit in general of Mimikyu is just way too good. It definitely could handle anything. But Mega Charizard
he's back.
Oh!
Back.
Ooh, the Mega Charizard X.
We actually haven't seen a lot of him until recently, right? He was basically
Yeah.
the star pick, I suppose, for day 1 and 2, and then day 3 he just vanished because I think teams sort of realized that there are other megas that are a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about this team, definitely Mega Lucario is a better overall, but with Mega Lucario being banned,
How does
I think
T1 look?
forecast this ahead of time that maybe we
If
can
I'm just
somehow
basing them
pick
off
up
that
on
last
Charizard
game,
X again.
I
Maybe this
think,
could shake things
with the
off
exception
for
of their
teams,
draft,
especially that
they
have been
played
around for a
good.
while.
At least against that
Yeah,
team
but
that they played last time I saw them.
might be the
But that was the
factor
first time I've
that
seen them
they
also,
get
so I
to
can't
get a
really...
head start
Like, I don't have a big
against
sample
Rival
size.
Esports.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I really like about Mega Charizard is that he.
I
in a
think
lot
they're
of
playing
cases,
fine,
can
kind of.
bypass
Like, they
those
made
big
mistakes,
game
but, like, not,
defenses
like,
that teams
super
have, right?
big
So he can
ones.
just fly over everybody, ignore
But their
them,
draft looks a little
meaning
weird
that
to me.
he can reach that backline, and all of a sudden, Miraidon's position isn't.
Like,
so
even
tricky
even this draft,
just
it's
with
like
the existence of that
Mewtwo
Mega
X,
Charizard
Gyarados,
X.
and Blaziken.
So,
A
Ryan will
little
need to pay attention
weird.
to where Mule is going to be on that Charizard and to ensure that they're able to keep that Miraidon in a safe position. Or they have a way to fend off the Charizard so he's not able to dive into the backlines. Because that's one of the things Charizard's still good at, right? Diving into the backlines, being a nuisance, and being very, very slippery while he does it.
Yeah, this is actually a very powerful bruiser type of Pokemon. And when you're going up against rival esports, especially HT with the Mimikyu, I think this Charizard is actually a great matchup. They have to use that Seismic Slam ahead of time in order to avoid that Leafeon getting knocked out immediately by HT.
Alright, so it's the laning stage here, PQUs. We're gonna have to see who gets that head start, who's going to have an easy lane, and who's gonna have a bit of a tough one. Because you can see right now in the middle of the
Is this
lane,
happening right now? No, it's
we have
not.
a bit of a pushback.
This happened
Both teams having their supporters
a few days
in that
ago.
Central area fending off a
Less than a week
potential
old, but
Central area invade.
it's not live.
Oh, Saram is trying to go in for the knockout and ice with a cheese
The
trap.
VODs are up on YouTube. I'm watching the
Miss
YouTube
it
VOD right now,
out.
Steve.
That was actually a close call, and I think T1 was trying to eye for an early knockout for an XP advantage, but not quite the time for now.
No, not now, but maybe soon. We do have Mule in that central area competing with HT. That's not a matchup for a Charmeleon, unfortunately. Life is hard as a Charmeleon, especially up against a Mimikyu. Probably one of the toughest central area Pokemon to compete with, unless you have some kind of secure yourself. But Mule gonna ensure that this top lane is one for T1. But down bottom, though, you can see a bit of struggle city down there for T1 as HT gonna make himself known and provide support for Miraidon, who almost got caught there. Rhyme super low, but they did slow down the progression of that Leafeon, which is very important for Rival.
But at the start, I think Rival Esports has been doing a great job despite T1 is winning in terms of points, but this is not a large points that you could say. And Rival Esports, on the other hand, has been
Yikes, what is that? Oh, is that
controlling the map so
rotation?
well, rotation-wise, they know what's coming, and they are giving T1 a tough time to gain those XPs.
Okay, Mule's going to show himself in that top lane, but he's not going to really be able to do much. He does get a fire punch in, but hang on a minute though. Hellfires are getting pretty low, forcing out the eject as well there onto that Combuskin. They do actually get a pick off onto the Mimikyu on the side of Rival. So a bit of a surprise pickup there. That shouldn't be happening at all, but HT, I guess, getting a little bit too handsy in that in the game. Rhyme, though, unfortunately, going to have to go up against Comey. Needs to respect that Leafeon.
My hair
because
is all over the
Leafeon
place,
is
man.
an amazing assassinator as well. But in the meantime, though, Blaziken picking up the Reggie Drago for the team.
Yeah, and T1, right off the bat, they just recovered after a little bit too down up against Rival Esports, and they have been getting a huge chunk of XP. Level 8 on the Charizard X, level 7 on the Leafeon. This is going to be scary once a fight, another fight commences, especially that Rival Esports really has to babysit that Miraidon a bit, knowing that this is one of the most consistent attackers for the side of Rival Esports, and that Leafeon Komi would definitely have an easy access to it, but the Mamoswine is just being burned down. This is not looking good. All of a sudden, T1 is being melted down. They just eliminated the Pilot Swine, but all of a sudden melted down by the offense of Rival Esports.
And it's all because of HT on that Mimikyu. First coming in to dish out a bit of damage and then immediately play with me onto Mule. So the Charizard had no chance to really do anything in that fight. The setup as well, it was all on ice. The Piloswine getting the initial ice freeze onto the Charizard, dropping him to half health. That is the one thing I think was mainly the main reason why Mule didn't fully commit to a Unite there. Probably because he was just too low health to really, you know, commit to the fight. And also noticing that if he unites there, he's opening himself to just being...
no, okay, so they're making a mistake right now.
Okay, never mind, I'll just do what I can.
Leafeon shouldn't be clearing the jungle. Like, Charizard should still be clearing the jungle at least until level 11. Like, you need to hit that level 11 power spike so you can get your more consistent damage out. Because you need level 11 for your Fire Punch Plus. And Fire Punch Plus is basically, whenever you auto attack, you lower the cooldown of your Fire Punch by 1 second.
And basically just running away with the game.
Yeah, and they're gonna run away that game easily if you left them scale up into this. But right now, we're just waiting for the access to the map.
And like, if you can't farm, then you need to create, like, try to find an opportunity to make a play, because like, at the end of the day, like, just like any other Pokemon, you need levels under your belt, especially Charizard X.
Down that front line as much as possible. But I think that would be a problem.
I think some people just play a little too passive is the problem. Like, they're slow playing, which because it's competitive play, so they're trying to be a little bit more methodical. But because you're not farming and because nothing's happening, like, you're just slowly getting starved out.
Up against that Mimikyu.
Yeah, so at the moment, oh, they almost managed to get them out of the swine.
Nice.
They pull them up into the air, though, so there is the Unite move used by the Charizard. You can see in the back lines, though, we do see a jump from the Gyarados. We'll be able to waterfall out of there, so right now, it's just a 1-for-1 trade from both sides.
Oh, Mimikyu taking that Shadow Sneak onto the...
So HT out of the picture. You can see right now, Rivalry wanting to get the escape. They will just escape through the portal, but they have left behind the Gyarados. Mule unable to...
Okay, I was just about to say, it's unfortunate they didn't stop that, but still a good play either way.
They do manage to score at least one with Epe. They're going to lose the Mewtwo, but at least the rest of the team manages to
Xperia still viable?
see a success.
On some Pokemon, it's still good.
Absolutely.
It's just not a mandatory prerequisite anymore. Like, you can still run it on things like Blissey, Clefable, Sableye, like things that are very support-oriented and don't necessarily farm as much. Or if you're like Hoopa as well, if you're planning on roaming a lot. Because Xperia only works like experience-wise if you are the lowest level on the team. So if you think you're going to be behind, or if you're playing in a way that will prevent you from getting experience, which will result in you being behind, then that's when you would probably want to run Xperia.
But so far, looks like the defense is coming in for T1. They just need to hang in a little bit longer, but Regieleki still looking too healthy. We have Comey trying to escape the wrath of rival esports, who are still sticking around. They're doing their best to hold the fort, but they have to just give this away at some point. Regieleki walks in, 41-point dunk, and at least for Yamu, he's able to waterfall out of there.
Yeah.
It also makes sense again, like, if you're referring to like this game as well on Rival Esports, it makes sense to run Xperia as well. Not only because it's Hoopa, but everyone else on their team is an all-rounder or defender, and they like to farm. So generally speaking, you're probably gonna be the highest level, which means you're gonna still get value out of that item.
But right now, Ice is really confident that the team could wipe them out, but Ice is tanking a lot of damage, but the follow-up not quite there because they will prioritize the Regice, and Yang was actually pinched down by the offense of T1. And T1, on the other hand, is trying to eye on the prize, which is going to be the Kyogre. But still, Rival Esports...
Come on, Piss! Piss? Not like the... Oh, Piss, what are you doing, buddy?
And for T1, they get first dibs on positioning just because they're able to get there as a full team. And already, look at this Pisterio. He's going to taunt Rival Esports into a fight. Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro, trying to pull in Ice on that map.
Oh, take the fight, take the fight, take the fight. That's a huge pick. There's no way you don't win this.
Down to 3 players. Mule is pretty low. They're trying to figure out who their target is with the
Is it Charizard Unite move?
They've also lost the Mimikyu. HT is
Oh, oh my lord.
Team wipe. T1 will get
And now
gonna be
Mamoswine's
them to
dead.
score points and to take game number 1, unless Rival Esports can pull off a miracle from
There ain't no
magician's
miracle
hat.
happening today.
Joeverlord two-step with the Razor Leap was enough to be the commencement in order for them to engage into a team fight. Who would have thought that it would be an aggressive play for T1, especially that we are dealing with Kyogre, who's not known for giving the buffs up.
I feel like they're playing it a little too safe. I don't think they're far enough ahead that they can comfortably just play defense. Ideally, one more person should score, and then if they really want to, everyone else can
Amazing.
defend.
Just being able to see that
They had enough
opportunity
time to
begin,
push,
because
like
in a lot
when-
of cases, I know people question when teams focus down the defenders. Like you're looking at Ice thinking, why are they targeting the Mamoswine, right? Like, is Mamoswine really a big deal? He wasn't even given a chance to play the game. And we've seen how important Ice's role is in these team fights to not only get the freezes, but to also just threaten with the Mammoth Mash. Now, Rival Esports have 27 seconds to somehow pull off the comeback of the century. They need points. I mean, they do have points to play with, but they don't have time to play with.
Yeah, that's just 15 seconds in the bank, and that's another 92 points in the top half.
Okay, now it's over. I mean, like, it was already over, but, like, now it's over.
I believe that this points from the bottom path, if ever scored, won't be enough for them.
I think that was, like...
And T1 gets...
I will say, they played the endgame a little weird.
I
Because-
think this is a very surprising.
Okay, so just to kind of, like, show you guys for visual representation.
Lost the Mimikyu. Hey,
So obviously, yes, they win the team play. I honestly wasn't expecting Mamoswine to get melted here.
Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro.
Like, they still had, like, a quarter of their health, but, like, what killed them, though?
Just because they're able to get there as a full team, and already look at this Mysterio. He's going
Was it the
to
Mewtwo
taunt
Unite?
Esports into a fight. Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro.
No, that wasn't even the Mewtwo Unite. What killed them?
And already look at this Mysterio. He's
Future
going
Sight?
to taunt Rival Esports into a fight. Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro.
I think it was Future Sight.
Trying to
Yeah, I think it was Future Sight from Mewtwo.
positioning just because.
Let me
they're
see it one
able
more.
to
Okay,
get
I'm
there.
gonna slow it down actually, because I'm like very curious to see like how they got melted.
As a full team, and already look at this Mysterio. He's going
That's it.
to
Okay, there's the
taunt
telekinesis.
Rival Esports into a
Oh yeah, okay, it was Future Sight. Yeah,
They're from the Slowbro trying to pull.
yeah, it was Future Sight from Mewtwo. I couldn't tell because the animation. It's because the Mewtwo's using the skin, so like the animation looks a little different than usual.
In ice on that Mamoswine. He's still tanky, but he gets blown up. Not even.
And then what happened to Miraidon? Like, okay, I know what happened to Mamoswine now. So they get Future Sight, they get Surf, they get Flare Blitz, they get Fire Punch, and then Mewtwo secures before they... And then Leafeon just gets... Leafeon just straight up melts the Miraidon.
Already look at this Mysterio. He's going to taunt Rival Esports into a fight. Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro trying to pull in ice on that Mamoswine. He's still tanky, but he gets blown up, not even given a chance to play. And the Miraidon as well.
Like, both Mamoswine and Miraidon just flat out melted without even uniting.
Down to 3 players. Mule is pretty low.
Mimikyu dies as well. Mimikyu died without uniting as well.
They've also lost the Mimikyu. Even given a chance to play. And the Miraidon as well. Rival Esports down
Yeah,
to
like,
3
they literally
players.
just got
Mule is
slow
pretty
beamed.
low. They're trying to figure
Slow
out what's
beamed
on
by
this
Slowbro.
Gyarados, but they've also
Charizard saving their
lost the
Unite move, and then
Mimikyu.
literally just ults Gyarados. They don't have Unite move, so they're just stuck.
Team wipe. T1 will get the Kyogre for free. And that's going to be them to score points and to take game.
So yeah, like, the thing that didn't make sense to me is that
Unless
like, they have 5 people up. They're all together already. They all have Kyogre buff. I'm surprised they didn't push as 5 when they can see that numerous people were dead. That's what confused me a little. And then they went to recall, which is not necessarily wrong. It's just a very safe play. Like, you have 5 people with Kyogre buff. You see 3 people dead. You can push as 5 for sure. Like, you'll stomp them off the goal. That's what I thought they were going to do. But then they decide to recall and then go back to base. Which is, like I said, it's a very, very safe play, but they're not so far ahead that I think they can do that comfortably. Because there's always that chance that, you know, like, one goal will make a difference here. Granted that they have a reasonable amount of points. So, like, it didn't make sense to me that they recalled, and then they ended up pushing as a group anyways. But this is after everyone has been given time to spawn. That's what it makes sense to me.
Ice's role is in these team fights to not only get the freezes, but to also just threaten with the Mammoth Mash. Now, Rival Esports have 27 seconds to somehow pull off the comeback of the century. They need points. I mean, they do have points to play with, but they don't have time to play with.
Yeah, that's just 15 seconds in the bank, and that's another.
A very surprise first win here for T1 for a lot of people. I know a lot of viewers, and I think a lot of casters as well, were expecting Rival Esports to take this game #1, especially with the lineup that they were currently running. But T1's execution around that Kyogre pit was flawless. Beautiful, beautiful. We could see a game #3.
Wow, we're almost done.
But I'm expecting.
I'm honestly, I am actually genuinely surprised at how quick this is going. Like, I think this is the first time I've ever watched competitive Pokemon Unite, and it feels like it hasn't taken that much time. Like, whenever I watch a VOD or whenever I watch Pokemon Unite comp live, it feels like it takes like 20 years because they're constantly having breaks. And yes, they've taken small intermissions. Like, they take 5-minute breaks after like a series, like after a best out of 3 is done, but then they go like right into it, which is very refreshing. If more broadcasts were like this, in the sense that they were much more fluent, I would have no problem watching them, but that's the problem with EU and NA. Like, the production is just not there. And then, like, when you constantly have, like, breaks or intermissions, I lose interest.
What are the ways in order to just avoid being...
Like, if I'm waiting more time, or if I'm spending more time waiting for matches than I am watching matches, then, of course, like, I'm just gonna lose interest.
Actually got the W a while ago. Again, highlighting Komi, probably, you know, the Leafeon did its job as well, but I wouldn't say it should be a priority ban at least, but I think Rival Esports, if T1 would actually be gunning for the same play, or at least have an attacker on their hands, I feel like a speedster might be needed, at least for Rival Esports. Yes, HD is using the Mimikyu, but can the Mimikyu be enough to shut down somebody? I think that's the biggest question I have in mind. But Rival Esports, for their last ban, they're going to be banning away the Flame
I knew it. You can't let him through. But at the same time, there's no Mimikyu for HT. So there are going to be some draft changes, and already T1 going for the Mega Gyarados. So already, a bit of a change in terms of the Pokemon chosen. But I'm keen to see what HT is going to be given for his choice of Pokemon.
Oh my god. Okay, this right here, I've seen it happen a lot, and keep in mind, this is, like, before the nerf. I don't know why people let this Pokemon go through. Like, this right here is just like, dear God Almighty. Like, everyone always ends up struggling against this Pokemon at some point during the game, and it drives me nuts to see people, like, just let it through. Like, I understand the Blastoise ban. Like, these are fine, and I know Lucario's like a hit or miss for some people, but, like, I don't know. If they lose this game, I'm gonna look at them and be like, you didn't ban the Gyarados.
Doesn't really deviate a lot. He's always going to be that very farm hungry but very aggressive central laner. He wants something that does damage, but is also quite quick and elusive. And I kind of wonder, is he maybe going to go for maybe one of his old classics? I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to jinx it. But having a Slowbro in play,
I've seen more Slowbro on this VOD than in EU and NA combined. Ooh, Glaceon and Blissey Mewtwo X. That is also a pretty nasty team, at least right now. Once again, this is before the nerf, so these are still Pokemon in their prime.
Previously, and so far, the Mewtwo X has been stolen away, and Rival Esports has the access to it. And I do feel like this play a huge role as well at the hands of T1, so losing it might be a big one.
Zashin, the sword doggo is back. He's back! Zashin is back! I know some people don't like this Pokemon, but he's back! It's been such a long time. They very rarely see Zashin. But, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what role does Zashin play in this game? Like, what is Zashin bringing to the table for T1?
I think this would be... Oh,
Hello,
okay,
welcome
go.
back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh my gosh, I love these beats.
We have callbacks happening at the table, but I think hear me out. I think for
Okay, I'm
T1,
listening.
this is going to be a Scyther, not a Scissor. Probably be going to
Yes.
the central lane, and then we have
Yes.
that Zacian either on the top or the bottom. That's how I see the picture right now. So that's great. They have a
There's been
slasher
so much
here.
Swords Dance Scyther.
That's Gengar.
Yeah,
right?
especially in the West.
No, the Gengar is definitely something to.
There
be
hasn't been any
worried
Scyther
about
in
this
VOD so
game,
far
because
that I've watched.
okay, I know Gengar's not very popular, and it is to a certain degree. Would you say Gengar is very niche in what it does?
I think you need a great execution to use the Gengar.
Because to me, I feel like Gengar is one of those few Pokemon where you play this Pokemon around your team so that you get your solo matchups, or you play essentially single player Unite, running around the map doing your own thing. Because that's what Gengar's really great at, right? Like, he's great at 1v1s. That is his matchup. And there are a lot of Pokemon in this particular game that is going to be vulnerable to a Gengar, but this is also T1. I don't think T1 is going to fall to the trap of, giving a Gengar free eliminations. Now, keep in mind, this is also Rhyme playing this, who is the bottom lane farmer for the team. So, to me, this definitely feels more like a team Gengar rather than that solo matchup. So, I want to know, how does Rival Esports incorporate this Gengar into their lineup? Is he just going to be that assassinator that comes in and basically plays like HT? Or is that something else that Rhyme is contributing to the team that we aren't really aware of?
I'm excited to see, just seeing the comebacks of the Pokemons, the Sword Dog, and of course, this Gengar makes me wonder what kind of execution. Will it be the same as before, or there is something new that we haven't seen yet? But as we see here in the bottom lane, too aggressive here for Rival Esports, making sure those points be on the bank, but the Scyther is already available here for T1. Barely missed the perfect opportunity.
Oh!
But still, they managed to get a few.
Oh, I thought.
It's taken down.
Oh, okay. That wasn't as good as I thought. I thought Magikarp was gonna get the assist on that.
Yep, they got a little bit
Because
of
their effort gauge is
experience,
almost
got
up, so I thought they would get the
evolution,
assist
so it's
and
not too bad
level
for
up, but
Rhyme.
I think they're almost like Gyarados
As
regardless.
long as the Magikarp is not evolving, I think Rival Esports is
Yep.
going to be pretty
Magikarp
happy
just
with
evolved.
whatever happens in that bottom lane. Because Slowbro would also be very high his levels. But no, we do have a Gyarados down here, so now it's going to be a bit of a struggle city here for Rhyme, because you can't really easily take out either of these Pokemon, right? Gyarados and Slowbro, both very tanky Pokemon. They aren't really soloable until Haunter evolves into that Gengar. And, with Ice on the Snorlax, you don't really have any healing down here either. So there's going to be some support from HT, maybe a lot of hand-holding until we see that Gengar evolution for Rhyme. But for now, we do see Mule securing the Regidrago for the team. So you can already tell right now, I think T1, they're feeling good, they're looking good. I think now all eyes are on Rival Esports to see how they turn things around for game number 2.
Well, speaking of turning things around, this is a good refresh from T1.
I'm glad they took. I'm glad they're walking back. If they took the pole back, I would have said they're trolling, dude.
So right now they're eyeing on the top lane, knowing that there was a full reset, and Pizzerio is actually ready to gun in for the fight, and there we go. First knockout comes in the hands of T1, and Rival Esports makes the call to fall back immediately, knowing that
Oh,
the threat, but the
man.
Icicle Spear is too good for them to handle. That's what I love with the spears. That's a sure hit when it comes to the combat.
Yeah, Icicle Spears is going to be the biggest threat to the Scyther, because you can't really dodge the Icicle Spear unless you have a teammate body block for you, or if you're close enough to wild Pokemon, you can also use wild Pokemon to body block for you. So you'll need to be very meticulous with this positioning. Right now, we do have the Zacian securing the Regieleki up top. Rival Esports, they do know they have the numbers advantage for now. Zacian is here though, and we do have the Registeel taken by Rival Esports, but they have lost 2 Pokemon for this. So
It's actually
it
not
does
too
come at a
bad.
pretty
They
heavy
lost the
cost.
Reggie.
But
Like, they
if
got
Rival
Regieleki
Esports wants
top.
to make anything happen,
They lost the bottom
that's
Reggie, but they
essentially
got
the
2
best
kills
time
as
to do
well.
it,
So
but
it's
they
like
don't
not
have a frontliner,
the
so
worst thing
now
ever.
they're kind of stuck.
Yeah, and I think they have to win the next fight, especially they need to maximize the value of the Registeel that they got. So definitely it would be, not of a good sign if they haven't maximized that potential that the Registeel could actually give them. So they have to be very careful on the next execution that they do. And I love the call as well by this Hunter being able to farm some XPs, knowing that there is a total mismatch that we are seeing up against a Gyarados who's really aggressive and definitely can tank out the damage of a Hunter, which will be a Gengar later on.
Oh! Oh my goodness!
Knocks out two Pokemons at the top path. Rhyme is here to defend.
Oh!
The Dream Eater gets a knockout from the Scyther, and he's getting all the lives of T1. What is his saying? Shadow Ball's actually there as well to defend things down. But he's not going to overextend with his Dream Eater. He comes back with Yemo. This could be a turnaround.
That could have been a kill for Gengar if,
so
like they were quick with their reaction. Like when they pulled with the future sight, if they Dream Eater, Shadow Ball, and Dream Eater, like they could have got that kill.
Circumstances, but we did see just then, right, the power of Gengar. Given the opportunity, he can get some pretty nasty knocks. And to get it on a Scyther, that is probably one of the most important knockouts in the game because Scyther is a Pokemon that wants to have a huge level lead, and to soak up some of that experience for Rhyme, you want to be at a huge level advantage as a Gengar. So Rhyme's going to try and wait this out, wait for the team to come in.
Oh boy!
There goes the Zacian, they're pushing on through though. You're coming in with the Green Storm as well. They do catch out the Gengar though, so Rhyme does get punished, but Efe loses his life in the process. The Slowbro is trying to get away. The Icicle Spear is not going to be enough. Slowbro is just too.
Look at Gyarados, man.
Is here, and this is the Mega Form as well. He is incredibly tanky himself, but
like Gyarados salvaged that entire team fight at the
very
end.
low as well. So hesitating on whether they want to try and go for this. Icicle Spear.
Oh no!
HT, that should not have happened.
That should not have happened, but here comes the response of Team 1 by using
oh!
Reinforcements falling down. Yang has to back away a bit here, knowing that Yemo and the others might be coming very soon. Rhyme has to eat.
Oh, the cleanup! It looked bad, but then that happened.
For them to hinder the movement of T1, and what a fight we saw at the
Gyarados destroying the backline was a huge W for that. Like it was looking really bad for T1.
To secure that too, because Icicle Spears, these travel at a consistent speed. It's not something that you're able to really time. So, Icicle Spears onto Mule.
Almost a knockout.
It would have been a knockout if Ice hit him. Very, very close. But now HT gonna be chased himself, still trying to escape.
Oh, this guy came back. Jesus.
Excuse me, wrong Pokemon. And now looking for another one, looking for Ice, but Snorlax is a different case. He's a very, very, very big Pokemon, so not easy to knock out at all.
Yeah, defender probably.
I honestly kind of wish that the Gengar went Hex instead of Dream Eater Shadow Ball. Because it's going to be really hard to... Like, you can still set up for plays, but it's pretty difficult for them to get the reset on someone on the enemy team. Especially without putting themselves in like an awkward position.
It really has been making them suffer. And going into
because like you're not gonna one-shot a Gyarados or a Slowbro. Neither, like not even a Zacian either.
Scyther, which is almost the ideal
you would probably like you need to aim for the Hoopa or the Scyther, ideally.
A little bit more experience, and
but even then,
going to basically hit his peak. This is his time to
shine. The thing about a Gengar, especially when they're playing Dream Eater Shadow Ball and comp, like it's very easy to telegraph
turn this game around because really this final stretch
your combos. So essentially, like if you get tagged by a Dream Eater, if you're standing near your team, there's a good chance that Gengar never takes that. Oh my god. Oh, that was ballsy. They just full on flipped it. That's actually the first flip of the day. And Gyarados is the one that secures it as well.
But the defense from Ice just connect is having a bit of time. but the top lane is looking wide open. Can they defend this? That's 100 points falling in the hands of Team 1, and Rival Esports does need to catch up a lot in the point department.
We've still got 1 minute to go, so there is a chance for this game to turn around, but T1, they're playing the safe game. They are playing it safe, they're securing their spot in the finals, and it's going to be up to Rival to pull back the comeback of the century at this point if they're going to try and find their way to fight up against Onyx. And Ice, not quite there unfortunately, but the heavy slam for Stereo though, going a little bit too deep. Rival slowly moving forward as a team. HT lagging behind on that Glaceon, trying to catch up. You have the Green Storm there from Mule, and they actually managed to lose the slow burst, so the defender is down. Mule is running, gonna try and juke into the bushes. He will be able to succeed, and now forcing several Pokemon back, but there's the pullback from Yamu. But Komi is here, now going to use the Unite move to buy time, and basically just keep Yamu away from the rest of his team.
I just want to point out that not only did they didn't ban the Gyarados, and not only like it won the team fight for them, or like saved them from saved T1 from a really bad end game, but it also, when it came to the flip, Gyarados also gets the objective as well.
This is just like day number 1.
Like, people all, like, at least before the update when these games were played, a lot of these people that don't ban Gyarados further kind of proves to me, like, why aren't you banning it if you guys struggle as much as you do?
It wasn't a case of just day 1 luck, some people like to say, but T1, they looked amazing today. I think they really played their lineup really well. Mule on the side. You know, that's the long road, but some teams like that format. I feel like some teams want to play Pokemon Unite, so good for you, you know. So if you like taking the long road, I guess good for you. You know, you have the advantage. I had to go for these really, really cheeky objective fights, because I know Onyx are capable of securing objectives themselves, but you're
I want to see this matchup.
Going up against a Blaziken, which is one of...
Yes, I do agree.
Ah!
Or maybe saying that Onyx might have a better shot simply because of the performance that they have been showing over the past course of PACL. But T1 has been playing phenomenally well, just like what you've said for today.
Look, Pika, I think we've got to leave it to the teams to play it out, to show us and to prove to us who is going to be our champion for today. So let's leave it to the draft here, because both of our teams, they're rearing to go, game is ready to go. Who is not playing today? We should not be surprised, because the Pokemon that currently highlighted have been our most successful and some of our most impactful Pokemon in all of our matches today. Vaporeon is absolutely one of them. Mimikyu has been a monster in all of its games, and Hoopa in the team games it's appeared in have been very significant as well.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it's just a matter of respect, man. Whenever you're going up against Onyx, you have to take away that Mimikyu as much as possible. So I do love the target ban here from Team 1, especially banning as well the Vaporeon. So that means they won't be using Vaporeon at least for this game. Knowing that they have been using it for, you know, I think quite some time in the tournament run as well. As far as I know, oh no, it's Onyx who has been using it as well. So I think every team does use Vaporeon, but Onyx has been target locking that Vaporeon over the past games that they have, especially in semifinals, which is up against Team Nemesis. So this is actually a great call for Team 1, target banning at the same time securing that Mega Gyarados for themselves. So starting off the draft with a pretty powerful all-rounder for the team, which leaves Onyx Rice maybe going in for all-rounders or defenders on the first pick.
So Iluna's Snorlax has been something I have been eyeing today, and I think he only played it once today because it was either that or banned.
Yeah.
His Snorlax is wonderful, so I'm glad to see this coming back. The Blastoise, I'm curious to know if we're going to be seeing a bit of a swap of route because AxeQ could play the Blastoise. Because Eeyore doesn't really play Blastoise, and I don't think Cell really wants to pilot the Blastoise either, unless they want to do something funky and they put like Zoe and Illuna on the Snorlax and the Blastoise. What is this double speedster that we're seeing highlighted for Rise? Oh my gosh, we're seeing Leafeon and Darkrai on the same team. What kind of madness is this?
I think Suicune would be a great pick here for Team 1.
No, not the Machamp Jungle. No.
Very great, especially with a line.
Oh my god, that's not. No, bro.
Decided to go for the Machamp instead, which we did see T1 use earlier today, I believe, with versus Full Sense, and it was a submission build. I have a feeling Saram is going to maybe do the same thing. Go for submission because the Blastoise also technically will suffer against a Machamp, especially if it's gone for Rapid Spin. So this might even change up the build for AxeQ on the Blastoise if he's not running Hydro Pump Surf, if he decides to go for Rapid Spin. Mule's going to be playing the Machamp.
They could have had such a good comp if it wasn't for the Machamp. I don't like that.
I'm trying. They something.
They can really leave control, come in with the finishers, because that's their main jobs for Leafeon and Darkrai. Come in, get the quick knockouts, and get out.
Oh, and we do have our official winner of our t-shirt. Congratulations to Geek 2958. There we go. Scan the QR code. Make sure to fill in the details in order for you to claim your prize. And again, congratulations on winning the giveaway. Who knows, we might have a milestone giveaway right after this. I'm not quite sure. I'm not checking the viewership count, but we're going to see that one later on as we get a knockout here that is in favor of T1. But as I guess Onyx Rise is trying to go in for a trade here in the top path, gets the knockout up against the Magikarp, and Ippei is just running away for his life. And there goes the scores landing in the hands of Onyx.
Not really much you can do as a Gossifleur, unfortunately. Maybe as an Eldegoss could have done a little bit more with those basic attacks, but paired up with a Magikarp, yeah, times are tough up there. But down bottom, though, looking a little bit better for the team, though, because we have that three-man push coming in. They got a really fantastic knockout on the side duck. And for AxeQ, stuck as that Squirtle, there's really not much he's going to be able to do down there. So T1 capitalizing on this really big push down in that bottom lane before a potential rotation by Cell on the Darkrai. In the central area, so T1 capitalizing on
they got one.
Push
Okay.
down
I just want to see if
before a potential rotation by
missed any.
Cell on the Darkrai. In the central area, though, we do have the Snorlax causing a little bit of mischief in the enemy central area, currently being chased. Komi's coming in as well, but Iluna's like, no way, Jose, okay? I'm just here to annoy the enemy central laner. Pasteria, though, not looking too good against Eeyore, getting very low, and Illuna a little bit too late there. Could have been the catalyst to start that knockout, but Pasteria, thankfully, just had a little bit more mobility left in the tank to escape.
And I think Mule is just looking for an opening here, but I think it's Onyx who saw the opening in this matchup up against the bottom lane, and now they're trying to bait someone out and be the main bait in order to initiate the fight here in the Raging Draco. But Cell is actually
look at the Darkrai. Like,
sure that the casualties will
this is the problem against the Dark Pulse Darkrai, especially when you're using Machamp, like Submission Machamp and
really scary
Mewtwo.
Fight here because Cell can't
You can't
necessarily
auto
jump
attack
into
it.
T1
You
freely.
can't grab
He
it.
has to wait
And
for
on
someone
top
to
of
grab
that,
some kind
the
of
Dark
opening. As you
Pulse,
can see,
the Dark Pulse duration of the skill lasts longer than the submission. So literally, as long as you're just not targetable, you can wait out a Machoke and it can't do anything to you. And then, of course, Machoke just gets melted the way it did right now.
And gets picked off, leaving T1 a bit exposed down in that bottom lane. They still have the Crustle available, so Saran can be there, but the surf setup from AxeQ into the wall, and Illuna providing the follow-up damage. Cell is still there, thinking of going for the full commitment, but oof, beautiful setup there from Onyx Rise to pin T1 against the wall.
That's a 4-point remaining at the bottom lane. A chance for Onyx Rise to overcap bottom lane at the first 3 minutes and a quarter of this matchup. That's actually a huge opportunity for Onyx to be able to build up the pressure up against T1. And they have just destroyed the top lane as well. So this is actually really looking good for Onyx at the first half of the game, because if they do build up this kind of lead, they could just play this one very safe at the second half.
Yeah, so Iluna's going to do the best he can to try and buy time in that top lane, but unfortunately his team is a bit slow to come in. Cell, though, doing a little bit to Pisterio, but will go for the back. But look at this, though. We do have a Leafeon trying to set up in that central area, but Epe, beautiful scout out onto the Leafeon, so no cheeky knockouts there for Eeyore, unfortunately.
Yeah, just have to dash away with the aerial lace. I think that was the call here for Onyx to play this one very safe, but at the same time, go for aggressive ones if they have an opportunity. And this is just one of the safety precautions that Onyx is taking right now. They can't
Bro, they don't have, like, even if they all scored, they wouldn't have enough points to break that goal. They don't need, like, they need 34 points. They have like 20 something. Yikes. Not that it matters because they were playing defense, but like in the hypothetical situation, I mean.
Just gained into level 9, so a little bit of an advantage to Onyx Rise, which is what they want to maintain at least for the next half of the game.
I think considering that they're also over-leveling the speedsters on the team, I think that's the most significant thing for Onyx, because speedsters normally want to be quite over-leveled in their games. So as long as Cell and Eeyore are able to maintain their position, having this level
What is
lead,
that?
they should have the damage output to continue to threaten T1, as long
Oh,
as they
Nessie.
don't give away a free knockout, for example.
I saw you were changing some of the modes, Poncho.
His team isn't quite there yet, though, so
Like taking some out and adding some in.
They're thinking of coming in there with Cell, but he's going to decide to come back instead. So that's going to be a wasted Hydro Typhoon for Onyx Rise, and this bottom lane might just be taken. And Cell might also lose himself as well if he's not careful, but thankfully Zoe's there to provide the backup. Bottom goal zone does get taken out, but look at Onyx, they say, it's fine, you take our one goal zone. We got Iluna in the bottom lane, we got Ear in the top lane. Life is good.
Yeah, and I love how the escape happened here with the Darkrai. Just goes to show he knows how to play it very safe. And the power nap has commenced as well for the Snorlax, just being able to sustain his HP up against Komi, which is actually a great call. They don't want to give away XPs as much as possible.
Oh, the Rock Tomb, bro. Sandbag Mewtwo.
Because of the flame offering movement speed. That's a great call for Onyx. Come on.
Iluna's being such a pest. I love this play from the Snorlax, because we're so used to seeing Snorlax just run in, play with the team, just usually come in with the block, but he's just flailing around, stunning players, knocking them all over the place, wasting their time. It's such a funny play style to see. Eeyore's here though, the blocker's there, so they're going to be able to help Eeyore escape. I don't think they should be able to get the pincer. X-Scissor is there, Pisterio's there with the Dragon Breath as well. Eeyore barely escaping, he's just got the movement speed. They've been using the Unite move as well. Pisterio really wanted that knockout, but it's a level 13 Leafeon. It was absolutely worth it.
That is honestly worth
I think
a full level of experience.
To Pisterio as well.
You'll still get your Unite move right before Kyogre anyways.
Team of T1, so that's actually a great call, using the Unite move, knowing that they're confident that they definitely can get this Unite move back once the final stretch has commenced, because they have been getting a lot of knockouts because of that Mega Evolved Gyarados, which is actually worth it in order for them to put up some points as well in the top lane.
I kind of think Onyx Rise might have just thrown the game back into T1 there, especially with those 3 knockouts, right? It was Eeyore, Axew, and Zoe. There we go. It's like, who's playing the side?
Gyarados looks so goofy.
So, to give those 3 Pokemon away, especially Eeyore, the level gap it's non-existent. The game's equalized essentially. So all of a sudden, I think if I'm Onyx Rise, I'd be a little bit worried now, because ideally you want your Darkrai and your Leafeon to both be at least a level over their opponents coming into the Kyogre. and we only have 15 seconds left, so we're really lacking time in being
Machamp
able
not
to
being level
look for
13
wild
is a
Pokemon.
crime, especially when you're going
Is a
cross
little bit
chop.
far away from his team, is actually sitting at
Like,
the
not
bottom
having those stacks
objective,
is
trying to
really
push things
bad.
out, but we do have a submission, cashing out Illuna on that Snorlax. Actually had to jump forward there with both Cell and Axeq. They did buy some time. The health bars are quite low for some of these Pokemon, and all of a sudden, they're not feeling too comfortable with the fight. Cell is going to continue with trying to zone out, so he's actually been able to create some space for the team. But now with the reset and some pretty low health bars, I think it's time to fight here for Onyx, because if they don't, things are going to go really bad. And Luna trying to zone out the Mewtwo in the back lines. Oh, but the beautiful Emerald two-step coming out from Eos, setting up on 2-3. Pika Yules, that was beautiful.
I just forecasted what's about to happen, knowing that when there's a Leafeon at the bottom lane, he is waiting for the opportunity to do
my.
a back or a flank up against the other
Gyarados
team.
just got CC trained off screen.
Its job in order to knock out multiple members of T1, making it possible for
What's
them
even
to
worse
get
is, like,
Kyogre.
Gyarados
They have
ulted
to believe
preempt,
they
like,
need to put
Gyarados
more
united
scores in
preemptively,
order to secure
but
this
then when they activated their Unite move, they
And also
activated it
give
into a
props to
Blastoise Unite
Illuna
move.
as well.
And
I
since
don't know if
Blastoise
everyone
is in their
managed to see it,
animation, it's
he
not like they
actually
get knocked
zoned
up or
away
anything.
the Mewtwo-Y.
And
So
then
he
they
wasn't
just
even
got
able
CC
to
locked.
provide support for his teammates
And even
that
before
were
they united, like, I
originally
think 2 other
knocked out
people
by
died
the Emerald
anyways.
Gamer. Things maybe could have been different
It's
if
over.
Mewtwo was allowed to contribute, but man, the positioning for Onyx was beautiful. The initial catch, the zoning, keeping the eyes.
It
on
looked like
all of the
T1 was
players
bringing
for
it back, but
T1.
like this Machamp pick
This
was
is
not
where
it at all.
vision is such a
It was
key
not
component
it.
for a team game like this. If you know where all the players of T1 are, it makes it much easier for you to decide when to start a fight and where to end it.
That's huge amount of points being dunked in by Onyx. Game number 1 at the hands of Onyx Rice. A chance for them to redeem themselves up against Team 1 in the championship stage, at least for the group stage. They want to know, but who knows? Reverse sweep is still possible and is still on the line.
Still very much a possibility on the table because T1, they still played this game really well. Aside all the
Yeah, honestly, like, okay,
happened,
I don't
they
necessarily
actually
agree
did
with
manage
that.
to catch Onyx Rise as they
But
made a couple of bad plays
The thing
themselves.
about
It
their
really
team
just-
comp, it was the Machamp. And like not the player, just the Pokemon itself. It didn't have a lot of value. And then even in the end game, it didn't do a lot. Like, you're under leveled going into Kyogre. You're not level 13. You guys gotta keep in mind, especially when it comes to Machamp. Machamp is not even objectively, it's not even that good of a Pokemon. It's not like, it's below average, alright? It's not the worst Pokemon, but it's below average. If you're going cross chop, you need to get to level 13. That is like a mandatory prerequisite. Cross chop plus gives you cross chop stacks. It caps up to 40, and basically those stacks give you additional attack damage. So if you're going into Kyogre at level 12, like, you basically do almost negative damage depending on what team comp you're facing. Like, the only one they could potentially threaten is the Leafeon, and that's assuming you land your cross chop dynamic punch and you full on unite them and land everything. But even then, it's an over-leveled Leafeon at the time, and it's really difficult to do that in the middle of the enemy if they're positioning properly. So the Machamp pick was just not it. Gyarados is obviously a good pick, but them on their lonesome, and then they also got just completely split up in the last team fight of the game. It was just really bad. Like, if we go back to the team fight very quickly, just to kind of see what happened, like,
Alex actually had to jump forward there with both Cell and Axeq. They did buy some time.
Like, Crustle already united.
Objective, trying
That's
to
the
work
thing.
things out, but we do have a submission, cashing out Illuna on that.
Like,
Snorlax.
Crustle's hard focusing Snorlax, and honestly, there's no. I think they tried to kill secure the Snorlax before they got their Unite move off, but they missed their eject button. Like, what they tried to do is. Hold on. So, like, they tried to unite. Like, I think what they tried to do is, like, they started right here, alright? They united, so let's just put a U for unite, and then they flashed over here, trying to kill secure this guy after they united. I think they tried to get the stun off with their unite move, but the problem is they missed it, and then Snorlax just runs away with Flail. And keep in mind, this is not a Shell Smash Crustle, so it's not like you're going to be able to chase this guy unless you just kill them here and now. But that didn't happen. So you're wasting all your resources trying to focus the flail Snorlax that isn't even a priority target on this team. Like, yes, I understand the sentiment of trying to kill this guy before he gets his Unite move off, then they don't have a frontliner. Or, like, you know, they lose one of their frontliners to be specific, but it didn't really work out for them. So then, it's like your only frontline is kind of off on their own. Chasing, by the way.
They did buy some time. The health bars are quite low for some of these Pokemon, and all of a sudden they're not feeling too comfortable with the fight. Cell is going to continue with trying to zone out, so he's actually been able to create some space for the team. But now with the reset and some pretty low health bars,
and then here you have Darkrai and their Dark Pulse, by the way, so they're untargetable. You got Psyduck with their Psy-Eye doing some AoE damage. Eldegoss pops their Unite move, you know, preemptively, which is good because obviously you don't want to get caught out, you don't want to take damage, but you can also heal your teammates. This right here, beautiful wombo combo right here, by the way. Like, I don't know if it was like calculated or if it was just like, you know, coincidental, but like, holy moly, this was just brutal. Surf into the Leafeon, Razor Leaf, you can see them already at half HP, pops their Unite move, already damaging 3 of them. Hydro Typhoon is about to go off. Eject button just for good measure. Just straight up wombo combo, and they don't even get to do anything. Where did Machamp even Unite move? Hold on.
But now with the reset and some pretty low health bars, I think it's time to fight here for Onyx, because if they don't, things are going to go really bad. And Luna trying to zone out the Mewtwo in the back lines. Oh, for the team.
Wait, what?
But now with the reset and some pretty low health bars, I think it's time to fight here for Onyx, because if they don't, things are going to go really bad. And Luna trying to zone.
They united right here? I don't even see the animation. I think they just died before they got to use it. Oh yeah, they used it right here. They literally used it right before they're about to die, and they like don't even get to use it. Like, it was like one of those desperation Unite moves because you know you're about to die, but like it just has no value. And like that's part of the bigger problem. It's like it's already bad enough that Machamp doesn't fit this team composition well. Like, you're going Machamp jungle, alright? Like, if you're not doing well, you're gonna fall off in terms of scaling. They were underleveled going into Kyogre, that's just not good. And then on top of that, you have a below subpar Unite move that has no impact in the team fight whatsoever. And then it's literally just Mewtwo fending for themselves and Mega Gyarados. But even then, Mega Gyarados got CC trained by Psyduck and Darkrai. Like,
he is waiting for the perfect opportunity to do.
Yeah, I think they got Darkrai United. Let me see.
Oh, but the beautiful Emerald two-step coming out from Eos, setting up onto.
Yeah, so it happened right here. You can't see it because it like the camera person's doing a bad job right here. Like, there's only 2 people to look at. Like, they could have just looked at the Mega Gyarados right here, but yeah. They're panning the camera, but literally you can see on the right that Darkrai's green dot had just been used, so that just means they used their Unite move. They united Mega Gyarados, and then they got stun locked. Meanwhile, Mewtwo-wise, we're getting zoned out by that Snorlax. And then what's even worse, because they're in their Darkrai Unite move, you can see them blink back to the original location. Like, so they were standing right here, but then they blinked back over here because the Unite move timed out. So they initially got united here by the Unite move. And then they went here. Like, they walked in, like, in the Dark Realm, whatever you want to call it. And then they ended up ping-ponging back over here in front of the Psyduck and the Darkrai, so they just got screwed over. Not that it would have mattered anyways, it's literally a 5 versus 2.
Opportunity to do a back or a flank up against the other team, but they need to put more scores.
Yeah, it was like it was just a really bad fight on the side of T1 side.
Teammates will catch the zoning, keeping their eyes on all of the players for T1.
I do want, like, I really. So I don't think I'm gonna watch. Like, I'm gonna finish this today. But I do want to eventually watch the Latam matches and Japan. I'm not gonna do that all today. Like, I'll pace myself. Like, we still got like a week and a half before or like a little around a week and a half until the next regional week. So I got time before then. I'll probably pace myself and like do like a Latam day sometime next week, and then Japan at some point.
A key component for a team.
What do you think of best of 3 format, or should it be best of 5? No, I think best of 3 is fine personally. For me, best of 3 is fine. Best of 5 only when it's like semifinals and like grand finals, stuff like that. I think best of 5, like finals and like grand finals, I'm fine with it being a best of 5. Everything before then, best of 3 is good enough for me. Like as a spectator, keep in mind, like as a spectator, I mainly want the games to run fluently. Like, with the exception of this VOD, when you watch a normal UCS broadcast, those games take forever. Like, they take forever. Like, sometimes they range from, like, 8 to, like, 12 hours. Maybe even more, depending on, like, the technical difficulties. I can't imagine what that would be. Like, if it was best of 5s the entire time, there's a reality where you would have a 24-hour stream. I kid you not. And I don't know about you guys, I do not have the patience for that. No. Like, I feel like I would probably just fall asleep halfway through waiting for matches. My general philosophy, or like my general like mindset when it comes to watching UCS, if I'm spending more time waiting for matches to start, or like more time not watching matches than I am watching matches, then it's probably not worth my time. That's my personal opinion. Like, it shouldn't be like I know, like, I'm not saying don't take breaks, and if like there's a once in a while hiccup in terms of production, like that's fine. But like if it's like dragging on over and over, people lose interest. It's not just a me thing. It's just like a general viewer thing. If it's taking like 1 hour to start a best of 3, obviously you're waiting more than half the time that it would take to finish that best of 3. That's assuming there's no problems during the set as well. It's like, bro, no one, like, people want to watch, but I don't think that they're that invested that they would wait that long for a best of 3 series. But that's just my opinion.
Game like this, if you know where all the reason why Onyx Rise is one of the few teams from Asia.
Not quite convinced for them to reuse that Crustle, but maybe it's worth a chance or giving another shot into game number 2. But again, we would just like to
finals and grand finals to
our milestone giveaway for hitting 500 viewer goals. So make sure to type in Unite chat for a chance to win our more giveaway. So make sure to just type in Unite and baby.
Yo, let's go! Blastoise on Piss!
Can I type Unite
or
in
Piss
chat?
on Blastoise?
I'm just asking a genuine question.
You know what? Let's just type in Unite in the chat.
You can type in Unite in the chat. Does it have big caps? I think it does, right? Just gonna... Okay, we'll do it a little bit later on. Okay, not right now.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the draft though. Yeah, let's focus on the draft because there were obviously some pretty major changes so far. So Iluna's still going to get Snorlax. That's a concern. We're not going to be seeing Axe-Q Blastoise again because that was first picked by Posterio, but I am worried about the fact that Onyx have now gotten their hands on Mewtwo X for Axe-Q. That's a major concern for me. Even though you have Mule picking up the Mimikyu and Epe picking up the Slowbro, yes, you've got 2 fantastic defenders with lots of crowd control, but Mewtwo X is a bit of a different monster, I feel.
So I don't know if this is a way to counter the Mewtwo X, which is by picking up the Slowbro with the Telekinesis and the Slow Beam. I'm not quite sure if that's the big plan here. From what I can see, they're just trying to shut somebody out in the hands of Onyx Rise. So I think that's the goal here for T1 at least, because they have played with me, they have the Slow Beam, so definitely enough to shut down somebody at the team of T1. But for T1 at least, they are back with the Leafeon and Empoleon. So Empoleon is great overall. It's one of my favorite Pokemons to play here in Pokemon Unite, at least for the recent patches. And definitely the Hydro Cannon does provide a lot of damage, a lot of kit as well. But with Mr. Mime,
Okay.
I'm not quite sure if Onyx still has a shot, because if this Mr. Mime gets
This is one thing that's been intriguing me for a while now. So I've been watching the entire VOD. I've watched every single set that this VOD has had to offer. Empoleon has been a consistent pick throughout this entire VOD. Well, okay, not every single game to be fair. But I want to say in 3 different best of 3 series with different teams, Empoleon has been played. I don't know how I feel about Empoleon, honestly. Like, I feel like it's a niche pick. I don't think it's, like, amazing, but I don't think it's, like, bad either. I think it can work, but I am personally not convinced that it's, like, a viable pick. Okay, like, it's not that it can't work. I just don't think it's, like, a top-tier pick that people should be, like, playing in comp. But that's just a me thing. Everything else is pretty standard for the most part. Mr. Mime is a little less common. And also, Slowbro. So the biggest differences that I've seen so far, at least based on this draft right here, Empoleon picked a lot more. Like, you don't see this Pokemon in the West, period. Like, when it comes to, like, North America, I think I saw it once. Like, once, and it was just, like, a random, like, pick. But you don't see it pretty much at all. Slowbro, you don't see in the West either. People do not play Slowbro. I don't know why. Like, I'm not saying it's like you have to mandatory pick it, but yeah, people in NA and even in EU, they don't play this Pokemon. I have no idea why. Over here in Southeast Asia, they pick it a lot, which is refreshing because, you know, I'm so used to seeing Vaporeon, I'm so used to seeing Blastoise, and not to say that they're bad Pokemon, like they're fantastic defenders, but like it gets a little boring. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like when you see the same Pokemon over and over, and I know that's super hypocritical because like when I play Solo Queue, I play the same Pokemon over and over again, but like when you see the same Pokemon over and over again, it's like it's so redundant, it's like kind of boring. So it's like, whatever. But when I see something different in a different region, then it's like, oh, cool. You know, people are playing some other stuff. So yeah, Slowbro's different over here, Empoleon's different over here. Mr. Mime, this is the first time we're seeing that. Everything else is pretty common. Universally, like EU, NA, Latam, you'll probably see like all this stuff elsewhere.
Because we've just seen Miraidon get picked up, which means we're probably going to be seeing.
All right, so I'm just gonna fast forward just a little, just until the game starts. They're already locked in.
Right,
we'll play from here.
Has a huge shot, but I think the same goes for Onyx Rise. I mean, they have a little bit of a crowd control with the Empoleon, with the Hydro Cannon, if that's going to be the kit. Mewtwo X as well, together with the Snorlax, which is by the usage of Block, but it's just scary to think that T1 actually has 2 Pokemon to shut down the Miraidon later.
Yeah.
So, does someone want to explain to me what Mewtwo is doing?
Probably one of the fears right now for
Like, I was genuinely so confused. They're just standing there. What?
Down the Miraidon together with the Snorlax. A little bit of a crowd control with the Empoleon, with the Hydro Cannon, if that's going
okay, so they went to go stack. Okay, I wasn't paying it, like, I was watching, but like my brain didn't process it. They went to go stack, and then they just got caught for it. Like, they got punished.
It's just scary to think that T1 actually has 2 Pokemon to shut down the Miraidon later.
Yeah. Because I think that's probably one of the fears right now for AxeQ, just getting jumped on. Because as a Miraidon, unless he's going for Electro Drift, which it's possible,
yeah,
but
it's
I don't know if you want to. I don't know if he even wants to Electro Drift into this. You know, it's a bit scary. Yeah. So we'll see what AxeQ decides to do. I'm leaning more towards Charge Beam, but it's AxeQ. This man knows how to play this game better than we do, so we'll leave it up to him to decide. But I kind of think Epee could be a really interesting X Factor too, because, you know, Mr. Mime, it's not a very popular Pokemon. It is very rare that we see this Pokemon to begin with, and because it's rare, a lot of teams don't really get to scrim much with it. So this could be an experience for Onyx where they play against something that they're unfamiliar with, and it could throw them off, because everyone gets thrown off, especially up against things that they don't really practice against.
Yeah, we just hope that definitely this would be effective for T1 and they know how to maximize the Mr. Mime. So definitely it would be a huge favor for them. But Pisterio, a little bit of an overextension there. Mickey, Eeyore, and Zoe get a knockout for the team. But definitely no conversion has been made so far, but Cell was able to respond on time.
Ooh, there's the Mimikyu. Oh, disgusting.
For the team of T1.
Oh, Mule is laughing to the bank. This man has just hit level 8 after that triple knockout.
A fed Mimikyu is just flat out scary. This thing can, like, Mimikyu in general is just strong, especially in like the early game. But like you feed that thing early, that thing can snowball ridiculously hard.
For my Leafeon and my Empoleon, because all of a sudden,
especially against a team like Mewtwo Y. Or sorry,
will not be able to
is it Mewtwo Y?
I don't even think you can really compete for objectives. Reggie Drago gets secured by Mule, so
I wasn't paying
things are
attention.
not looking too good here for Onyx Rise, especially in this early game.
Yeah, they have access to play.
Oh, it's X. Okay, sorry.
He could just go in, but the
yeah, well, against a Leafeon, against a Miraidon,
so if
even Mewtwo X, because it's super dependent on skills and just auto attacks. Like Mimikyu can thrive against this team if it's played properly.
I see them fighting into this matchup.
Okay, we'll have to see what happens because we have finally started with our first major objectives. And Onyx, they're going to try and rush this, but do they have the damage and the secure to be able to get this? There's no Blaziken, and Leafeon gets the secure though, so Cell, he does his job, but it comes at a pretty small cost there. With both of the supports going down on the side of Onyx Rise, leaving just their core Pokemon. We're going to give away that bottom tier 1 goal zone. They say it's fine. Okay, it's fine.
They got 27 overcap on the bottom. Not only that, but just to like Blaziken was also, so the thing is just like, especially, honestly, I say this primarily in comp. In solo queue, it doesn't matter that much, but like, in comp, it has a lot more value. Like, if you're 1v1ing the top lane, as in, like, you're a top laner and you're just, hold on, let me also just highlight it. Like, up here. So, if you're, like, a top laner, and, like, you're 1v1ing, and I don't mean that in the literal sense, like, you're actually fighting, but if you decide to stay top lane and just kind of hang out here, scoring points, farming, doing whatever, ideally, you want to make sure that this objective isn't taken for free, because that's a lot of value lost. It really just depends also. Like, in this case, yes, the orange team did get the Registeel, but the thing is, they're getting punished for it because they're dying for it. And also, because they got some experience from that Registeel, it goes without saying, the kills they get have a little bit more value because they're worth more, because the team has more experience. So I mean, they got the objective, but they're getting punished for it. And then this is just happening up here. Like, Empoleon's just farming, but they're also losing the objective as well. So you're losing an influx of experience. Potentially, this could potentially go down. It really just depends on the team's decision and whether they want to break early or not. Some teams leave the goals up for as long as remotely possible to deny experience, especially when they're ahead. Other teams like to break the goals earlier than some other teams because they want to open up the map and, of course, like, begin pressuring the tier 2, like, whether it be, like, here or here, depending on what side they're playing on. So, yeah, I mean, Blaziken being able to get that objective for free is kind of unfortunate.
No Blaziken, and Leafeon gets the secure though, so Cell, he does his job, but it comes at a pretty small cost there. With both of the supports going down on the side of Onyx Rise, leaving just their core Pokemon. We're going to give away that bottom tier 1 goal zone. They say it's fine. Okay, it's fine. We got the Reggie down in the bottom lane. We're gonna leave this for another day. But because of that,
okay, so Blaziken did break. So that's gonna spawn the Indinis in the top lane. Obviously, that just means more farm, but that's just the result of top lane going down. 213 to 50, so what is that? That's a 163-point lead.
Teams actually, but Team 1 is just getting ahead of them.
143.
After that Mimikyu getting ahead of the triple knockout, it just had a
142.
huge boost of firepower here for T1. So we just have to wait and see if this would be a consistent performance. But Illuna almost taken
the Flail Snorlax has also been a very
definitely, I think Team
big hit or miss for some of these teams.
Yeah, I think at the same time, Mule just thought, is it really worth it?
Well,
Let's chase the
Snorlax, like,
Snorlax,
we've
play
seen
it,
it work. Like,
So,
some teams
I think
have,
it's
like,
just better
used
off
it
to just focus
exceptionally
on
well,
whatever's happening in
and the
race.
teams that
Zoe
haven't
gets
used it
picked off
well,
yet
like,
again,
it's just
unfortunately, so he's
done
sent back to
absolutely
the Pokemon
nothing.
Center. But Mule happily
Like,
walking
we've
around
seen
at
the
level
potency, so
11.
either it works or it
So I
doesn't
think if
work.
you're
But
on
that's
it,
just
you kind of
dependent
want
on
to
who's
steer
playing it
clear
and the
from this
team
Mimikyu
that's
until someone's
utilizing
able
it as a
to
whole.
either feel comfortable going for a 1v1 or if you have some support to back you up in case you do get jumped on by that Mimikyu. But Onic, I have to say, they are playing surprisingly defensive and very grouped up. It's only really Luna that's going around stealing wild Pokemon and really causing any kind of distraction to T1, which I have to say, Pika, this is very unconventional for this team, right? We're so used to seeing them be the team to control the tempo, but as soon as Mule exploded during that early game, it's just changed the tempo of this team all around.
Yeah, and I cannot blame Onic for respecting that.
They have
huge
so
amount of
much
strength
CC on
that
this
they do
team.
get from the Mimikyu. Definitely
Slowbro
a
Surf,
huge respect,
Blastoise Surf,
force the
Blastoise
guys to
Hydro
create on
Pump,
a defensive
Mr.
stance. But at the
Mime
same time, they're not
Showtime,
giving up on
Mr. Mime
objectives as they get that
Confusion
on to the next
with
one. Here comes Surprise Future Meteorstorm
Barrier or
being
whatever it's called,
able to
Light
dismantle the
Screen.
position of T1 as they get a knockout from the Mr. Mime as well on the
Blaziken
other side of the map. But right now,
Pick.
it's just them running away.
And then, of course, Mimikyu Unite move. Like, there's a lot of crowd control in this team.
Wants to take this as easy as possible in order for them to catch up.
So I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of seeing T1 play like this, because it almost feels like after this huge success that they had in the early game, they've left Mule to do his own thing in the top lane, which is fine. They're trying to funnel as much experience and resources into the Mimikyu, but that leaves the rest of the team fighting into Onic Rise into either disadvantages matchups or just equal matchups. I kind of feel like playing like this, you're giving Onic a chance to come back, especially giving away the Reggies. Like, you're giving away Reggie Steel, you're giving away Reggie Rock or Reg Ice. That's free experience. That's a buff. And sometimes all it takes is a buff to help you win that next team fight. So this passivity that's now coming out from T1, I'm scared they're actually giving away too much to Onic Rise.
Oh, we just got an update, by the way, that Nemesis actually did one up against rival esports in 2-0. Congratulations to Team Nemesis, and actually Birdie is coaching for them as far as I can tell, so everything is paying off for Nemesis. Rival esports, on the other hand, gets to be on the 4th spot. But for sure, we'll see them once again tomorrow. But going back into the game, Iluna is being chased down by 3 members of T1. Nice barriers coming in from Epe in order them to narrow down the tunnels and get that guaranteed knockout up against Iluna. So less than 1 minute, we get to see Kyogre in the pit, and definitely Onic Rise wants to get ahead of the objective. If this is a Registeel, this would be a great contribution for the team. But the block is already there, pushing back the members of Team 1, but pushing back them means that they get the better spacing into the Reggie objective in the bottom.
It's Reg Ice. Oh,
Another thing I kind of
Reggie to get. If it was Reggie
I've
Rock
kind
or
of
Reggie
noticed
Steel,
as
I
I've
think
watched
may
this
have just
VOD,
solidified the end game
a
for
lot
T1,
of the
but
games, or a lot of the
this is much
times
more even than it was supposed
going
to
towards
be.
the end game,
So, nice boost of experience
these
for
Asian
T1,
teams
but
prioritize
now it's
trying
gonna
to,
be a
like,
very
I don't know if it's
dangerous
I don't know if it's
game of tag
subconsciously
for
or they
both
do it
these teams.
intentionally,
It's a very dangerous
but
game
they
of
always
tag.
try
One misstep
to,
and you're out.
like,
Absolutely. And with
well,
all
they
those
evenly
items
distribute
available,
the levels
definitely
across the
have to
board,
be
rather than,
very
like,
careful.
funneling the
Play
experience
with
into
slow being
1 or
has
2
an
people.
access for T1. And, if
And
Onic gets caught off
that's not
immediately,
necessarily a
it
bad thing,
definitely would be a
but
different story. But here comes Iluna taking all the damages, but there comes Surf in order to use the
oh my god, the wombo combo.
not the
Showtime for Mr. Mime and the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon. And Mr. Mime, oh sorry, Slowbro and Mimikyu still have Unite moves. Oh my, it's over. Look at this, it's over. Gee,
Oh my gosh.
that wasn't even a fight, that was a massacre, holy shit. What even happened?
Now it's going to be a very dangerous.
Like, I
game of
blinked and I
tag
missed
for
it.
Both of these teams, a very dangerous game of tag. One misstep and you're out.
Absolutely, and with all those Unite moves available, definitely had to be very careful. Play with me and Slow Beam has an access for T1. And if Onic Rise gets caught off immediately by it, definitely would be a different story. But here comes Iluna tanking all the damages.
Oh.
In order to use the Hydro Typhoon immediately, and
Like,
T1
Mr. Mime, okay, so
definitely would be a different story. But here comes
This was just insane wombo. So this is just pure team fight potential from this team comp. And keep in mind, this is only just Blastoise and Mr. Mime together. Like, Slowbro, yeah, has Surf and like Mimikyu has Unite, but like it wasn't even used in this team fight. They're over here and they're over here. Literally, Mr. Mime, like you see him right here in his little Showtime animation, like pops his Unite move, Blastoise pops Surf, you know, we'll just put an S right here, knocks these guys over here into the Mr. Mime Unite move, and then on top of that, this guy pops his Unite move right here, and then you also got that big Hydro Typhoon, and then they just instantly die. Literally instantly die, like they don't even get a they're not even running full heals, so they can't even respond to that.
All the damages, but there comes
Like they have no way of cleansing that. Literally, they just went into the bounce house.
Not the most successful
Disgusting.
they do get, but at least they get 3 knockouts out of it, and they are going to be eliminating every single Pokemon of Onyx Rise.
Okay, I can fast forward here. I can fast forward.
To come in and clean up.
Damn,
And
dude.
I think now Onyx Rise are probably thinking, you know, coming into game number 3. Firstly, big fumble during that fight around the Kyogre pit, right? That was big fumble, positioning wise. Targeting wise, I kind of feel like they also mistargeted too, because you really don't want to be picking up a Mr. Mime or Blastoise, because they're generally like some of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. So I wonder if there's going to be any Mimikyu this time. So no Mimikyu for either Eeyore, Cell, or Mule, which means we are going to be seeing something else in either that central lane position or top lane. Question is, what's going to be taking its place? Because Axeq has highlighted the Mewtwo X again, might go in the way of Zoe. I mean, they can always change this, right? They can always even give this to Eeyore or Cell if they wanted to. Just keeping their options open.
So
There's a Mewtwo Y up if they want it. Yeah,
Onyx is the one who banned this Mewtwo X, and no, they would be using it. So this is actually
Mewtwo Y and Blissey?
a call for an added crowd control and damage in general for their team. And you know, just securing the Snorlax makes it go to show that they have a solid front line and they have a solid setup already. So what they need right now is for the damages to be present. Team 1 already has that one with the Mewtwo Y and the Flame Chicken Blaziken. So maybe Leafeon is a possible pick once again because they do not have access to the Darkrai. I mean,
okay,
I genuinely, I'm gonna pause right here because I've not watched these matches. I don't know what the draft is. I genuinely think the Blissey would be really good here. Like hyper carry Mewtwo Y against this team comp, they have no range. You just pocket the shit out of Mewtwo Y. Like they've already revealed majority of their team comp. The only person that, what else do they even need? So if Leafeon's jungling and Mewtwo's top lane, their bottom laner?
For sure.
So, okay. Onyx are keeping their options open because Leafeon can be played.
Please don't Machamp for the love of God. It's so bad.
Or maybe Cell.
Please,
I don't
Serum.
think Cell's playing Leafeon. I think they're last picking for Cell here. The Mewtwo X. I don't know if that's still going to stick to Axeq or if that's going to be Eeyore's choice. Because Eeyore's not playing. There's no way Eeyore's playing Psyduck. Definitely Zoe's Pokemon.
Bro, okay, you guys gotta get a new jungler, man. I'm sorry. Like, this is just full on trolling at this point. Why would, okay, like, someone needs to, like, make this. Why are you picking Machamp into Snorlax, Mewtwo X, Psyduck? And, like, yes, Machamp is okay against a Leafeon, but, like, you have to look at the whole comp as a, like, you need to look at their comp in the big picture, not like whatever it is you want to target, you focus on that one thing. No, on top of that, like, it's Machamp jungle. Like if you want to play a bruiser in the jungle, like, you could throw the Blaziken in there. You can play Urshifu. Like, oh my god, bro, I'm getting so triggered by the Machamp jungle. He's played it in like 4 games and it's not been doing well.
On the trap of Team 1 here, they actually reverted back with the Machamp, but with Mr. Mime this time.
Unless it's top lane, but even then, I still don't think it's a good pick. Oh, like,
great setup a while ago with the
in general, anyways.
And maybe with the Mr. Mime, but with Machamp back, I'm not quite sure. But I'm surprised with Team 1 as well. They Axeq is going to be the ones who use the Empoleon, Cell sticking with the Leafeon here, Daniel.
And then it's going to be Eeyore piloting the Mewtwo X. Because I think all of today, we've seen Zoe play the Mewtwo X. So I think this is the first time I see a bit of a surprise for T1. X?
Yeah, I think he played way back then, as far as I can remember, because they always have this Mewtwo X, not just for Onyx, but problem in Onyx tactical type. So in general, everyone could actually have the access to use it. It's just a matter of mastery, and I think that will be a...
You know... Oh, sorry, I did not mean to do that. Okay, I'm going to pause it right here. So, one thing I should probably mention right now, and it's something that you guys already know. One significant change when it comes to the XP share update. So, as you guys know, like, XP share no longer mandatory, right? You don't need to have it on your supports anymore. Some people still use it on some supports and, like, some defenders if they're oddballs, but yeah, it's not a mandatory prerequisite anymore because the XP is equally distributed in the, which primarily affects the lane. However, it does affect a situation like this. Honestly, the first initial evade, especially if it's something like a Machop that power spikes at, like basically anything that power spikes at level 5 in the jungle, the first invade actually makes a difference if you do it successfully, or if you force either, you know, player 1 over here or player 2 over here to help you with the clear, because no matter what, if you like, if someone is leechy experience, whether it be you or Snorlax is able to successfully invade the jungle, you are not you will not get level 5. It doesn't matter how the XP is distributed, but you just don't get as much XP versus before the update and someone had XP share. Like, if someone had XP share and did a double jungle clear, if you did everything, you would still get level 5. That's not the case anymore. So, if some people wanted to, they could go for a jungle invade, and it could still, like, it could be very potent for the early game. But that just depends on what the enemy jungle is and, you know, how you go about doing it.
Big problem in Onyx Rise in general.
Okay, and we have announced our milestone giveaway winner as well. Unfortunately, I can't read this.
Yeah, we can. Definitely our friends from Korea would.
Yes, but if you are our winner, scan QR code, fill in your information, so we're able to give you your prize. But congratulations!
Good block from Mr. Mime, by the way.
Giveaway. And thank you to everyone that helped us hit the milestone, because if it wasn't for you, we never would have hit it.
Definitely, and I think this is somewhat of a good luck charm for T1, knowing that one of the fans of T1 has actually won the giveaway, so why not make T1 be the winner and cheer for them here in the finals? But not going to be an easy road when you're up against Onyx Rise, as the first minute of the game has just elapsed, and definitely a much more quiet facing as what we are seeing for tonight.
Yeah. I don't blame the teams for playing a little bit more quiet, because this is the game deciding game number 3. So any mistakes here is just going to set you up for failure for the rest of the game. So to see everyone be a little bit more contained, not too much ham in this sandwich, just a little bit of ham. But they are looking for Eeyore. Look at this, the respect. And Illuna just says, nope, take me instead. Don't take my Mewtwo X. They do manage to catch him with a submission. Eeyore, though, their shield's not enough. And the commitment pays off for T1. 4-man rotation, and they get their target. They get both.
Yeah, they got their targets in the knockout. They got their targets in scoring down points as well in the top lane. This is
just like backseat critique. So obviously, this right here, like, it was a successful play. You got 2 kills. You got the Snorlax and you got the Mewtwo. So obviously, that's very good for, you know, T1. We'll give him 2 check marks. The problem with this play is it sets the jungler behind, which is obviously the Machoke right here. So yes, you're getting experience. Like, you're scoring, you're scoring right here. You're getting some experience for the kills. But the problem is, because you're taking so much time and, like, prioritizing this lane, it prevents you from doing your jungle clear. Now, obviously, you're still going to get the second rotation of your jungle. Like, you're still going to do, you know, like, whatever order you choose to do it, you're still going to be able to clear it. However, if you pay attention to the timing, basically the third cycle that's gonna spawn, it's gonna overlap with top and bottom, or like sorry, top over here and bottom down here. And you won't have the time to get level 9 because that basically just means unless the big emphasis on if, like, unless you make a really big play between, now and the 7-minute mark, basically you're not gonna get level 9 as a Machamp. Or you're not gonna evolve and get your Unite move for the first objective. At least not on time. So that's the only downside to this situation, but everything else was fine. Like, you score, you allow everyone else to get experience, like Mr. Mime, Combuskin, yourself. You got a little bit of stat. Like, I'm assuming they're stacking, and then what, Mewtwo Y. So, like, if you're looking at it from like the team perspective, like, yes, it's good. If you're looking at it from like specifically just jungler, it's not good.
Yeah, they got their targets in the knockout there, got their targets in scoring down points as well in the top lane. This is a chance for them to get a head start and get multiple knockouts consistently. But here's the thing, Cell has been leveling up phenomenally well. Level 7, very
and then not only that, it's probably worth mentioning, because they have a Leafeon jungle,
so now what they're looking
they hit that big power spike, which is their Unite move, a lot sooner than like Machoke, so
the lead in the first half of the game up against T1.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what a steal.
Comey, the perfect timing from Comey. That was beautiful. I saw that Cell wanted to get the secure. He almost had it, just not enough damage, unfortunately. So
good, very good full heal, by the way. That could have been really, like, if Prinplup dies there, then these guys just take over the bottom lane.
It's a bit of a beatful, so gotta play a little defensive there. Gonna do your best with Zoe, but there's only so much you can really do. Low Pokemon, but does not pay off there. That's the disadvantage of being that middle evolution. You can do
so see, that's what I mean right there.
Not really in the
So despite the fact they're doing well, like Machoke,
knockouts.
not gonna get their Unite move just yet. Like, they're not gonna evolve. Obviously, very big power spike for them. Meanwhile, top lane, they traded top for bottom, so they sent like Onyx Rise went top lane. T1 went bottom lane.
Right after that, they're just going to be numerous amount of scores and just a matter of trade here. So in exchange, T1 gets the objective in the bottom lane. But for Onyx Rise, they got a knockout and they got a
Mewtwo has points.
Favor. So definitely, this would be a taken goal zone and at the same time more pressure into top path. But at the same time, Mule with a nice grab in order to knock out the penguin of Onyx Rise. But they are not yet done. They're going to be taking out Snorlax as
well. That is unfortunate.
With the base
I actually thought they were going to get that Mewtwo as well.
From him.
Beautiful timing. A second later, and he would have gone down there. So, that's
when I see stuff like that. Honestly, the Q time, like, when I say recalls like that, it really just goes to show how fast the recall animation actually is.
Oh man, but this game is still very, very close, right? As long as both of these teams
I was playing League of Legends, and then like when I compare the recall time versus that, it's like, bro, it feels like night and day, man.
Well, Eeyore, he didn't pull off the Unite move, and Pisteria's looking a little bit healthier than Eeyore, so the full retreat there. But we do have an exchange, okay? Mewtwo Y an exchange. Beautiful knockout for Onyx Rise to counter and potentially get that counter knockout onto T1. And with a full retreat, this does mean Onyx is going to have a little bit more room to play with on the map now.
I love the holoware of the Blastoise by having that shades on. That's one of my favorites, holoware in the game. But it just caught my attention. But yes, we're going back into game. Leafeon gets a knockout for the side of Onyx, and that has been a phenomenal pickup, especially if this Leafeon could scale a lot more faster. It would definitely help Onyx Rise a lot. But Mule is still on the hunt here, trying to get a Pokemon with the submission. Testing the waters, trying to grab someone, and he got Cell in the picture, and
that was not a good Machamp Unite move.
Pushed him back, but there's just too much damage here for Onyx. Axew being the leading charge into the game, but he gets knocked out.
That was a good showtime, but there's no follow-up. The problem is, and I've noticed this as well, when when the Machamp player, I forget their name, but like when they use their Unite move, it's always defensively. It's never
exchange. It's
like
Onyx Rise
proactively.
getting much more benefit by getting knockouts and the Registeel.
And with the Registeel buff, health bars are dropping on the side of T1E, although
Nice.
Joeverlord will be caught out by that surf, and all of a sudden I think Onyx are in full retreat now, realizing they've bitten off more than they can chew. Yes, they got the objective in that bottom lane, but you don't want to be
And like, I'm just gonna pause it right here very quickly. Like, so T1 Mule is obviously the jungle. That's the Machamp player. They're already starting to fall behind. And yes, it's not like a big deficit in terms of experience, but like the fact that like 3 people on the enemy team are out leveling the jungler is just like, that's when you should start getting a little concerned, because that's, depending on whether or not Mule can get their Unite move within the next like 30 seconds or so, they're not going to have another opportunity to make another play, depending on like whether they get their Unite move again, and even if there is an opportunity to try to make one. So basically what that means is you just need to just straight farm until the end objective, because you're not going to be able to use your Unite move until the last instance, which is whenever the last team fight is, or whenever you try to go for a pick, or whatever play you try to make.
If they give that away, we saw what happened.
Which is why I'm trying to emphasize like
game,
why this Machamp pick is not good. Like,
and they take it the whole mile, and this is game 3 as well. You cannot afford to make any of those major misplays in game 3.
Absolutely. This is looking literally anyone's game. A while ago in the last team fight, we've seen multiple trade-offs one by one. But, you know, it's just about getting the objectives as well, making sure
they should know.
Shouldn't
they know Snorlax is there?
Additional damage, additional pressure on the lanes, and that is what Onyx Rise has been trying to do over the past couple of team fights that they have been engaging up against T1. Now the question is, can they maintain this kind of composure? Because in less than a minute, or in a minute, they would get to be on the final stretch, and losing those Unite moves in that
Snorlax tried to back out.
Room for time. It will be very difficult.
Yeah, like okay, wait, I need to check something really quickly, because I know Mewtwo United, like they used it for information, but
those additional damage, additional pressure on the lanes.
Oh, did they not?
What Onyx Rise has been trying to do.
Game 3 on a little bit, and they take it the whole mile, and this is game 3 as well. You cannot afford to make any of those major misplays.
Oh, okay, I confused it. So, I forgot there's 2 Mewtwo's, like, one on each team. It wasn't T1's Mewtwo, it was, Onyx Rise's Mewtwo. So, I was confused. I'm thinking to myself, like, I know Mewtwo United, but I thought they would have seen the Snorlax, but it was the other way around. Oh, like, I was genuinely like... Because Snorlax and Mr. Mime were acting as if they didn't see the Snorlax. Sorry, Mr. Mime was acting as if they didn't see the Snorlax. So I was, like, generally, like, thrown off.
Couple of team fights that they have been engaging up against T1. Now the question is, can they maintain this kind of composure? It will be very difficult for you to bounce back, so they have to safeguard as much as possible their Unite moves.
Man, this is looking so rough. Like, despite the fact that T1 have a slight point lead, their team as a whole is just starving for experience.
Maybe using your Unite move a little preemptively could pay off.
Like, once again, another game of Machamp not having level 13, so they're not getting cross-chop stacks. Blastoise is level 10, which is insanely low for a Kyogre fight. Mewtwo level 12, but, I mean...
Thinking of maybe jumping into T1 here. We do see a Surf being used. Nobody gets pulled back, though. So the bait does not get pulled. Onyx Rise, they're going to hold the fort, and they do manage to wait it out for Empoleon to come back. Now, Registeel is being taken. There's really nothing Onyx Rise are going to be able to do about this, so they're just going to have to cop this loss and hope with whatever they have left that they can actually beat out Onyx Rise with this big buff. And Iluna, I feel like Iluna's baiting here. He's trying to bait with him.
Oh, that is a huge pick. Huge. They should just straight up force this. Take a fight, force the Kyogre, either or, but like, just go. That is the, like, you do not wait for that. Why are they so uncoordinated? What is happening? Machamp and Blastoise look so lost.
It's a race against time.
It's going to be a race now.
Okay, Machamp got the Leafeon.
Eon's coming back.
Why are you guys taking so long? Oh my god, Empoleon got it! They took so long to make a play, what happened? Nah,
T1
nah.
still has an opportunity to bounce back, but still 10
Like, okay, like I'm telling you right now, like this series and like throughout this VOD that I've watched, this Machamp and first of all, this jungle is not it. Like I don't know if they're just having a bad week or like bad like session, but like this Machamp jungle is not it. Second of all, I have no idea what Blastoise is doing. Why are they taking so long, guys? Like when you know you have a competitive advantage, you use it. It doesn't matter if you choose to force a fight or choose the Kyogre, either or, but pick one. Don't posture around playing passively and wait for other people to spawn. Not to mention, if you force the Kyogre, you're gonna force the fight because they're gonna have to come to you. It's just plain straight logic. If you're doing Kyogre, it's only common sense that the enemy team is gonna contest the objective because they know that if they lose it, they're gonna lose the game. Right? So like if they want to take the fight, just do the Kyogre. If you want to do the Kyogre, just do the Kyogre. Like either or. Kyogre is like the door that you open for the play that you're gonna make. But I don't even know what just happened. And they started off so well too. Like it was a huge pick.
I feel like Iluna's baiting here.
Like, first of all, Mewtwo X just overextending right here. Like this guy's just in La La Land. So like honestly, if they lost this game, that would have been full on Onyx Rise toss.
Hello? Hello?
The submission. The submission actually connected and just tears the HP apart of the Mewtwo, and here comes T1. They want to make sure.
Like, Mr. Mime is focusing the wrong person. You should not be using such a big Unite move on Psyduck. Like, if you KO'd them immediately, then yes, it could have potentially been worse. You could argue that. But, like, this guy's still there, and then now... Oh, Snorlax pops a Unite move, they're back in the game.
It's a race against time.
It's going to be a race now. Pisterio trying to shred down the HP.
Like, Machamp got the solo cut on Leafeon, which is huge. And they still have Unite move too. That is like a huge play on their part. But like, they just fumbled. They took so long, Mr. Mime just dies. And the Whirlpool from, or like the Hydro Cannon. I don't know if that's the Hydro Cannon or like... I think it's the Hydro Cannon that secured it.
Still has an opportunity to bounce back, but still 10-point lead from Onyx. They won't know who's on the lead. This is a 10-point lead. Someone has to score to secure the game.
T1 has no idea. It is a close battle. I hope they've been doing the math, because if they haven't done it up until this point, they are going to be kicking themselves if they decide to go for this defensive play. I think someone has to realize.
But Champ has to go for the score. Everyone else played defense.
For the team, I don't think he saw Iluna. Right on the side. Okay, he's found Iluna. But the thing is, no one's pushing. No one is in position to score. T1, they're chasing Iluna. Iluna's just bait. He's the biggest bait in the game. So is Zoe. They're using their bodies and saying, hey, come follow me instead. But up top, though, look at this. We have Blaziken and
oh no!
Pushing that top lane, but look at this Empoleon. He is there. He jumps onto the goal zone. It's not going to be an easy score. 100-point being scored there by Onyx Rise. 293. They have the score up top.
You know what's even crazy?
They get the Hundo Burger, but it's still not enough. They need 4 points, but no one is there. Mewtwo is there.
Oh no! That 14 made the difference! Oh my god! Where did he pick up those points from? Oh, he farmed an Indini. Oh my god. That is a heartbreaker right there. And I thought Mewtwo like clutched at the end.
Have they done it, Pika? Have they done it?
Oh, Nick Rise won. That 14 made the difference.
We gotta watch the scoreline.
I think it's a 4-point lead if my math is right.
It was so close. Onyx Rise still hold it. They just hold it. But oh my gosh, that was such a close end game. Kyogre, it's game over.
That was
gotta give credit to them. Iluna.
Like it was still an exciting ending. But like my god, like that game was just heartbreaking to watch, man. Seeing T1 throw that was just sad.
I almost feel like it was real.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, it was a good game. It was exciting to watch.
absolutely insane. In Luna, the flag tool for a defender.
Okay, so what's the... What are the standings?
Have a shot and
In clutch.
man, Iluna. Of course, the VP.
Believe it. Luna, the village clutch and
Have a chance. The pro.
longer drawn tool that they might have never tried before because
Participating teams now recruiting. Champions advance to ACL Finals in Yokohama, Japan. APAC East. February 1st, 2026. February 7th, 2026.
when you the day, last day.
APAC East and APAC West. So for the elimination, it will be on February 1st, but for the playoffs, it will be
Oh, that's, when is that? That's next week, right? It's, next week's... Yeah, next Sunday. Well, like, not this week, like, next weekend.
in your region.
In the region as well. So honestly, I love seeing the winter tournament games because there is a chance for us to see new talent. I love seeing new talent, new blood.
That being said, the fact, like, first of all, I'm still upset that T1 threw the game, or threw the series. They threw game number 1 with the Machamp pick. Game number 2, they could have won, but they threw with the end game again. And they're like, even though they lost the Kyogre, they still could have won if someone defended that. So Mewtwo didn't actually technically need to leave. They could have just, like, if they sat top with the Mr. Mime and defended, they would have won the game because they ended up scoring on the tier 2. So obviously a lot of ifs, but like a lot of things could have been different. But yeah, I'm still upset T1 threw the game. However, the fact that they're a new team, like new to Pokemon Unite, and they're still like top 3, in this case, you know,
because
top 2, that's not bad.
You know, that's how you
Like, some of these guys have been playing for a while.
Region. But Pika, you'll just a quick
Prize and it's not got Joeverlord stand the lead.
Oh, there's the standing. So let's see here. T1 went from 4th to 2nd, so obviously good for them. Still close between 1, 2, 3, and 4. Evos actually fell down from 5th to 6th, so they dropped down. Team Nemesis went up. Yeah, so Onyx stayed number 1, T1 got to number 2, Evos dropped, which is Slash's team, not that good. Yeah, Slash not having a good time over there, I will say that.
So this is the overall group standing.
Let me see. Oh, look at that. T1 had a horrible day too. Jesus, 4 points? Oh my lord, they must have got shut down hard. Wow.
Points for each week, and you can see the teams that have been.
Sonic Rise have wow, Evos had a really good day 3 though. They had 20 points. I think that might be the max you can get actually. FN Esports just getting absolutely giga clapped by everyone. Myth below average. Evos had one really good day, but the other days were just atrocious, so that's also really bad. T1 had one really bad day, but the other days they had really good days, or like, you know, they had average or above average days. Onyx Rise have been consistent. Rivals had one really good day and then below average days. Yeah.
Performing week, but then
Should score line first. Nice.
to give away. So good luck into the broadcast today. My name is Daniel. He's Pika yours. Pika, do you have anything you want to say before we sign out for today?
You know, just have your popcorns ready for tomorrow, I guess, and we'll have more Pokemon Unite action at least for the last day of the group stage.
Wait, when? Okay, I'm so confused. So like, hold on. That's not it. Okay, I'm so confused. This is 3 years ago. No. That's not what I'm looking at. No, I'm looking at the right playlist. Where's the thing? Three videos, that's not it either. Like, I'm generally so confused. Like, where's the... Yo, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, so day 5 is already done. I watched day 4. I thought this was the most recent one. Wait. Fuck! Oh my god, I fucked up. I thought I watched... I thought I watched the most recent day. I thought day 5 was still happening, but it's already... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save this. God damn, I'm so stupid. See, this is what happened. Okay. It's my fault because I saw day 5 on the Twitch side, and then I don't know what compelled me to watch the day 4 one. I'm not upset because honestly the games were, you know, educational and it was interesting, but damn, I'm kind of upset. A part of me anyways, but you know, it'll give me something else to watch when I'm trying to pass the time. I still gotta kill 4 more days, guys. Like, I'm waiting for Pokemon, like, Draft to come back to Pokemon Unite before I start grinding again. I don't really care to play the game when everyone's just spamming me out, so maybe it'll just give me something to do within the next, like, 3 days or so. I think I'm just gonna end off here. Like, I wasn't planning on streaming for too long today, but I'll wake up early tomorrow, I'll stream, and we'll just do a long stream. So, I don't know if I'll watch some more games, play some variety, play some solo queue. We'll see, like, how it depends on how I'm feeling. But I think I'm good to start here. But I really do want to get through these games. Like, I need to watch this, I need to watch Latam, and I still need to watch Japan before this week finishes, because I need to clear my to-do list of pro games to watch before the second week of regionals starts. So we'll figure out. I gotta squeeze them all in at some point, but we'll go. You know, at some point I'll do it. Anyways, guys, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. You know, that was SEA Southeast Asia region playing Pokemon Unite. I'll be back tomorrow, whether it be like early or, you know, at noon-ish, around there Eastern time. I'll come back for another stream. Like I said, I don't know what I have planned, but, you know, I just kind of, like, wing it. So, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys have a great start to your weekend, and good luck in your matches if you're playing today. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow the stream. I go live on Twitch, and I multi-stream to YouTube for your convenience. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. So, take care. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.